Hey yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's up, people? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Hello, can you hear me? Welcome back, people. Welcome back. Welcome back. Random show settings. Random show settings. Ah! We got everybody tuning in. Appreciate it. We got everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. We got everybody tuning in. Get all these tabs where I need to be. Bish bash bosh. Get the windows where they need to be as well. But everybody tuning in. What's happening, people? What's happening? Where are ya? Who do I see here? Adizi, I see you. Eduardo Madeira, I see you. Braddock, is it Brad? Big up Brad, I see you. Ugh, what's this crusty stuff? Big up Brad, I see you. Big up Diana, I see you. Stephen Castaneda, I see you. Automech, I see you. Big up Josie, what's going on? Big up Apex Pata, Koila, Don Dotta, Botrix, what's going on? Botrix. My Nuts, what's happening? My Nuts. Abe Martinez is here. Oh, Abe Martinez, big up you. Someone called Zachary, big up Zachary, I see you. B Muddery, Black American, what's going on? Big up everybody, big up everybody, big up everybody. Eduardo Madeira, I see you there as well. Wagwan GG. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get straight into it. Let's get straight into it. Number one topic to talk about. Number one I want to get into. Number one thing I want to get into straight away. Did you guys see Tim Dillon's impression? Yo, big up Casual. Big up Casual. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Big up Casual.
Big up AZ. Big up chat. Missed all of you.
Yeah. It's been a while. Apologies. It's been a while. It's a bit MIA, but we're back. We're back. Big up Casual. Appreciate the super chat, brother. I appreciate the super chat. You're a legend. Big up Casual, but we're back in the ship, back in the sector, ready to rock, ready to do what needs to be done. Big up fucking Casual outside. So, first thing I want to talk about is this. Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this? Have you guys seen this? Tim Dillon's impression. Who's that? Why there's always somebody on fucking, hold on, one second. There's always some motherfucker on that. Honestly, I need to sort out my kick. I need to sort out my kick stuff because there's always some fucking person spamming some nonsense. Hold on, let me just ban this person. Fuck out of here. Hey homie, I know someone that can do this for you. Go away. Okay, cool. There you go. Let's go back to the video. So, big up Tim Dillon. Big up Blood Clot Tim Dillon. Really funny impression from Tim Dillon of that lady Kirsty Neom's husband who got caught, who got exposed for being into dressing up like a bimbo, I guess, right? It's some sort of kink called bimbification. I don't really know much about it, but it's some sort of kink called bimbification where the guys aren't trans, but they like to dress up looking like bimbos with like super overly inflated boobs and crazy big, you know, fucking BBL type things and shit. And they do it all for like kink play online. So anyway, this politician's husband's got exposed for doing that sort of stuff, and Tim Dillon opened up his episode of his podcast with some fake boobies on, which I think he enjoyed, to be fair. I like Tim Dillon. I know he's trying to joke here, but I think he enjoyed this. I think he kind of enjoyed this. I think Tim Dillon kind of enjoyed this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We are here, and we are going to discuss the news of the day, and we are going to treat it with respect because a lot of people forget these are real people that we talk about all the time here, and these people deserve respect, and that's what we do. We give them respect. I don't know anything about the NOEM household. I don't know KRISTI NOEM. I know she shot her dog in the face, and then she kind of made a mess of the Homeland Security thing. Now she's got a husband named Byron, and he likes cross-dressing, and he likes having the big tits, the milkers. So now he would.
Yeah, like what would you do, right? What's that? What's her name? Is it Christine? Is it Christine Yum? Yeah. What do you do if you catch your husband doing this? Or like, as a woman, what do you actually do? As a partner, what do you do? What do you do in a situation where you catch your husband because I don't think it's the first time. I doubt that's the first time she found out about it. It's unlikely if you're married that you have no idea this is happening. What do you do as a woman when you find this out? Like, what do you do? Like, do you divorce them? Do you talk through it? Do you like buy them some stuff and get into it yourself? Like, what do you do as a wife? What do you do? He's just like what do you actually do? Like, what can you actually do? Father of your children, decent husband to you, supports you at home. You know what I mean? But he's doing his own thing like that. That's what he's doing. He's out here doing this. Like, what do you do as a wife? Like, what do you actually do? It's kind of hard to deal with, man. It's not an easy one. It's not a fucking easy one. It's not easy at all. It's not fucking easy.
He's been dressing up and paying adult entertainers to talk dirty, I guess, in like a chat room or something. NOEM husband paid $25 a minute for dirty talk as she reveals his unusual kink. NOEM's cross-dressing.
Yeah, big up Diana. I think she already caught him, so she got an affair with one of the government airplanes. I don't think that's true. She was the type of lady that would have an affair at workplace anyway. You know, I don't think she had the affair as a retaliation for him stuffing fucking fake boobs down his t-shirt. I think she's the type of lady that does have affairs at work. You know, she looks like the type of, you know, those TV shows that you watch where like, there's a woman that has an affair at her office, law firm, whatever. She looks like that. She looks like the archetype of an American office lady that has affairs at work. You know, but she's very disciplined. Like, it doesn't go home. It stays at work. You know. Like, she'll give you the soppy toppy at work, but it doesn't go back home. That's that type of person she looks like.
Husband Byron NOEM paid online models up to $25 a minute to talk dirty to him, and he was a needy client with an unusual kink for yoga pants, according to one of the women. NOEM, the longtime husband of former Homeland Security Secretary.
Yeah, big up Koila Wood. Big up Koila Wood. Absolutely degenerate. Absolutely degenerate. Big up Koila Wood. Big up Kenta Moses. Get a Zimbabwe marriage counselor. Lols. Big up Josie. Don't tell me about it. I don't know, to be honest. Yeah, fair enough. What's that term? What did they say? Hear no evil, see no evil, right? Yeah. Hear no evil, see no evil. Big up Apex Potter. Looks like a meatloaf from Fight Club. Jesus Christ.
Terry KRISTI now was exposed for living a cross-dressing double life in the bimbofication fetish scene after the Daily Mail published salacious photos of NOEM with massive fake breasts.
But isn't it fascinating that this is not considered trans? Honestly, sexual kinks are so layered and broad, isn't it? Because in my like simple brain, I look at that as like one step closer, one step far from like being a trans person, right? Maybe you're like slowly trying to get yourself working up the courage to kind of maybe fully transition or whatever else it may be, or maybe get into drag. But supposedly, this has nothing to do with trans community. It's just guys that like to sometimes feel like they have boobs. It's like, you know? And they kind of get off on it. But they also only talk to women, you know? Honestly, the kink world is like, it's so confusing. So like, they don't really like getting off guys. They don't really like to get off other women. But it's also kind of transactional. I don't know. Weird world.
Leah Love, a webcam model on the website CamSoda, definitely remembers NOEM's face, but said there's no way I could ever forget those fake boobs. She told the Times of London of the 56-year-old father of three, who was one of her clients. Well, what is this? Iran hacked all of these people, and they got Kash Patel dancing, and they got this guy out with his tits. The cam girl said NOEM liked to play the submissive role in the chats where he paid we paid $25 a minute. He would try to talk more feminine. His kink was yoga pants. Love, who's called a femdom in online communities, told the Times he wanted to be the star of the show and really show off. I would hype him up. Some people are just looking for that. He wants a little attention.
And they're saying that the only reason why he got exposed because he didn't pay the girl. I don't really understand men who live like lives where they're a little bit seedy, they're a little bit dirty, a little bit filthy, and they don't pay the people who they're like in contact. I don't get that. I don't get the people that get into arguments or fights or refuse to pay the people that they do their like dirt with. Surely, if you want your shit to be kept secret, everyone has to be like compensated well, no? I don't get that. It seems happens quite often. These guys be like, you know what? I'm not paying anymore. It's like, obviously if you don't pay, they're gonna just like air out all your shit. Maybe he doesn't give a fuck. But I'm pretty sure the only reason why this came out is because him and one of those girls had like an arrangement about money. I don't know why in particular. Maybe he meant to lend her some money, but he had them some sort of money arrangement, and then he stopped paying her. And as soon as he stopped paying her, she leaked it to the press. It's like, just pay the people, man. I don't get this whole like paying and then refusing to pay later on. It's like, if you already started paying, you just might as well just continue paying.
His wife is running Homeland Security poorly, but she's running it, and to get attention, he's got to strap on a pair of fake tits and go into a chat room and be the star of the show. And he's got to pay $25 a minute for someone to hype him up. That should be the wife's job. KRISTI NOEM should be hyping him up, but instead he's got to pay. He could be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Maybe he likes to feel the lazy boredom. Yeah, exactly. Probably. Bill, just what's that? 25 a minute. How high was that bill? I remember back in the day. I think we all did this, right? When we were kids. I remember back in the day, one of the biggest, one of the worst, one of the most trouble I ever got in at home was the first time I called. What was that number? Was it 1095? Do you remember that? Do you remember that stuff? I don't know if they obviously still do it, but you remember back in the day on cable and Sky, they'd have those like phone lines where you'd call in and they'd, oh, if you call, you win like $1 million or something stupid. Remember? It was like a lottery, but you had to call. But it was only available on Sky or cable. It was like a thing number. And I remember the biggest trouble I ever got in was when we first got Sky in our house, which was super expensive back then when I was living at home. I remember calling for like a 5-minute phone call, and the bill the next month was like, I don't know, like 600, I don't know, something crazy. Like my mom and dad went mad. Like I got the beating of my life. I got the beatings of my life. I forgot. I think it was like a game. Was like a game? It was like a lottery thing. Do you guys remember what I'm talking about? Those numbers. It was a lottery thing, but they would bill you crazy per minute. So I can't imagine guys who like call like cam girls on the phone with those crazy tariffs. Because I remember I got beat so hard for that. But maybe because it's your own money, it's different. But Jesus Christ, man, those competition phone line things, man. God damn, they got me in so much trouble.
Frustrating during the chat.
It was like a lottery thing. It was like a win. It was like a postcode lottery, win money type of thing. I think you guys know what I'm talking about.
Sessions.
No, I wasn't too brave to do the baby station stuff. Back in when I was watching Sky, or when we had satellite TV at home, we were the first in our neighborhood to get. Do you remember? Nowadays you get them on the fight. Do you remember back in the day, like you could get satellite where it'd give you European channel? No, you're not from Europe. You guys are from America. But back in the day, we still have Sky, right? Sky B. It's like it's a version of, you can get, you know, all these different channels and stuff, right? But there was another version of Sky that was like bootleg. It was like a European one. Niggas are strincher. If you're from England, you know what I'm talking about. There was a European version of Sky that you got bootleg through like Polish men, uncles and stuff. They'd hook you up, right? And they'd give you the satellite dish and this receiver. And you'd get all these stations, all these channels from all over Europe. You'd get like, what's that channel called? Is it RTU? RU? I don't know, whatever. You get loads of like Spanish channels, Italian, Romanian, Hungarian, blah, blah, whatever, right? I used to watch football on there. I used to watch like loads of shit. But then there was porn channels. But those ones are sick because the porn channels were like up until like 1 a.m. It was like Freeview. Up until 1 a.m. it was Freeview. Up until 1 a.m. it was Freeview. And it was like, it wasn't really porn. It was mostly like, those like erotic movies, you know? So it's like those movies where it's like simulated sex scenes. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't really like full-blown hardcore. But then after 1 a.m., they'd like, it'd like grey out the screen, but you can still hear the sounds. So it was so bootleg, it was so crazy. So from like whatever day until 1 a.m, it'd be like a rom-com, it'd be like an aggressive rom-com, right? But then from like 1 a.m. onwards, it would be like porn, but it would be like fuzzed out screen. But you could hear all the moans and groans. Crazy, honestly. If you know what, I forgot, I wish I remember what the satellite thing was called. But you could watch loads of fucking, I used to watch loads of football. I watched loads of fucking European football on there, but it was kind of grimy.
Which typically lasted about 10 minutes, she said, because he was not very good at being submissive. He's got to learn. The problem was he was constantly trying to direct the cam girls to tell him what to do. If you want to be dominated by a woman, let me dominate you, she said. Why are you telling me to tell you to do all this? But what stands out the most is the comically large balloon breasts that were plastered all over the news this week. And what did NOEM say about this? What was her response? So what? My husband likes to strap on, what do they call this, a G cup?
I think those are H.
This is H?
I think so.
I thought we got G on Amazon. Didn't we pay for G?
It might
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Oh, H is bigger than G.
Yes.
H is bigger than G. Oh, good. I don't know the alphabet. So I thought H, but so we got these. Now, how much did these on Amazon run us?
I think they were like $200.
I'm just imagining being in a suburban home and then strapping these on. I'm imagining this. My wife is at Homeland Security, and she's on the news all day, right? So that's annoying. The bitch is out of the house, and then you turn on the TV, and there she is again in some weird, ice glam outfit, throwing, people in a truck. And then I'm like sitting in my suburban house, and I'm like, and the kids are out doing whatever they're doing. And I'm like, let me strap on these big, H cups?
If we have to guess, what do you think? Is Tim Dillon a top or a bottom? I get a lot of bottom vibes from him. What do you guys think? If we have to guess, is Tim Dillon a top or a bottom? I get bottom vibes from him. I get a lot of strong bottom vibes from Tim. What do you think? I don't know. At first, I thought top because he was kind of like, masculine presenting. He kind of like, the whole thing about Tim was like, oh my God, he doesn't seem gay. But I think he's giving, especially the way he's enjoying this boob bit. I think he's more of a bottom in it. I don't know. I used to always think he was a top mostly because, he kind of presented one way. But I do think he's way more of a bottom in it. What do you guys think? Okay, watcher, top, bottom. Oh, Josie, I don't think he's gay. Nah, he's definitely gay. He's 100% gay. 100% gay. Top, he can't see his own dick sideways. Bottom, he talks about smoking pole. But I think you could be a top and still smoke on the pole. I don't think smoking on the pole is exclusive to bottoms only. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true anyway. I don't think so. Wouldn't make sense anyway. Wouldn't make sense, really. He's loud and mouthy bottom. Yep, agree with that. Bottom boy, says Robert Henry Poet. He enjoys eating too much if he's gay. He's good. What's that? He's a top. He can't go without eating on the bottom to be a bottom here. True. Top. Okay, cool. Everyone agrees.
Yeah.
Let me strap on these big H cups and then log on and then get dommed by Lydia Love, but I don't even know how to do it because I'm telling Lydia Love what to tell me to do. And what did KRISTI NOEM have to say about this? Because I'm wondering if she knew this. Maybe she didn't. I imagine it's hard to hide these tits, right? What do? Put them in a box under all the Christmas decorations?
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't believe that she didn't know, by the way. Made a good point there. I don't believe that lady didn't know. I think she definitely didn't know. But I also don't agree with what someone said earlier that, that's why the lady cheated on him. I don't think the lady cheated on him because of the boo thing. I think she just does I think sometimes people have those marriages where people just do their own thing. They're very, very respectful. They always represent the united front in public, but they just do their own thing. I don't think one thing caused the other thing. I think she would have had that affair with the other politician guy because she wanted to have it. I don't think it's to do with her husband being a bit of a freak. I don't think so. I think they both just do their own thing kind of thing. Like one of those typical like American power couples, like type A personalities. They both do their own thing, but they represent a united front. They're there for the children together. They come out in public together, but they both do their own thing type of thing.
What do you do with a pair of H tits? You got
Yeah, be like Uche. Yeah, I saw. Maybe I'll talk about it next. It's pretty easy It's a pretty simple thing that happened. You know what I mean? Like him and TJ had the long-standing kind of issue because Lil TJ lent Offset some money. Lil TJ went on the internet, spoke about it. Offset wasn't happy. He spoke about it in public. And then Lil TJ tried to get the money back. Offset told him get it back in blood. They saw each other in public. Shots sprang out. I think that's basically what played out, really.
To put him somewhere. KRISTI NOEM weighs in on report husband lives.
By the way, lending money from somebody and then telling them to get it back in blood is fucking crazy. By the way,
Cross-dressing double life. The family was blindsided by this. Miss NOEM is devastated. The family was blindsided by this, and they asked for privacy and prayers at this time. What am I supposed to pray? I'm supposed to pray for this guy and his tits? So wait a minute. All the horror that's happening in the world, people are literally being vaporized by machines of death, flying, in the air. We're bombing schoolgirls while they sit in class, and I'm supposed to pray
exactly
for KRISTI NOEM's husband and his H-cup tits?
Exactly.
That's where the direction my prayers are supposed to go in? When the people in Gaza are wandering around trying to find grain so they can bake a loaf of bread, I'm supposed to pray for KRISTI NOEM's husband and his big tits? Well, no, I will not pray for your husband and his big tits. How about that? You can pray for his big tits. Do you think she threw the tits?
He's loving every minute of this, man. He's probably considering getting himself, because he got this, I think he got this from Amazon. He's probably considering getting himself a pretty realistic top, a pretty realistic set to see while going mix up a little bit. He's enjoying every minute. Tim is loving it. He's loving this. He's loving this.
Yeah, we should like, give me those tits. Give me those tits. You don't want to fuck me anymore. You just want to talk to women online with your tits on. I'm out here causing havoc in the streets. And I come home and you got big tit. You know she knew about this and you knew they fought about it. Byron, I found your tits. I found your big fat tits. You want me to have big tits like that? Well, I don't have those big tits. According to the Daily Mail, Bryan Callen chatted up a woman from the so-called bimbofication fetish scene, which adult performers augment their breasts with massive amounts of saline to achieve a Barbie doll-like appearance. Well, that's what they keep calling her, Ice Barbie, so she's not at home, and this guy, he wants to be the bimbo. He wants to be objectified and dommed. And listen, they've all got weird, a lot of these people have weird kinks. And they
oh yeah, so remember, I'm gonna move on now, but do you remember I was talking to you about when I reported this last time? I said I remember this video that I saw ages ago on Twitter that kind of reminded, because I didn't really understand the whole like bimbo, because it's a thing, right? It's a genre of like kink, of like bimbofication. I didn't know it's a thing, but it immediately made me think of this one video I remember seeing on Twitter of this lady who I'm sure is probably like an adult porn star or something, right? And she kind of had that similar look.
Look inside your heart.
Whoopsie, 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 whoopsie. So anyway, this is the lady. Remember I was talking to you guys earlier on before about a particular look, and I didn't understand what the look was about. Blah, 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 blah. I remember seeing this video ages ago, or this particular, I'm assuming this is an adult porn star or something, right? This person here, that went viral. And I think this is the type of look they're going for in that scene. They want to look like this. But I guess that husband scene is like more to do with guys, not to do with women. I'm not too sure. But anyway, this was, it kind of reminds me of The fellas in the stream chat, does this do anything for you? It does absolutely nothing for me. People let me know on stream chat. Does this do anything for you? Does this do anything for you? Because this does absolutely zero for me. Zero. Like, it's a bit scary for me. With the really aggressive pumped lips, the face all tight, the tits fucking on fucking. Strong main character. I love the main character energy of this. I love the main character energy of this. Is so fucking strong. Just turning New York into your own fucking catwalk is so brilliant. This is not really Miami. I don't know if this is Miami. Is this more like Monaco? I don't know. Do Miami women look? Do Miami party girls? I know there's some Miami party girls. Look at this. There's something a little bit more like. It's kind of like, I don't know what it is. Is it Dubai? Maybe it's like, yeah, because you know what it reminds you of? It's kind of like a foreign man's image of what a white woman will be. You know? It's a foreign man's fantasy of a white woman, you know, if that makes sense. Like this type of lady wouldn't appear, like if that makes, and I know there's obviously white guys going to be into this, but this is the type of presentation that would appeal more to like immigrants, to like black men, Asian men, Indian men, you know what I mean? Like the Middle Eastern men, like, you know, that kind of look, that kind of like put white women on the pedestal. I don't know if that makes any sense, you know? Does that make any sense? Giving it though, let's be fair. This is whatever this is. I don't know if this is an advertisement for her fucking channel, advertisement for her fucking OnlyFans. It's a pretty good fucking video, you know, all improvised. It's almost like there's like a little bit of Sex in the City about this, isn't it? A little bit of Sex in the City, a little bit of Friends, you know, a little bit of Girls, you know. She's mixed it. It's all like, it's, you know, this is my playground, New York City, baby. City that never sleeps. Out here gallivanting around in heels and a slinky dress with the bag flailing, the hair all over the place. It's, you know, there is a performative element of this that's pretty impressive. They do this type of shit they do when they launch a new car, innit? A new Lamborghini, they just have a girl just like spread across the top of it for no reason. Okay, we'll leave it there now before she starts playing with her Google Gaga. We'll leave it there before she starts playing with her Google Gaga. YouTube won't allow that. We'll leave it there before she starts playing with her Google Gaga. Big up her anyway. You saw the place there. If you want to check out for yourself, that's the lady's place if you want to see it for yourself. Let's move on. Let's move on. Okay. Cool. Okay, streamable highlights. Did I go through some of this stuff already? Okay, let me go through. This is some old stuff I did. I'm not sure I went through. So number one thing to go through is this. Nick's getting his own show, by the way. Nick Simmons is getting his own show. I'm not too sure if this is going to be part of Thick Boy, if this is on his own channel, if he's going to be doing it with Brendan. But I've heard Brendan mentioning it a couple of times. So Nick Simmons, the new BGL, is getting his own show. But it sounds like it's going to be some sort of fitness workout show type of thing. So let me play the clip.
I'm good. I'm excited for your new show to come out, Bubba.
I know, we're coming out soon. I'll put out the official date once we...
What's the name of it?
No leg day.
It's great.
I'm good.
I'm excited for your new show to come out, Bubba.
I know we're coming out soon. I'll put out the official date once we.
What's the name of it?
No leg day.
It's great.
The show is called No Leg Day. Name kind of sucks, not gonna lie. It's hard to name a pod well, stream well, but the name does sound kind of shit. No Leg Day sounds fucking awful. I thought he's gonna call it fucking ankle socks or something, right? He loves a good ankle socks, the guy. So the show is called No Leg Day. So I guess you're gonna have to keep your eyes peeled if you're interested in that sort of stuff. If you're interested in that sort of fitness talk, if you want to hear Brendan and Nick opine about the beauties and the wonders of creatine and GLP-1s and fucking whatever else they're going to be talking about, I guess you keep your ears peeled, right? Keep your ears peeled. No Leg Day is happening very, very soon. Very inventive, very creative profile. Title, sorry, of a new show, No Leg Day, coming soon. Next clip. Bryan Callen is a bad driver, according to Nick Simmons. Let's play that one.
In the little bassinet. Remember that time you crashed the car? And that was the first, because I'd never heard the baby cry. And then Brian was driving. We're on the road.
Big up Booth Apocalypse. I just seen your big up Booth Apocalypse. Where's the goo goo gaga? Bro, click her profile yourself, man. Where the goo and the gag, bro? Booth Pocket way to see more X-rated. Go, you can search their account yourself. I'll give you all the links, all the titles. Go and do your own investigation. Big up Booth Apocalypse, man.
Brian's driving through, you know, when you rent a car, and he thought he could also go behind the person who. So it's supposed to go up one by one.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to, because it's a whole process to make sure no one steals the car. The gate goes up. The guy goes through. Brian thinks he could also squeeze
the guy
him behind.
waved me through.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He goes, go ahead. And I went, boom. And he was like, oh. And then that's why I didn't get in trouble. He brought it down because I said, you told me to go through. Because otherwise I would have been in trouble. Because
I didn't see that.
I fucked the beginning. Yeah, the front up. He goes like this. When he went through, he goes like that. So I go and I go, you fucking, you know. Yeah, that was crazy.
That was great. That was the only time I've ever heard Cody cry.
It was a BMW too.
Ever.
Scared?
Yeah.
That was a nice BMW.
Yeah, and
Is there something kind of wealthy coded about Brian not being a good driver and crashing cars regularly? Or am I reaching? Am I reaching and making something out of nothing? Is there something about growing up really rich where like you just don't care about driving cars well, and you regularly crash them? You let them pile up with tickets, and I mean, just like, I don't know. There's something a little bit like, yeah, I got money. I'll deal with it later. Who cares? I'll get a new one. It's a rental. I'll pay the fine. You know, it's a little bit. There's something a little bit. I've got a trust fund, and you don't really take care of your own car, rental cars. Don't really give a fuck. There's something, I don't know. Maybe I'm reaching there.
fucking gate crashed right down on the car.
Did it fuck it up?
Not too bad, actually.
But you weren't liable, B, because they told you to go through?
No, it's fine. And I told him, I go, hey, you got to make, I got to see the damage here because,
That was the first time I go, oh, people from LA are bad drivers.
Yeah. Okay.
You're a real LA driver.
Oh, yeah.
You're a real LA driver.
I haven't been in an accident ever. Ever.
You drive.
Been driving
when you
16?
drive, when you drive, I have to look at my phone.
Yeah, but I'm a good driver. Never get any accidents. I might just be a little bit wild because I've been driving so long, but you're not going to get hurt.
Like you, when it comes up to
I drive
the
fast.
hills near your house.
Yeah.
I can't look.
Yeah, I drive fast.
I don't know what this I don't know, man. To be a fan of this show, you have to really like these guys. You have to really like these guys to be a fan of this show, because this conversation where they're both having this friend moment, it's not for a podcast. They're clearly friends. They get along well with each other. There's a lot of love there and shit. But this is not a conversation for a podcast. Man, you remember that one time when we went to fucking Delaware and you pulled over and it was 16-year-old girl and you beeped at her, but we thought she was 21? This is not a conversation for a podcast, brother. Please, let's just wrap this. Let's keep this to the group text. Let's keep this to the DMs. You have to really like these. You have to be. That's the thing that I always wonder when I make these clips. You have to really like them. You have to really like them as people to put up with this sort of shit. And that's why I think they take their fans for granted. That's why it really bothers me the way they speak about their fans and the way they generally kind of behave, because the people that are still listening to this show, they're proper fans. They actually like these guys. Despite all of their flaws, despite some of their alleged crimes, despite some of their really rancid personalities and behaviors, they really like them because there's no other reason why you'd listen to this show. It's not entertaining. It's not funny. It's not informative. It does. I mean, it's like you have to really like them to listen to this show. Like you have to really like them as people because what was that conversation? What was that conversation right there? What was that? What was that conversation? Oh yeah, you try, man. You try. Huh? Anyway, big up Bryan Callen and big up Nick Simmons. I guess they're trying their best, isn't it? We're all just trying our best out here, aren't we? We're all just trying our best. Next clip. TFATK on Chris Brown kissing a fan on stage. Now, I thought this conversation was very interesting because Brendan kind of pipes up about how he wouldn't let his wife, Slow Joe, go to an Usher concert where you remember Usher when he was doing those live shows and he'd be like, you know, putting the cherry in the girls' mouths and shit. Brendan was very kind of like, you know, clear in that that's a line in the sand he's going to draw. Now, I just find that kind of fascinating considering the type of content Slow Joe posts on her social media. I don't know. I would have more of a problem if I was married to Slow Joe and she consistently posted pictures of herself in lingerie and shit on her fucking main feed, not even the story, on her main fucking grid feed, than I would be if she went to an Usher concert and got a little bit of a grind. What I mean, that wouldn't really bother me too much. The pictures of her like scantily clad with a fucking vava out, that would bother me way more. But for Brendan, he's way annoyed. He'd be more annoyed about the idea of Chris Brown whining and grinding on his wife or Usher dipping a cherry into her mouth. I don't know. I think the lingerie pictures are worse. But hey, what do I know?
Okay, have you seen this video of Chris Brown kissing a girl?
Right.
Big ups, bro.
Yo, big up, Michael.
That convo is something not real friends have awkwardly. Putting that on a pod is a crime against humanity.
Exactly. But they do it consistently every fucking day. And why do I know that? Because I listen to this show to make clips for you guys. So I actually listen to what they say. That's why when I sit, I'm like, fuck, man, this show's kind of shit, innit? But you guys notice it too. Big up, Michael. Appreciate the super chat, bro.
Wasn't her husband in the crowd?
Yeah, so here's the weird thing about this. I looked at this video and I'm like, did this happen a while ago? But it's all popping up as of recently, like a day ago, 2 days ago. So I think this is a recent one at a concert.
This is cringe.
He's making out somebody's wife?
Well, just check out the video here.
Also, Chin, you have no girl, you have no say-so. Chin, you have no girl, you have no girls, you have no itches, you have no Rolodex, you have nothing. Chin don't have any say-so.
Dude,
Chin?
everything they eat.
Oh, yo, big up Casual. Big up Casual for the 5-member bomber. Big up Blood Clot Casual for the 5-member bomber. You're a legend. Big up Casual. Actually, you know what? I've got new membership too. I'm going to add them too. Big up,
dude, everything they eat. Bean cheese.
Let me add Casual's bomber and I'm going to add some. I've got a bomber too to add. I've got my re-up as well. Let me add them as well. Big up Casual. You're a legend. Appreciate you. Let me let this run through and then I'm gonna do another bomber.
Bean cheese.
I'm gonna do another bomber too. I'm gonna do another bomber. Big up Casual, you're a legend. Appreciate you for the bomber. Make sure everyone that gets a membership, make sure you thank Casual in the stream chat, please. Make sure you thank Casual in the stream chat.
Dude, everything they eat. Bean cheese. Like
Brutal.
dude, everything they eat. Bean cheese.
You know,
To be fair, aren't these videos old or superimposed? I'm pretty sure that picture or that clip of the other guy was another thing, innit? Someone in stream chat will let me know. I'm sure these are two different clips. The clips of him kissing this girl on stage are different to whoever's on. Yeah, I think it was, who was it? Was it like an Afrobeat singer, innit? Whoever that guy was on, that wasn't the same show. Someone's being malicious on the internet. Whoever that guy is on in the crowd shaking his head wasn't shaking his head because his girl. That was another thing that happened. That was his girl grinding with, like, who is it? Who is it called? Who's the person's name? With Rima or something. Rima, or maybe it was like fucking Burner Boy. It's a different show. It's definitely a different show. But regardless, anyway, hold on. Let me drop my bomber, and then I can continue. Let me drop my bomber. 1 second. Let me drop the bomber. I should have my free ones here. Yep, there you go. I'll do a bomber. You have a bomber on me. I have a bomber on me. There you go. And you don't have to thank me. You don't have to thank me. I don't like congratulations and shit. So don't fucking thank me. Just accept it and keep it moving. Okay, cool.
You know what?
This is what Chris Brown does, though. Have you ever seen his meet and greet?
No, I'd never let it.
No, but
I would
she's
never.
beautiful. But if that's her husband, I'd lose my mind.
He's all.
Have you ever seen what he does for the meet and greets? People pay tens of thousands of dollars, and they basically have to watch their girlfriend get almost dry humped.
Remember Usher doing the same thing,
and they're paying money.
Everything they eat, bean cheese, bean cheese.
I'll let the notifications play out, then I'll play the clip. Apologies. There's too much visual audio I'm getting overly stimulated. I'll let the notifications run out, then we'll continue playing. Big up everyone in stream chat. Big up everybody tuning in. Like the stream, please. If you're here and you're enjoying what you see, like the stream, like the stream. Like the stream if you can. Like the stream if you can. I appreciate you. Let me just let it all play out, and then we continue on. Okay, cool.
Dude, everything they eat, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese. Like,
I feel I've had too many Red Bulls on. My heartbeat is like racing. My heart is racing. I've had too many Red Bulls.
dude, everything they eat, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese. Like,
cool. How many more? We've got 2 more, I think, to go, and then we'll continue on. 2 more notifications, and continue on. 2 more, I think. Is it 2 more? Or is it done? Is it done already? Okay, cool. It's done. Let's continue.
You're a cock and you like that. That's fine if that's your kink. What I'm saying is that right there is so disrespectful to her husband. Like, you got to go.
Yeah,
that's a divorce.
You got to go. A divorce.
Well, the
You did
husband
it in
says,
front of
I'm
the
not
world."
insecure. It's just a conscious. Like, I know, but you should be worried about your girl if she's down to do that.
Wait, husband takes wife backstage after she kissed Chris Brown on stage live for the whole world to see. Oh.
Also, Chris Brown, he can't be kissing married bitches, man.
But the girl, honestly, the girl is the one that stuck out her tongue. And
I'm loyal to a default.
Big up Sadasies.
Chin's thinking, this is why I don't have a girlfriend, this could never be my girl. Me and Chris Brown have the same type, so it would be a tough decision for her.
Exactly. Chin is out here yapping away, giving his fucking opinion. Bro, you don't even have a girl. Get a girl first before you start dictating what they should and shouldn't do. Get yourself a girl first. Get yourself a girl that's willing and consenting, alive, with a heartbeat. You know what I mean? Get a girl first. Chin's out here all yapping. What I would. Shut up. Yeah, pick up a Sadasies.
it started going on his face first, you know?
Dude, his meet and greets are the craziest shit ever. Some of the pictures from there
Oh,
are
they're
just like insane.
They're like bent over.
He's a stud.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted.
The greatest dancer since Michael Jackson. Good looking guy.
Yeah, your girl wants him.
Boom, that's her tongue.
Oh, she was.
All right, Chin. Boom, that's her tongue. Chin is so weird. Boom, that's her tongue.
Good looking guy.
Yeah, your girl wants him.
Boom, that's her tongue.
Boom, that's her tongue.
Boom, that's her
She
tongue.
was.
Boom, that's her tongue.
Yeah, your girl wants him.
Boom, that's her tongue.
What the fuck is wrong with Chin? Look at he's zooming in. Boom, that's her tongue. Is Chin stroking it under the desk? Is Chin rubbing one out watching this? Is Chin rubbing one out watching this? Boom, that's her tongue. Oh my god, that's her tongue. I wonder if he like came inside of her. I wonder if he also got the snip. Did he like come inside of her too? Hey, did Chris Brown come inside of her like Jeff Dye can come inside of girls? Chin, man, like god damn, tranquilo, bro. Boom, that's her tongue. Yo, Chin is so hungry.
Michael Jackson. Good looking guy.
Yeah, your girl wants him.
Boom, that's her tongue.
Oh, she was.
And that guy
He's all-
shakes it.
Like, that's my girl.
Oh, okay.
So he brought her up on stage?
Oh, well, she probably volunteered to go on stage. You know, I don't know.
MPJN.
Chin got so much to say. Where's your girl, bro? She probably volunteered. She's probably a hoe. She's probably a fucking slut. She's probably a fucking slut. A cum bucket slurping, tongue guzzling slut. All girls are the same. That's why I don't have a girlfriend. They're all the same. They're all fucking whores and sluts. Look at look at him. She probably volunteered to go on there. She probably stuck her hand up. Look at Chin. Look at him. Chim is the greatest. Chim is the greatest of all time. She's a slut. Chin.
No, it's spot on with that. Imagine what she'll do off stage.
Yeah,
That's true though.
100% would have had sex right there with him.
Of course.
Dog
You're gonna
down.
suck him off.
Dogged down. Dogged down.
She's getting railed.
You're getting punished for that after I get the video. I mean, you know,
I don't know, man. Like a group of men sat in one room thinking that much about how much. A group of 4 men sat in a podcast studio, aka a garage, thinking about how Chris Brown fucks his fans. A little bit gay, innit? A little bit gay, no? Like picturing it in their head. They all had a moment where they all paused.
part of it is like I've always said as a man, if your girl hooked up with Chris Brown, okay, and you weren't there, and it was just she was drunk, it was a party, and she goes like, you as a man would go, you know what? I get it. Maybe I get it. There are women that would do that to me. And then your job is to say this. Are you going to take her back? If you do it in front of the world, that's disrespect. If you do it alone, it's like, I lost control. I was drunk. I can understand a man
Some
going,
cuck talk, huh?
Brownie?
What? That's a talk of somebody that's cheated on their wife a million times, isn't it? What the fuck is that conversation? What the fuck is that conversation? That's the talk of somebody that's been divorced, innit? That's still paying alimony. That's like what? That's the conversation of a guy that's got a wife that's like in her 30s, huh? What is that conversation?
You a cuck.
Yeah. I'd slap the
guys,
shit
if I was
out of
in
the
the chair, if I was in the chair, I'd be like, you better not.
Dude, he was doing that thing where, like when you're like, when people are like, oh, and like no one was on board with that.
No one's riding with you on this.
Here's what I'm saying.
Brian's like, you would understand if she was at a house party.
Guys, there are women, not for me actually, because I'm too old, but everybody,
don't take yourself out of it.
Every man, there are women out there that might just break you. That any man who's married, you love your wife, you got your kids. There are women out there that might.
Jesus Christ, bro. We're not all the same, bro. I love people like Callen are the worst, innit? Because you're a scumbag, you think everyone else is a scumbag. We're not all like you, bro. We're not all. Some of us just refuse to get married just to avoid these issues. Brian's the type of person who gets married and then can't keep his dick in his pants and then wonders why he's getting in trouble. Maybe the marriage thing ain't for you, brother. But look at Brian. There's always gonna be a woman that'll break you. Like, okay, or whatever you say, brother. Whatever you say.
It just break you in the right time, in the right moment. There are women that might just break you.
I wonder how Bryan Callen's wife feels listening to this right now. What does that have to say? I wonder if you're Bryan Callen's wife, if you're Bryan Callen's second wife, what do you think right now? Listen to this. It's probably a good thing he's not famous. You know what I wonder actually? You know when Brian gets all like depressed about not selling tickets, is he actually depressed he's not selling tickets, or is he depressed that he doesn't have like hotter groupies and shit? Like he's not like running around town like sucking, because he's probably just doing comedy, right? His shows are probably not, there's probably not going to be women in there anyway, let alone women that are attractive for him to want to get with. So is he really upset that he's not selling out like theaters, or is he more upset that he's not touring and also getting the benefits of touring, which is maybe like being able to, get a little bit of a tug here and there, a little bit of a sucky here and there? I wonder what's actually depressing him. Because that would be quite depressing if you think about it, right? Imagine you're at a level of that's like success purgatory. You're not famous enough where you're booked in theaters, but you're also not unknown where you're playing in open mics. But you're also not famous enough to have groupies. But you're also not unknown enough that nobody knows who you are. So you're in this weird place where like you can go to a comedy club and probably sell 50 tickets, but everyone there's a dude. And if there's a woman there, she's there with a husband or a boyfriend. So you've got none of the benefits of like what it would be like to be like a decent comic, where you can get the ability to maybe, I don't know, have a couple groupies, have a little fan that might want to, whatever. You get none of that, but you still have to go and perform. It must be kind of hell, I never thought about that. It must be his own version of hell to be in that level where like you're not famous, but you're also not unknown. You're like in this weird place, you know, like no one's really asking for your picture, but everyone's gonna say hi. You know, it's like a weird place to be in.
Any guys disagree with that? Huh?
I do.
Anybody?
You've seen what gets thrown at me when I'm on tour.
Hey, you know what I'm saying though. You know what I'm saying. And I know what you're saying.
Yeah, bit of coil. In this case, not cool enough to have core fans. Had to invite people to do special. Exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I'm talking about all of us as men know that there are women out there that are a hall pass.
Yeah, but B, this is a wife.
That's what I'm saying.
This is different.
I'm saying not publicly. I'm saying that like Chris
in all fairness,
Brown,
this is
the worst conversation, Brian, because they should focus on the topic. Because it sounds like Brian's justifying cheating, and he's gone through a very public, messy divorce that, you know, financially ruined him. You would imagine. I think he should just probably stay on topic, considering his track record and what he's kind of gone through scandal wise. Let's just stick to the Chris Brown topic. Stick to the, hey, if that was your wife on stage, how would you react? You know, just stick to the topic on hand. Brian's going on some whole other tangent. Like, I don't know what Brian's on right now.
Substantially worse than it happening behind closed.
Brian's basically blowing up his own spot. If I'm being honest, Brian's definitely blowing up his own spot, which he doesn't need to do. He's definitely blowing up his own spot. He just needs to relax and just concentrate on the topic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you're doing it publicly in front of the world, like, you got to go. That's disrespectful. What I'm saying is that I can understand a husband going, it was Chris Brown. You were on a cruise. You were drunk. You fucking, and you go through it and you go through the.
Also, it's not lost on me. This is the most enthusiastic and excited I've heard him on the pod in a long time. This particular topic has really riled him up. He's really excited. He's like panting. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, he's really, this topic has really got him going. And usually kind of, you know, his mood's a bit like whatever. Interesting.
The thing, but ultimately you forgive her because it's Chris Brown, because I have my hall pass. That's what I'm trying to say.
What's Thanksgiving like when they come back to the family?
That's what I'm saying.
Could you imagine?
Can't do that.
Everyone's saying what they're thankful for, and she's like, you know what the fuck I was thankful for.
That's your wife. She's got to have your back. And she didn't have his back there, so I'd be like, you got to go.
Yeah, you would look like a cuck in front of your family.
You can't do it,
dude.
That's tough.
You can't have it.
And also, then your kids would never respect you.
You think?
No.
Like, your kids would be like, oh, yeah, my dad watched my mom.
See ya.
Oh.
I'm not having kids with her.
Oh.
No. I need you to get my back when the world is watching.
Let me ask you this, though. All of you, since you guys are, well, you're married. I'm guessing you're getting married. I don't know. Either way, you guys have, you know, significant others. If you were at a concert and she's a super huge fan of this artist, and the artist goes, come up stage, would you be like, hey, don't go up there? Or would you be like,
yeah, that is, you're like,
what do you do?
I mean, I don't mind.
Chin, get a girl first, man. You're thinking too far ahead, Chin. Get a girl that's alive first to be into you. Please. Chin's thinking way too far down the road.
Mine, she can do that, and she can be theatrical. If you're reaching up and sticking your tongue in the guy's mouth, get the fuck out of here.
Jen, if Joe was like, and she likes Chris Brown, she's like, hey, we're gonna go front row. I'm like, no, we're not. No.
If my girl was like,
hey, I'm going to Usher. No, you're not.
Whoa, is that right?
Oh, no.
I would put up a stink too. I'd be
really?
like, no,
here's what I would do.
Because you're afraid.
I don't believe Brendan. I think Brendan's a big old pussy when it comes to his wife. I don't believe Brendan one bit. I think Brendan's a big old PUSS when it comes to his wife. I think, unfortunately for Brendan, for all the times that he's been caught cheating, they have this weird dynamic. And I think you saw it a lot with the Vegas trips. Remember earlier on, she doesn't do them anymore, but when he's living in LA, Slow Joe used to go on these like yearly Vegas. I don't know what they were for. Do you guys remember? Was it a birthday? It was around August. I feel like it was around August. I don't know if her birthday was in August, but I feel like around August time, Slow Joe and her friends would go to Vegas, and they'd book like a suite, and they'd be staying in some hotel with the pool, and she'd be taking those pictures of her in bikinis and shit, and they'd have their fun. They'd go for like a weekend, and he'd pay for it. And I felt like that was like her getting back at him for all the cheating. Okay, cool. You do what you want to do on the road as a comedian. I want to have my alone time, because I think at that time the kids are really young as well. So she was the one looking after them for the most part, and he was on the road being a stand-up comic, or trying to be one. So I think ever since then, the dynamic has gone fucked. Because I think ever since, that's why I think he doesn't like those lingerie pictures. Let's just put that out there point blank. I don't think Brendan likes the fact that Slojo posts pictures of her fucking, her fucking whole arse out on social media. I don't think he likes it. But I don't think he has a place to say anything because of all the cheating he allegedly done in the past. So he kind of lets her do her own thing. So I don't think that same guy who's afraid to say something about her on social media is going to be the guy that's going to stand up and say, no, you can't go to Usher. I don't think he's saying this now because to act hard in front of the boys, but I don't think he has the balls to say so. I don't think he has the balls to tell his wife she can't go see Usher. There's no way he would ever step because he, whatever. Like, wait, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Oh, that's it. Yeah, it was Mexican Holiday. Because you guys told me in the stream chat. I remember it was for Cinco de Mayo, right? There's a big Cinco de Mayo thing in Las Vegas. Let me know if I'm bugging. I'm pretty sure someone mentioned in the stream chat that Las Vegas has a pretty big Cinco de Mayo celebration. That's it. Yeah, it was Cinco de Mayo. She went out there for Las Vegas Cinco de Mayo with her friends, who all happen to be Mexican as well, if I'm not assuming. And they'd have their fun, and there'd be someone. I don't know who the person. And there was always a mystery person sending her flower. Remember that? Remember the flowers thing? There'll be a mystery person, a mystery man that'll send her a bouquet of flowers to her hotel, and she'll post a picture of it. That was when they were really toxic, to be fair. They were kind of toxic. That was a weird relationship at that moment. Like, she'd be posting all these pictures of her and the girls having fun on the weekend, pictures of a bouquet that she got, loads of first traps. So yeah, I don't think that same guy that would let his wife do that would be the person stepping up and saying, you can't go see Usher. No way.
Afraid what? He's gonna call her up on stage?
Just all of it. No, we're not going. A, we're not getting front row to Usher. I'm not sitting through that bullshit. B,
those are
expensive. You've seen
tickets.
the videos. Like you're just gonna hump your face. Like we're not doing that.
Yeah.
No, you're not going.
Here's what I would do.
Yeah, exactly, Coiler. He put on his wife bodysuit. He ain't doing nothing. Exactly.
Kids, bro.
I mean, you guys are married. It's different. For me, it's I'm seeing what she does. If she does it, it's a
great litmus test. You're
done.
right.
That's the test.
Me too. I agree.
But she'll be laying down like this with Chris Brown on top of her. That'd be okay?
Wait,
because that's his show. She'll be laying down on that couch like that.
No, that's my
setup for you.
I don't know. I know I'm going on about it so much, but I just find it hilarious how Chin has so many opinions and he has no girl. I don't know. This makes me just laugh so much. He has so many opinions on this. Like he has such a strict like framework, and it's like, brother, you should be the most flexible. You have zero bitches. You should be the most malleable, the most flexible, to give you the most opportunity so you can also get some cheeks. But Chin's out here with these like hard lines. Like, brother, hard line for what? There's no one around to hardline. There's no one to draw. There's no one. Who you drawing the line in front of? Then they don't exist. It's so fucking funny. I would never. She can't. Like what, bro?
Yeah,
that's my test for her. If she goes on stage, know what's going to happen.
But Nick, is your girl into Chris Brown? No, right? Who's she into? Who? This isn't.
I mean, probably if she came to my stand-up.
She's seen you.
You know what I'm saying? On stage, I'm sexy the way I move.
She's never been dry or B.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
It's probably like a Chris Hemsworth type of guy.
But what I'm saying, you have to be music, dude. Don't give me a fucking actor. Like that's because there's not even an opportunity.
There's no jacked. She likes jacked dudes.
All right, let me ask you.
I can't think of a jacked.
So she comes to you and says, she's crying. She goes, "I love you so much. I got drunk on that at the party."
I'm getting nervous with this question.
Chris Hemsworth was there, and I
sucked him off.
I fooled around with him. That's all she's gonna say. Don't say something.
Done.
Now hold on, dude. Hold on, dude. It's Chris Hemsworth, and she's like, I got carried away. He's so gorgeous, and we all have a hall pass. Like, what are you doing?
Here's my only way it's okay. Yeah. If somehow she has access to Ana de Armas, and then she goes, you could do that to make it even.
All right.
Otherwise,
so there is a scenario. I'm saying.
I feel like your relationship's fucked if you go down that route.
Yeah, then you become swingers, and
You're fucked.
Yeah.
You're just not gonna start from a good place. Like,
All right. How about
I let her fuck Chris Hemsworth, so she let me fuck this insert chick.
Iggy Pop.
Yeah, I'm just done. I think I'm out.
You're both gonna do them. Like, you should probably go our separate ways, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that is a bad.
Yeah, but if it's Ronaldo,
No.
No,
I don't even like the sport.
Yeah, no, that's.
I don't even respect what he does.
Like, does he buy shorts that are too small? I don't know, because he just pulled his shorts down, it made me look at him like, why is there, do you think he buys shorts too small to like show off his legs or something? Like, why is there so much skin? Like, how tiny, are these like pants? Are these caleçons or something? Like, why is there so much
That is a
thigh?
pants, yeah.
Like,
but if it's
there's
Ronaldo,
so much on display. What's going on here?
Ronaldo? No.
Like,
no,
I can literally about to see his art. Like, you could look at that sliver covering his balls. Like, how small are these shorts? Oh my god, brother, man! Like, god damn! Like, are these like thongs? Like, what the fuck? How small are these shorts? Do you think he's buying like extra small shorts? Is he like XL and he's buying like medium shorts? Like, because they look tiny, innit? Like, there's so much. I don't know why. It just made me feel, because he kept pulling them down, fidgeting them. It made me feel like, why is there so much inner thigh meat? There's so much inner thigh meat on display. How small are these shorts? Like, his whole nutsack is just there, ready to explode on either side of that little sliver right there. If any more, you could probably see his asshole. Like, Brendan, man, like, I don't know, buy shorts that fit or something. Like, god damn. They look at this. I don't know, because I know in England, right, in Essex, or the like Chads or Chavs here, right, Essex man, I don't know, small shorts, right? Small shorts. It's a thing here in the UK. You know about this, right? Let's see if I can see this. It's like a trend in the UK with like, yeah, this is a trend here. You know about this, right? Guys here in the UK will wear like very small shorts on purpose. It's like a thing. It's like a bit of a style. It's like an Essex Chad thing. So I wonder if he's doing the same thing. Is Brendan just wearing that? Is Brendan just wearing like really small shorts? Is that what's going on right now? Like Joey Essex style? Like tiny, like that? Yeah, that's what Brendan's got on right now, right? He's got these proper small shorts on. Like, it's like, why the fuck am I seeing so much of his fucking leg meat, you know? I'm seeing so much of his fucking leg meat. I think that's what, yeah, Brendan has these on. He's got the Cristiano Ronaldo's on, isn't it? I think so. I think there's something going on. I was like, why is your so much leg showing? Ugh.
I don't even like the sport.
Yeah, no, that's.
I don't even respect what he does.
Oh, really?
Riley, but see, Riley Green's not doing that. He's not face fucking people on stage.
That's right.
There's not a lot of
jacked singers.
So if you're going to Usher or Chris Brown, this should
What's
be your
your
first
take?
sign. Your girl might be a hoe.
Or she just likes.
No, she's a hoe because it's very the marketing's
Chris
out,
Brown,
dude.
bro.
Chris Brown is
Brian's
Usher.
Brian's like, I spent good money on these
Yeah,
things.
he's like, we're going in September.
Chris
dude.
Brown's a great singer dancer. Don't if your girl's just out there and she's like in the front row and she's like,
No, you're
What do
such
you
a
do in that
cuck,
situation?
dude.
Flip,
What?
reverse. You asked me. Reverse on you. What do you do?
I'm probably in a situation, if she comes to me as in a human moment and says, I fucked up.
That's where somebody that cheats a lot, isn't it? That's where someone that cheats a lot. I fucked up. That's something that he would have. That's Brian's talking in a way that he would have preferred his first wife to respond after he confessed of his adulteress of his adultery. That's what he's saying, right? He's speaking for himself.
I'm not a big fan of myself, so I'd be like, you chose Chris Hemsworth over me for a moment. I don't know that I would be, I don't know that I'd be like, I'd be probably really pissed, but understanding. I don't know if it would, could I get over it?
What if she was like, you know, things got messed up and we hooked up, but he said False Gods was a great special.
I'd be like, you know what? He's a good guy, and I get it. But she'd have to say this. She'd have to say this. She had to be like, okay, bad news.
He wasn't a man.
Bad news.
guy.
I fucked Chris Hemsworth. But here's the good news. His cock is smaller than yours. Yeah. I'd be like, I win. Then I win.
But if your girl's like, babe, I'm getting front row tickets to Chris Brown, I'm like, no, you're not.
Jesus, dude. I didn't know you ran your house like that, bro.
Oh yeah, no, you're not.
Bro, but there.
No, you're not.
There's not a scenario in the world where Brendan is ever telling Slojo what to do. I don't see that. I don't see that he tells her to do anything. I don't see it. I don't see it the slightest. No way. I think weirdly, although it doesn't look like it, I think she definitely runs the house.
You're not.
That's
you,
also
you,
just
you know that meme. No, you're not.
B, she won him. She won him in a fucking thing.
Nah, give him to your friend.
But,
if your wife's like, "Hey, I'm getting all the girls together. We're going front row to Usher in Vegas," like, no, you're not.
What?
That's basically the same
Can
thing
she
as
sit in
saying
the
like me
second
and the
row,
girls
Bob?
are gonna go see strippers.
So wait, can she?
Yeah, I'd be like, okay, cool. Are you cool?
Wasn't there that clip of her in the club in Vegas, like twerking and shit? Remember that? Do you remember that? I remember. I seem to remember there was a clip somebody shared on the Reddit when she used to go to Vegas. There was a clip of her and her friend like twerking and shit and having a So she can go to Vegas and twerk in the club with her friends, but she can't go see Usher.
With me if I go to the strip club? Same thing.
What if it's second row?
You gotta question him. Like, I just like his music. No, you don't. You like it because you see all the fucking highlights of him.
Oh, well, Coiler, BGO, BGO, Brendan got in trouble for nutting in his... Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll watch that next. We'll go on BGO next. We'll do BGO next.
Face fucking everybody. That's
Yeah,
why
Coiler,
you're so
BGO
adamant
next.
to go.
Question for you guys. This is
I didn't know
we
you were
brought
that
up the strip club
possessive, Bob.
If your girl was like, I'm going to this my friend's getting married, we're gonna go to Thunder Down Under, it's the bachelorette party.
No, you're not.
It's gonna be a fun thing. It's silly with the girls, they put their dick in your face and it's like
Yeah, Casual, does anyone know the point of that big idiot wearing a leotard? What was that about? It's just one of those TikTok trends, isn't it? It's one of those TikTok couple trend things. They're very late, obviously, on jumping on the bandwagon, but it's one of those TikTok couple. They do it for like, have you not seen those TikTok couple trends where they do that thing where they're both in front of a mirror, like doing their thing, like dancing left to right, and then something happens, like a little sudden cut, and then they're both wearing each other's outfits, like whatever the guy usually wears and what the girl usually wears. You just for like a night out. It's like a little kind of fun thing to do. Oh, look, we're being silly. We're couples and we're dressing alike. We're just how, whatever. That's what basically they're trying to do. But that one was just weird. Like, it didn't really make much sense. I don't really get the point of it. It's just a strange one. But yeah, I guess it's, and they're also trying to. Are they trying to get famous on social? Maybe they are. Maybe there's an angle they're trying to go for, like the fact, because that makes a lot of money. That whole like family channel angle thing makes a lot of money. So maybe there's a aspect of them where they're trying to see if that happens to them. See if it pops off. Like someone might reach out and be like, "Hey man, you guys are a cute couple. Oh my god." I don't know. But she lately has been doing a lot more couple, and he's enjoying it too. He acts like he goes on Gold now, acts like he doesn't enjoy it, but I think Brennan enjoys doing it. Because he definitely does enjoy doing it. So I think they may be trying to look for an angle of like, hey, maybe someone's gonna come along and like give them a little sponsorship for the couple thing. But there's no sense to make of it. It's just one of those trends people do on TikTok as a couples. It was horrifying to watch though, because Brendan's got like a little a tone of him where it looks like he doesn't really shower. That's the thing that was really disturbing about it. He's got like a skin tone where it doesn't look like he showers or scrubs himself well. There's like he looked like he had like a layer of dirt on him, like he was playing in the dust or I don't know. He just looked a little bit dirty. That's what kind of was off-putting about the leotard, because he's not fat anymore, right? So he didn't look bad, like aesthetically on the leotard. But he just had like a bit of a patina, a tint of some, there was some, like he needed a bit of a scrub. I don't know. Maybe just me. I was looking too deeply. But he just looked a little bit dirty, personally.
Are you saying yes that it's
just
okay?
So you know, I was in Vegas. I run into a bunch of girls. One girl was on my show. A bunch of girls who were, I think they're on a Bachelor, but I knew 3 of them. They were actresses. I was on a show with one of them. And the other 2 were pretty well known. They were actresses, and they were like Hollywood girls. And they said,
all these stories are all false, all make believe, all made up.
I said, "What'd you guys do last night?" And they go, "We went to Chippendales, and we were all set to make fun of those guys. And they were the hottest guys we've ever seen in our lives."
Yeah.
And they said, and the way they danced, and we're like, we went from being silly to being like, oh my fucking God, they're hot. Sure. And I remember I clocked that and I went, wow. And then I used to do jiu-jitsu with a Chippendales guy in New York. And he said to me, and he was,
I don't know why I imagine you rolling with him in his underwear and a tie.
I was hoping to, but he was a stud. And I remember I said, what's that like? And he goes, well, I always tell my friends that women are bigger whores than men, including married women, but they never believe me. But then my friend came along and saw what happens. And he goes, when I would get off stage, me and my boys, and they were all, you have to see this guy, all studs.
I don't know. We can all be freaked out, right? I know. We can all be freaked out. I have my freaked out moments. We can all be freaked out, lads. I just hope when I'm 60, I don't talk like this. You know? I don't know. I know men, we all have fucking boners. It's hard to get rid of them. We can all have our freak. I really do hope when I'm 60, I really hope when I'm 60, I don't talk like this. I really hope when I'm 60, if I'm still streaming at 60 years old, I'm hoping I'm not sat here talking like this. Oh yeah, this one guy who's like yeah, this stripper guy who's like, what? What is this conversation? You're 60 years old. You've got 2 families. You've got 4 kids. A white, like, what? What are you talking about right now? What is this conversation? Like, it's almost like the conversation he's trying to have, trying to impress like his son's friends or something. Like, what are you like? Have some respect, you know? Like, ew. Like, what are you doing? You're 60 years old.
He
Probably
goes,
yoked and tan, and
he played like minor league baseball. He's just a stud. He was Dominican.
Yeah, good looking dude.
Yeah. And he said, but he could dance. He goes, the thing is, we can dance, we can move. And he said, and they're drunk and they're with their friends.
Oof.
So when I tell you they'll suck your dick, like they'll suck your dick right there. And I'm talking about.
Looking at your quiz, they'll suck your dick. Like, okay, what do you want me to do? Get am I? Do you want to suck mine or something? He's looking at them. Hey, should I show you how they're gonna suck your dick? Should I show you how they'll suck your dick? Because he showed me. Let me show you what he showed me. Hey, Brendan, let me show you what he showed me when it comes to sucking dick. Let me show you. Nick, let me show you what he showed me. Oh my God. This is freak that talk, bro. Being around other men talking like this is crazy. Let me show you how it went. Let me show how it happens. Let me give you a little rundown of what goes on, all right? And he's with his chipping. He knows way too much, man. He knows way too much. Oh,
holding your dick with a ring on.
Oh.
And I was like, oh. And he goes, but you don't understand. Like, once one of them does it, it becomes a fucking free for all.
I could see Brendan's internals die.
And he said every man doesn't want to know. No
man
man really wants to know that, but every man needs to know that they're married to a girl who, under those circumstances, will do it. And I
what? Brian's too freaked. Like, what? Not everyone's girl's like that. Brian thinks everyone's girl's like, is like those, you know, Brian thinks. Brian's got this image. You know those women that go to those like dessert shops where like the guys are like sexually suggestive. You know what I'm talking about? We've got some of them in London. You know those type of dessert shops where they have like lollipops in the shape of penises, and the guys are like, you know what I'm talking about? I think he thinks all women are like that. Like they like going to those type of places where they can suck on a banana sundae thing that like spurts out white cream. You know, that type of shit. Like, I think Brian thinks that all women are like that. That's what he thinks. He thinks all women like to go to those like sexy cafes or something. Like, I don't think that's the case, bro. I don't think all women are into that sort of stuff, but hey.
never forgot. I was like,
what do I know?
So what's the answer to that now? Knowing all that now.
I don't try to control anybody's behavior. I would never try to control. I like
spoken like a true cheater.
You either trust your wife or you don't, and you either are hung up on that shit or you're not. You're either in a situation where you think you can. Controlling someone's behavior doesn't change their behavior.
Sure,
it just suppresses it. Mm-hmm. So I'm not. I don't play that game. Yeah, you want to go see that? You do that.
You would hope your mother of whatever 3 kids would be like, I probably should go front row to Chris Brown.
Yeah,
you would hope,
or they do, and they can handle it.
Yeah.
But the idea that your girl's never going to look at another man and be like, is
unrealistic.
Yeah.
I think it'd be worse to see your girl end up on, because there's all those guys in Austin who are like good looking dudes and they wear the meta glasses and walk up to girls and talk to them in public. That would be way more embarrassing.
I haven't seen that.
It's dudes, they walk up to girls as they just like.
I could see Slow Joe getting caught out on one of those ones. Easy.
good-looking dudes are spitting game to girls in public, and all the time they're like, I have a boyfriend, and then like later on they'll be like, but I didn't say we can't be friends. You know, like that would be crazy to see.
I don't like that sort of
pick up shit.
I don't like the way they trap girls like that.
Mm-hmm. Because it's on camera, innit? Brian doesn't like stuff on camera. He wants stuff that behind closed doors.
Because you're just talking on the street. You say a lot of shit you don't mean.
Yeah, a girl could just be friendly and not try to.
Yeah, she's not flirting.
Those meta glasses, that's no joke, man.
I actually hate those meta glasses. People trying to trap people into it's like in conversation, like get them for content.
Is that legal?
I'm always cautious.
Technically, yeah.
Technically,
you both, if you're in public space, there's no.
Yeah, but I'm always
right
a little
to not
cautious.
film.
Like, there's some baseball dads that wear their meta glasses, and like we'll be talking, shit about the kids or a team, and I'm like,
take the fucking.
When I see glasses, I walk through, I'm like, God, I wonder if he's recording.
I'm sure he is.
So Brendan has a problem with fellow baseball dads wearing meta glasses, so they can record their kids playing baseball. But he has no problem with him and his wife posting their really cringy clips of them celebrating and jumping all over the side of the plate. Like, what? Surely they're both the same things. No? They make Tigers baseball games all about themselves in a weird way on their social media, right? They make it all about themselves, taking literal clips of themselves jumping up and down when he hits a home run or whatever else it may be. But he has a problem with the dads wearing the glasses to record their children. Makes sense.
Yeah, don't talk to those people.
Doing,
like, turn the glasses off.
Well, he's a good dude. He's really good, but I'm just like, man, you're just gonna rock those meta glasses. I know.
Better to just.
Anyway, you get the point of it. 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 Chin's out here, having a really long list of things that he would allow his girl to do and not do whilst having 0 girls, which I find hilarious. Brendan's out here saying that he thinks he has an opinion or a point of he would have his place to tell his girl Slow Joe that she can't go to a Usher or Chris Brown concert, which I don't think is true. I think Slow Joe wears the trousers. And Brian revealing that, he's very loose and fast with this type of thing. He doesn't mind, He's very open. He's all about hall passes and Chippendale dancers and this and that. Brian's all over the place. Because Brian has never turned off. He's always on. He's always ready. Brian's ready to go at all times. Brian's ready to go at all fucking times. Cool. Let's get into BGL. Let's do a bit of BGL. BGL, aka Mark Harley, sat down with Revenge of the Sis. I haven't checked out Revenge of the Sis in time. I used to watch them quite regularly. Was it during the pandemic, COVID, when they blew up? Was it during COVID when they blew up? People, do you remember? Was it COVID? Maybe it was COVID. There was a period in time where fucking actually, let me get rid of this because it's scaring my nerves again. There was a period in time where fucking Revenge of the Sis were really popular. But I don't think they're as popular anymore. But there was a period of time when they were super popular.
Brian doesn't close like Shen.
Big up, casual. Exactly. Brian never closes. Brian's always fucking ready. Brian reminds me of that friend that I keep speaking about. This friend from my area who I bumped into one time out and about, and he kind of got on my nerves because I was trying to have a conversation with him, but he just kept on looking. Any girl, any woman, any living, breathing creature, any living, breathing woman of age that had her limbs, he was looking. Like, he was like every 2 seconds. It was kind of making me dizzy because I was trying to have a conversation with him, but every time he was like looking. Oh, do you see that? I was like, no, I didn't see it. I'm sorry. I can't keep my eye open for Nyash at all points. Like, my neck is fucking hurting. So Brian reminds you a lot of that guy. That inability to turn it off. Like, he's always on, always ready, always on, always ready, always on. Which is his own type of hell, I'd imagine. But anyway, long story less long. Revenge of the Sis, I used to watch them quite a lot during the pandemic. Then I stopped watching them. They just got a little bit annoying, to be fair. I think when all the MAGA stuff happened, I was just a bit bored of that. But since then, they've kind of gone weird direction, in it. Mersh has kind of turned into a bit of a lolcow, but now he's kind of recovered, right? He's not a lolcow anymore, I don't think. He's kind of defeated that lolcow status a little bit because of some Ethan Ralph drama. I don't really know. Don't hold me to it. The other guy, I forgot his fucking name. He's now become like a bodybuilder type of thing with his wife. But I remember they had some scandal because they were involved in something like Was it polyamory? They're involved in something cucky. I forgot what it was, or maybe swinger type of thing. I don't know. So they've kind of gone down a weird path. I think somebody said, like, do you remember the whole thing about them being banned on Rumble? Like, I remember the last thing I remember hearing about Rangers Assist is that they had this whole narrative that they was doing where they were like, oh, we got demonetized from YouTube, so support us on Rumble. But allegedly, they didn't actually get demonetized from YouTube. They just wanted their fans to think that so that they could support them on Rumble. I don't know if that's true. Don't hold me to it. But that's what I've heard from Rangers. So I haven't really heard about them in a long time. But yeah, they're still out there doing their thing. So big ups to them for still being out there doing their thing. And they sat down with BGL to talk about Brendan, which is interesting because I don't really think... No, actually they do. They do mention Brendan quite sometimes here and there. I do see some clips of them talking about Brendan. But I did think this kind of came out. No, it kind of felt a bit random. But regardless, they sat down with BGL for an interview. So let's check out a bit of it. We'll do like 20 minutes of it and then we'll jump on some other videos and we'll come back and forth and stuff until we finish it. But this is interview courtesy of Avenger Assist. Interview with the big great lion, Mark Harley. Let's play it. Let's play it.
This gentleman being the producer for Brendan Schaub and his various podcast stuff. Now, you may know him as the buff guy who's in literally every...
Oh, what, Josie? Mush owes the IRS 100K. Oh my... How's he not in prison? Don't you go to prison for the IRS if you owe that much? 100... He owes him 100K. Is he on like a payment plan or something? 100K. How is that even possible? How do you get to own that much? Fuck. Doesn't that hurt your ability to get credit and shit? Like, or does that really? Wouldn't that negatively impact your life? I don't think I'll be able to operate normally and like live and breathe and walk around and shit, knowing that's above my head, man. 100K. God almighty.
Every fucking commercial that I see now.
I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello, Mark Harley.
Oh shit, that's a lot of weight in it. Is he on that redder? Huh? Is BJ on that redder? Or just carve his beard? Looks like he lost a lot of weight in it. Is he on that redder? Is he on that Zempi? Is BJ on that fucking Zempi? Looks like he lost a lot of weight in his face. Rotted.
Appreciate you coming on, dude. I really do.
Yeah, of course. Great to be here.
This is awesome, man. I mean,
yeah, I don't know how he's paying it back. I had the same thought. I'm guessing he didn't pay the fines and interest. Like, fuck, 100,000 is crazy. Fucking hell. How's he not? Like, how much do you have to owe the IRS before your fucking freedom is threatened? Before your freedom is under attack? In the words of fucking in the words of the quartering.
We've been covering that. We stopped covering Brendan for a little while because, you know, after a while it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. But we started
too depressing.
Big up Pity. I almost sent 200K. How'd that happen, Pity K? How did you end up owing 200K? How does it get to that much? Is it what Josie said about the interest racking up over time, or did you just not pay? How did you get to 200K? How does it get there? How does it get there? How does it get there? How does it get to that figure?
Yeah, it's sad. It's like just sad.
The show is just sad now.
Yeah, it's just like
everyone's sad.
Everything's a cope and like just anger.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, and I can see that perspective because even his toughest critics, you're like, because you're still detached somewhat from it, right? You don't know him personally. I have this I'm in a war with him. You know, like he's tried to personally, you know, do a lot of things to me. I'm like, oh, I'm not the kind of guy that just lets that shit go. You make some jokes about me, like any of these channels that make fun of me while I'm with Brendan Schaub. I'm like, look, I don't give a fuck about that, right? Like, if you try to actually smear me and cause me...
Oh, okay, I see that happens. Big up PTK. I didn't pay all my poker tournament winnings for years. That makes sense. Then they backdate it. Yeah, that makes sense. Easy. That makes sense how that happens so easily. That makes complete sense how that money can go up in it so quickly. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just thinking in my head, like, having 100K as something that you owe, a debt, as a negative, having to work back from it, god damn, that's gonna take a long ass time. That's gonna take a long ass fuck. But then on the flip side, if you're in the poker thing, you may think to yourself, you know what, one hand and I win it. You know what I mean? I clear it. That's the toxic side of that world. But big up TK. That's the really toxic side of that world. Like, you owe it, but you think to yourself, you know what? All it takes is one moment, one bit of luck, and I'm back up. You know what I mean? I'm back up again.
Reputational harm, like, you think I'm gonna fucking not go to the grave trying to murder you metaphorically?
Metaphorically, of course.
Jesus Christ.
So, but if I was in your perspective, looking at
Jesus Christ, BGL. He's got an open court case with Brendan and he's talking about murdering. Metaphorically, of course, but you shouldn't even say that word. But pick up BGL. You know, if I'm gonna murder you, like, bro, I don't know, man. Maybe let's use a different word, different adjective, please.
It's like it's starting to get to that territory where it's like, we kind of did it, didn't we?
Yeah.
Are we kicking a guy while he's down now, or?
I mean, to be fair, I always felt like it was kicking a guy who had downs, but whatever. That's the way I felt. That's
part of his charm. Like, I was talking to a guy last night. I go, part of the things when I met him, I knew nothing about Brendan Schaub, so like, because you feel foolish afterwards. Like, how did I not see this? But I go, I was introduced to him by Chappelle AC. He seemed kind of quiet and humble and like not that smart, and they were looking for guidance in the weight room. So I'm like, sure, I'd love to help you guys. I didn't realize this was, I didn't realize, first of all, that before I'd even met him, he was like shitting on my physique and saying, oh, he only has a six-pack because of steroids. And he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, I was introduced to him neutrally. I didn't really know that he kind of had like a pre-existing obsession with my body, which is weird. But,
well, it's not that weird. He,
pre-existing obsession with my body is a really funny line.
Oh, so you guys were like started off kind of at the same gym, and I guess he saw you and was probably like, yeah, fuck that guy.
What's funny is in this lawsuit, which again, I kind of figured I'd send stuff over as it needed to be, like proven, but I'm happy to send this over in the law, like the first line of the lawsuit, because I'm going through it. I'm like, you realize every single thing about this document is false from the very first sentence, which is, I first met Mark Harley when he was a trainer at Zoo Culture. And I'm like, I'm sorry, when was I a trainer at Zoo Culture? That doesn't exist. You shouldn't put that in a legal document, because you can subpoena Bradley Barton and be like, did you ever employ Mark Harley? Are there any clients that Mark ever trained at Zoo Culture? Because if not, you're just lying, and it's off to the races from there. But
so what's the lawsuit about specifically?
The lawsuit is about
is this what's happening with his camera? Is it the webcam, or has he got the tracking? He just had to turn it off. What's going on right now with his webcam? Because it seems like it's bothering me and it's bothering him. What's going on with his camera on his laptop, on his phone? Does he not know how to turn off the tracking? Or is the hinge of the laptop like a bit loose, so it keeps falling? What's going on right now? Can people figure it out? What's happening? Is the hinge a bit wonky and a bit loose? Is the tracking on? Like, there's something happening. It's kind of affected me as well, because he keeps fidgeting with the camera and the framing and shit. I don't know what's going on here. 80, any second now, Mersh will look at Royce and whisper copyright strike. Really? For what reason though? Why copyright strike? As they're talking.
The labor board lawsuit, so it's very specific to unpaid wages, unpaid overtime, penalties for meal breaks, pay stubs.
By the way, I've always wondered, people that watch Merch, if you watch Merch here, people in the stream chat, if you watch Merch, why does he sit like this? Has he got like scoliosis or something? He's always like, that's what I remember from his Nightwave radio stuff. Why does he always sit like that? Is he got scoliosis? Is there something wrong with his back? Let me know in the stream chat. Is there something wrong with Merch's back? I remember this pose. He kind of does that like, with a cigarette. He's always like weirdly sat. What's wrong with his back? Is he like, has he got like hemorrhoids or something? Like, what going on for him? Why is he always sat like that? I feel like he's kind of arching his back and like bending forward and weirdly looking up. I don't know what's happening there.
These formalities of how you run a business, which of course Brendan doesn't do anything properly. I mean, from severance pay to like hours to salarying me. It's like he treated me like a salaried employee, meaning, I have part of this evidence of.
I was about to say, do you guys have any idea why he's talking about what he's talking about now? I love BGO, but do you guys have any idea why he's talking about what he's talking about right now? Do you guys have any idea why he's talking about this? Do you have any idea? I bet without rewinding, can you guess why BGO is talking about what he's talking about right now? Can you guess why he's just like gone onto this like tangent about Brendan paying him and shit? What can you guess? Okay. Someone's paying attention. Big up Lincoln, you're paying attention. Big up, you're paying attention. Oh, big up Ashley Cummings. Well gone. Yeah, apologies. I was meant to appear on the show, you know, life got in the way. Big up Ashley Cummings though. Big up Ashley Cummings. Big up Warren. Thank you. I'm a bit mystified by all of this. BJ's head looks like it shrunk. No, I think he's on Ozempic. I think he's on some type of retro or something, just to kind of lean him out, which I understand, isn't it? It is what it is. He's in Hollywood, isn't it? He's in Hollywood. He's in commercials. I get it, man. I get it.
It's like he was in contact with me at all hours of the day, asking me to do work stuff, you know, whether it's checking his Instagram or, you know, he's just, his wife has just discovered that he busted a load in his underwear while doing his laundry, and I have to come up with some scientific based excuse of, you know, why he busting it out.
It was his new. It was his
Listen,
new.
we
do very
creative-
intense training.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we do.
What the fuck? He bust a load in his underwear, and BJ had to make an excuse up for him so that he could tell Slojo. What the is this to do with happy endings or something? Huh? Also, like, why does she have to know anyway? Why just go home and wash your trousers? I don't understand. Like, huh? Yeah, I don't know. This is the thing. I like BGO, right? I got a lot of time for him because he's a fucking psycho, right? And I'm a fucking psycho. I love psycho energy. You know, he likes the baggies and shit. So we got, you know, we share a lot of common interest there, right? And I'm sure BGO's good. Let's be fair, right? BGO would be a dream line rotation person, right? I think most people like to party wouldn't mind doing a couple of bumps with BGO. Let's be honest. He's a fucking psycho, I know it, but he'd be fun to do some bumps with. But he has to take some personal responsibility for the stuff happened with Brendan. Because he said in the beginning, oh, I didn't know who Brendan was before. I got recommended to Brendan through Chappelle Lacey. They were asking me about gym help, and I thought, yeah, I don't mind helping. Why not? It seemed cool. But how do you go from not knowing who someone is and then being willing to step in and help them out to explain to their wife why they've got cum stains on their jeans? That's not normal. Like, you don't go, you know what I mean? You don't go from not knowing somebody to suddenly wanting to like play defense for them, for their wife. Like, huh? You don't, like, I don't know. And how much is he pay? I don't know. Is it like, I would have quit, like, get another job? Like, is that really that? I don't know. It's a content person you're working with, and now suddenly, like, I don't, that doesn't make no sense to me. I think, you know what I mean? But then again, to be fair to BGO, he was probably going through a time where his career maybe wasn't on the up and up. He saw Brett, because that's the thing, we always forget that Brendan, even though we think he's a bozo, right? Because he is. If you're in Hollywood and entertainment industry, Brendan at that time when BGO was first in touch with him, he was still in Rogan's good graces. So a lot of people were still kind of like, what's that thing called? What's that word called? A lot of people were still tolerating Brendan simply because of his proximity to Joe Rogan. And it did help a lot of people. A lot of comedians got a lot of their kind of introduction to Rogan because of being friends with Brendan. So I can kind of see why he kind of maybe let some things go by, you know, slide by or whatever. But I don't know. I don't think if I just met somebody who I didn't know, I could then suddenly start to be their, like, you know, their keeper of secret. I don't know. It's just a bit too much. It's a bit excessive. I think he needs to take a responsibility for, like, you know, being a little bit too involved as well. Like, why are you making up excuses about the cum stains? Like, what's that got to do with you?
Very intense training, and sometimes you come.
Literally on that level of like kind of, you know. But I said HCG, if you know about, like, you know.
Yeah.
Here, right. So, tell her you just took HCG to restart your HPTA after you did a cycle of testosterone, and it's, your nuts are overproducing sperm, and you bust in your pants, and it's really embarrassing, and that's why I didn't mention it first. You know, while you were texting me to figure out what the fuck to say. But you know, so Like, I'm his, in that regards, I'm his fixer, right? Yeah. He's coming to me with emergency. He's like, I just got caught cheating. What the fuck do I do? I'm like, try this, and it would work.
And then she's like, okay, but why would the HCG put glitter on his crotch? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense to me. Okay.
Yeah, that is a question that Joanna would ask. I was about to be like, anything you're asking is going to be too smart for Joanna to ask.
Wait, and he spent $1,200 for this HCG at a place called Spearmint Rhino? Is that a supplement store?
Yeah, they sell peptides there. They sell peptides there. It's totally legit.
This camera's kicking his ass, isn't it? This webcam is kicking BJ's ass. It's zooming in, it's zooming out, it's panning up, it's panning. I think he's just got the tracking. He doesn't have to turn off the tracking, I think. But this webcam is kicking his ass.
And yeah, again, I didn't know about his rub and tug fascination either, like until watching like other episodes where people made a highlight of like, you bring up getting your dick jerked off at these places quite a bit, or the concept of like rub and tugs a lot. And then I remember one day I'm planning to work, thinking I'm gonna be late. I'm like, oh fuck, I'm like, oh shit, I'm behind Brendan on the freeway. I better like get in as quickly as possible, you know, before 9 a.m. for the Schaub show. And I see him like pull off the freeway to the Boy Studios, and then he gets back on the freeway. I'm like, I go in the studio. We're all waiting around for like 90 minutes. And a few days before, he had been like, oh, my buddy told me there's this like great rub and tug like that. You know, he just pointed generally like, oh, west. Okay, so it's in this direction. You know, that's where you headed. And then you came back and did not acknowledge anything was wrong. Like normally he'd be like, oh, sorry, I had to be on my phone with my agent. You know, I'm a little late. He just comes in like, hey, what's up, guys? Like, nothing. What's up with you? 90 minutes late, no explanation.
Yeah, but he's like totally relaxed. He's totally
He's very relaxed about this. You know, stress.
He likes to blame comedy for everything, but he doesn't really speak too much about the rub and tug thing, innit? He likes to blame comedy for all these ills. Comedy was the reason why he was cheating. Comedy was the reason why he was drinking, right? I quit stand-up comedy. I'm a beast of a dad. But it's like, what was the rub and tug things about then? What was that all about? Because that was during a period of time where he was doing stand-up, innit? He was doing stand-up. He was still on Showtime. What the fuck was the rub and tug thing? It was just like pure freaked out energy. Just, you know, wanting to have a tug. Like, what was that all about? Like that really is a... When you think of back to that time, what was that period where he was just like going there all the time? And he was on that... Was it? He was on some site, right? Remember he mentioned some site he used to use. It was like a Google Maps of like rub and tug places in LA. Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. How balls deep he was into that fucking thing. Pun intended.
Stress at all? No panic that you're so late and I saw you pull back onto the freeway?
I would have told him there's this great rub and tug there. It's called the Massage Envy. Go in there. They just really aggressively ask them for one.
Yeah, just put their hand on it.
Yeah, seriously.
I love that.
Yeah, so that was a thing, you know?
Yeah.
That I witnessed. Because I repeating stuff where it's like, yeah, I get there's this general idea, but I'm like, it's nice when I get to chime in and go, so I did see that firsthand. So I feel a little bit more comfortable, you know.
What do you see firsthand? What did he see? Did he see Brendan getting like milked? Or what does he mean? He saw, what did you see firsthand, sir?
Yeah.
They're terrifying to it.
Yeah, so it happened. Look, man, the thing, I think what gave him a lot of credibility, I would say, and we talked about it, is obviously he's in the Rogan sphere, right? So when you're in that sphere, that does kind of lend some sort of like secondhand well, you know, if Rogan's cool with him, you know, and
is Mersh awake? I don't think I've heard Mersh. Is Mersh awake? I don't think I've heard Mersh's voice. Is Mersh there? Is he awake? Is he alright? Yeah, you know, I'm just trying to, you know, yeah, you know, I'm just, yeah, my cat. I'm just trying to the BMW. I'm just, yeah. What? Where the fuck is Mersh? Is Mersh awake? Hello.
I get that, but you know, he is his. I mean, you would know better than anybody. But he's his own.
Mersh is doing a me. Mersh is doing a me after a heavy squat day. Mersh is doing a me after a heavy squat day, mate.
Worst enemy, man. He does it to himself.
Like no one I've ever seen. Like no one I've ever seen. Because it's such high stakes things too. Like he's done it with there's a number of things. Like, are you aware of the CBD lawsuit that he's in right now?
Oh, we covered a little bit of that, but we know kind of cursory about that. Yeah, about somebody that paid him to promote something, or it was his CBD product, right? Something like that.
Yeah, and well, he had a stake. He had an ownership stake in this, and I'm just saying this because when I first met him, he was like, within like a month of meeting him.
Oh yeah, do you remember that law? Oh, I remember. Yeah, that's what used to take piss out of him. Wasn't there a law of like Revenge of the Sis where Mersh was staying in Royce's house, sleeping on the couch? Was that a thing? Remember? So now are they in the same room? They're in the same studio. Do you remember? Or is that still the same thing? There was like a period of time where like they were like living in the same like. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't Mersh sleeping on Royce's couch or something? And they were streaming. I remember there was a thing about it. I remember there was a fucking thing about it. But I guess now, having seen them mouth the fucking thing, they're clearly in the same room. But also, like, are they not listening to what he's saying? They're having their own little side conversation. It's fucking. They didn't ask him the question about the fucking. Didn't they ask him the question about the fucking CBD thing? Then they suddenly started talking about the fucking copyright strike.
And well, he had an ownership stake in this, and I'm just saying this because when I first met him, he was like within like a month.
So Mersh barely talks, but he only mentions something when it affects their money, innit? Classic Mersh, innit? Classic Mersh. Mersh is not really talking that much, but when something affects the ability to whatever earn some shekels, suddenly he kind of pipes up. We're getting demonetized. Okay, whatever.
Meeting him, I remember him bringing this up at Zoo Culture, kind of like I come to lift one day, and he's like, "Man, I'm like dealing with this thing right now that's like," and then he painted a narrative.
Okay, cool. He moved out a couple years ago, got an apartment. Okay, cool. Not the couch, but a spare room. Yeah, okay, cool. Fine. Okay, there we go. I remember that was one of the bits of the law.
Of being defrauded by the owner, by which he's like, these checks were coming in on a regular basis of a certain amount, and then after a certain time, they started to dwindle. And I'm kind of like, what's going into it? And he made it seem like, my...
Mersh has a girlfriend. Fair play, man, really. Fuck, okay, fair play to him. Fair play to him. Big up. Mersh thinks he's hot shit. He lives in a duplex down the street from a water treatment center. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Mersh thinks, yeah. There's I don't know what that... It's like a very... Is that like an Opie and Anthony thing? Like, what is that personality, by the way? What is that? I know he used to be like a strip club DJ, but what is that personality of the guy like chain smokes while they're podcasting, talks about, always talking about like, I don't know, girls they fucked in the past on pods and stuff. What's that person? Is it like an Opie and Anthony? Like, I feel like they're all obsessed. Like, I feel like all the Dabbleverse guys have that kind of thing about them. They all want to be kind of like renegades and like, I don't know. There's something, there's like a certain thing. And they all think they're like really cool. But they're like these middle-aged men, like, do you know what I mean? They're like, they look like they can't run. I don't know. It's just a funny personality. I think it's a very American thing. It's a very American radio personality, sort of like late night morning show. Like I think of it reminds me of do you remember that guy AJ Benza? It reminds me of that. AJ Benza, that type of dudes. You kind of have a little bit of, they think they're like the guys.
My stocks were, diluted or something like that, like some sort of social network-esque, like, scheme to defraud him of his ownership of the company illegally. And I'm like, oh man, like, 'cause I didn't know him. So I'm like, why would somebody lie about that? I'm like, that sucks, man. I'm sorry you're going through that. And then years later, that guy reaches out to me, gives me all the court documents. Cause he's like, hey, I hear you're going through a law for Schaub too. Like, would you like to, and it was like from a burner account on ID. So it's kind of like, I'm a little skeptical, but sure, go ahead. And then he sends me, and I'm like, oh, he's fucked. Like this guy's got him dead to rights on everything. And the scheme was exactly the opposite of what he said, which was there's three layers to it. One, he owns this ownership stake in the company, right? And he would benefit by promoting it, talking about how his kid magically, had his seizures cured because of this magical CBD, which I don't even know. Like, sure, that could be true.
Yeah, what do you guys think in the stream chat? The theory on that, like, now looking back on it, everyone, like, it's sounding dubious, isn't it? Did he lie that his kid had seizures? Or did he lie that his kid was cured from seizures because of CBD, or both? Because that is some sick shit. That is some sick shit. Like, that is some foul shit, if true. Because I don't doubt that his kid had seizures. It's just whether or not the seizures were cured using CBD oil or whatever. But if he lied about both, oof. Because that was a big part of his, like, that was like the first stages of his, like, beast of a dad shit, innit? I think that was the first stages of, like, beast of a dad. I'll do anything for my children, whatever. I mean, like, unconventional medicine, anti-Fauci, You're a bit casual.
These two dudes have talked wild things about BGL, not putting him in a good light at all. Even if I agree,
really,
it's so fake to have BGL on later.
Is it true? Have they dogged on him? I didn't know that. Have they said negative? I didn't know that. Is that true? I have no idea. Oh, if that's true, that's a bit lame. To be fair, Revenge Assists are in no business to dog on anyone. To be fair, both of them are in no place to diss or to dunk on anyone. Let's be real. These two guys, these two bozos, are in no position to dunk on anyone. To be completely honest. But if they did, that's very, 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 very lame. But again, not surprising in that sort of world of people, in it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking back to the CBD thing. I'm just thinking to myself, like, did he lie about the whole thing? Brendan.
But Schaub is obviously known to exaggerate and say, yeah, scorpion milk fixed my bicep or whatever. Holistic bullshit, right? So that was one part of his income. The second part of his income was, we're going to pay you a flat fee monthly for the social media posts that you do. These minimal, like, hey, post a few stories every month. And
hey, he's in the stream chat. Big up PGO. Yeah, it's so fake to not take everything. A bunch of random guys you've never met you personally. How can anyone be cordial with another human years after saying negative things about them? That's the definition of it. I guess. Again, I don't know what they said about you, innit? I guess it depends what they said about you in the past. I guess it depends what they may have said about you, but everyone's built different. I guess I'd find it difficult. If I was BGO and these guys were chatting shit to me or chatting shit about me during the whole drama, I think I'd find it difficult to sit down and have an interview, you know? Maybe he doesn't, cool, no problem. But I think if I was in his position, I definitely wouldn't have done it. Depending on what they said, though. Depending on what they said. If they just dunked on him because of the memes on the Reddit, cool. If they really went overboard and were saying some really foul shit, then sitting down for an interview that's going to benefit them is a bit like, it's a bit cheeky. You know what I mean? It's a little bit cheeky, but everyone's different.
Like social media driven. And then thirdly, based on you linking, you're like, you know, and promoting, you're going to get commissions. Like as if you're a regular influencer, just going like, every time people put in code retard, you're going to get a fucking, you know. And so he's complaining to me like, oh.
So Mersh is listening, but he's just not talking. I wonder what's wrong with him. He responds to the joke. So what the fuck is wrong with Mersh? I felt like they both weren't paying attention, but they are listening to him. But Mersh is just like, I don't know, zonked out or something. I don't know if he's bored. Weird.
They're fucking up my money. And then I find out, in fact, it was because he did not post a single social media post over like the entire year. So all he did is like, you got to post a story and a picture of saying CBD, like, and it's your company. And he missed like all 180 out of 180 posts. And I wouldn't have, like, I was ready to believe it, to be honest, but I had seen the same thing with Rogue Nicotine up close. It was like, all of a sudden somebody gave him a boat, you know, a dump truck full of cash. I think it was like $200,000 to $300,000 to like be like a Rogue Nicotine athlete or something. And at some point before the final quarter of 2022, either like the management of that department changed.
300 fat, honestly, god damn. Like, basically, if you think about it, Brendan's financial issues, he didn't think it would ever end, innit? That's basic. He's getting paid 300 grand from fucking whatever they're called, Rogue Nicotine, whatever that fucking brand is that he's sponsored by. Is it Rogue? What they called? Rogue, Road, whatever. 300,000. That's probably why he didn't promote the CBD company. He probably thought, what's the point? I got this other money coming in, that money coming in, this money coming in. Fucking hell. It's actually kind of insane the way he's at now financially, you know? Having to downsize his house, having made all this money over the years, like he's he's definitely like I was saying before that he's probably made like single-digit millions from podcasting, but he's definitely made multiple millions over the time of him podcasting. He's definitely made multiple millions from podcasting. To be in a position where you have to like sell cars and sell your house is shameful. In Brendan's position, it's fucking shameful. It's so financially irresponsible to go from one point where you're making hundreds of thousands from sponsors to now you're having to sell cars. Shambolic.
Hands or something, they audited it, but they're like, hey, we see here that Schaub, you've done nothing. You've posted nothing. Would you like to be in breach of contract, or would you like to crank out all those social media posts in the next 3 months? So all of a sudden, Big Boy Studios.
By the way, that would have been so funny. It would have been fucking because he's so behind. All of his tweets would have had to be about the fucking CBD, like literally all of them.
Yeah, and that was for CBD, but this one was for Rogue Nicotine. You know, again, years later, where he was caught and given an opportunity to correct it. So they they were able to catch it midstream and like he had a creative director there, and this is one of the reasons that the guy quit, because he's like, dude, I did not sign up for this. I'm working way too long to like make this a Rogue Nicotine social media ad factory, because that's like the top priority now. It's just like ridiculous, you know. And from my perspective, it was funny because I didn't have to really do that much of that part, but I feel I'm like this guy was like, you know, coming from the world of film and TV to be like, you're like, let's crank out Rogue Nicotine ads with a retard who can barely fucking get through an ad read, just so he doesn't get sued for $250,000, you know, for breach of contract. So I've seen him do that, and then, but it's funny how it's like, again, his version of it in real time was to say the opposite of, you know, reality.
But it's also like with him, he is stupid. I mean, that's obvious. That's obvious to anyone that just hears him talk. He's bad at improv. Obviously, anyone who's ever tried to do that with him, he doesn't. Like, I see him literally kill bits like in the fucking crib. He murders them in the crib, and I'm like,
and
what?
The basics, yes, and he doesn't know yes.
He
and.
doesn't know when he do that. He just goes, no, Papa. That's the opposite. He's the opposite of improv. He's like, no, Papa, actually, and he says he's always so sure when he's so wrong that it blows my mind.
It's actually, honestly, admirable in a way.
It's crazy.
He's shockingly confident.
Yeah,
it's something
Like,
he has no clue. Like, damn.
Would I be farther in life if I could just be like, yes, I'm correct? in
Well,
this
maybe
situation?
you'd have a fucking Showtime special. I mean, he got one. You know,
I mean, there's literally CEOs to this day that do that. Like, they just take over Disney, and they're like, do you have a plan? And they're like, all women Ghostbusters.
Oh, fucking great idea.
I think he developed that, you know, that thing that he does where he kind of he's confidently wrong. I think that was a development of like being on Rogan a few times, and when that whole Jordan Peterson wave of like public intellectuals was kind of starting up. Because I remember him being a lot more combative and disagreeable around that time, like, you know, wanting to have an opinion, you know, the whole term of critical thinking, all that malarkey. I'm pretty sure that's when that whole kind of persona was birthed, of being like confidently wrong or wrong and strong type of thing, where you kind of like double down on it. That's when it happened. And most of it, people don't talk about it enough, but most of it you have to lay at the feet of Rogan, you know. Rogan has a lot of blood on his hands when it comes to Brendan. Rogan has a lot of blood in his hands when it comes to Brendan. He enabled a lot of the shit that we see. He enabled a lot of the behavior that we've witnessed over the years. He enabled a lot of it. He really gassed him up and made him feel like he was a lot smarter and funnier than what he actually was. Rogan really gassed him up in a big way. And who knows what private conversations they might have had, where Rogan may have suggested or hinted at the idea of Brendan stepping in and taking over him when he moves up, taking over his spot when he moves to fucking Austin. Like, Rogan has a lot of blood in his hands when it comes to Brendan. He does. That doesn't get spoken about enough, but that guy, he did a lot of like all that fucking stuff about, oh yeah, the only reason people don't like Brendan is because he's big and handsome and they're jealous of his size and his good looks. Like, what? Like, he really gassed him up in a big way.
Like, he sounds confident. I guess it'll probably work.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree that, like, because, you know, as you probably, this is common knowledge, right? They're like, where are psychopaths misrepresented disproportionately? Like, you know, politics, CEOs, sort of like, you know, people in these leadership positions who just need to be in charge, like, without the skills necessarily. But he's one of those guys who's like, you seem to need to just be in charge all the time, and you don't like it when anyone threatens your position, and you'll play along when you kind of get the hierarchy, you know.
Fucking golden hour middle seat is a good add-on to this one. Middle seat golden hour is a good add-on to. There's no reason why he should be in the middle seat. Middle seat golden hour. His head at the top of this. His pictures at the top of the fucking picture thing. That's another thing as well. Like why are you in charge of this show? If anything, golden hour should be like more Chris and Eric's show, and Brendan being like the kind of, you know what I mean, the fucking lovable goof sidekick dummy on the side. But he's still like front and center of that show. Everything front and center of the fucking show. So yeah, that's 100% true.
Defer to KRISTI. I always say like KRISTI could look at him and go, you know, you're the gayest, stupidest motherfucker I've ever met, and you gobble cocks every night and get, you know, pegged in the butt by Joanna, and I hate you as a person. I think you're worthless. And he'd be like, KRISTI is so funny. He's so funny. You know, because he's up the hierarchy. And he kisses ass up, and then, you know, we'll bitch privately about whoever, you know. Heard a lot of Rogan bitching, obviously, because that's his daddy. But and one of the few people who kind of try to talk it to him straight. But otherwise, you know, he kisses ass up, shits down, and just misestimates his own position in that hierarchy. He always thinks he's better than he is, you know, compared with reality.
Well, he doesn't know how to lead. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, he wants to be a leader, but he's just kind of a dummy. And he gets so aggressive. He gets the problem with Brendan is, for somebody who wanted to be in comedy, like, he doesn't know how not. He takes everything too seriously. Like, he doesn't. He doesn't know. You know, he gets his feelings hurt. You see his feelings get hurt in real time, and he becomes very sensitive about it. When he was like, maybe we should just entire show behind Patreon. The whole show should just be a Patreon show. That way. And his reasoning was such a, like, girl reasoning. It's like, that because, you know, every time I say something, people are yelling at me. And it's like, it's just, you're an asshole. Like, what do you want me to tell you, Brendan?
Well, recently he had a thing where he was reading an email from, like, one of the listeners or a comment about how much the show sucks now and how much, like, Bryan Callen's checked out. And it had criticisms of Brendan, too. But he just kept kind of ignoring the criticism of him. And every time I would come back around to Bryan, he'd be like, yeah, Papa, Brian's, like, real checked out, bro. Like, he just was throwing him under the, and he's like, you could tell.
I'm really confused about that Patreon, by the way, in general. I'm confused about the direction of the Patreon. Like, is it going to be like that forever? Is the Patreon just going to be an opportunity for the fans or trolls to just kind of sneak this or constantly remind them of how bad the show is? Is that what the show's going to... Is that because usually Patrons are like a place for you to get like unfiltered opinions from your favorite, I don't know, public figure, podcaster, influencer person you have to follow. It's not meant to be like a constant reminder of your failings, you know? It feels like, you know what the Patreon is? The Patreon feels like a never-ending loop of episode number 1000. Remember how depressing episode number 1000 was? Meant to be their big celebration episode, right? It feels like the Patreon is just a continued version of that episode number 1000, where fucking Sanaz had all those crazy questions, right? And they're just like, you know what I mean? Going over and round in circles about how bad the show was, how good it used to be, how about how everyone is their enemy and did this and did that and it wasn't their fault. It's like, God damn it. When will that fucking TFATK Patreon become a place where they can kind of, I don't know, maybe gossip about some fun stuff, about some fun stuff, interesting things, maybe something that doesn't always revolve around Brian's lost a spark in his eyes. How can we get it back? It's like, Jesus Christ. It's a never-ending cycle of that shit.
He was enjoying, like, even asking his producer, like, wouldn't you say Brian's got it checked out? And you could see the producer's like, I'm not, you know, just leave me out of this, man.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want to be.
That's fucking hilarious because I was watching that and somebody asked me about, like, what their dynamic is and like how much sympathy you should have for Callen. And I go, it was painful for me to watch Bryan because Bryan, for whatever his fault, I can separate like his faults and whatever, and I can speak his praises independently. My praises for him are he's really good at setting people up for bits and being a comedic partner. You know, he'll play the like, oh, what do you mean? And like let Leah roast him or whatever. So he's good for a guy like Brendan, whose default is just like shit on everyone around you as a form of comedy. Right. You know, like just push down and like you saw.
But I don't agree. There used to be, if you look back into the Fox again, maybe because I used to watch the show right back in the day. But I'm pretty sure it was a very short period. But I'm pretty sure that version of TFATK when they were on Fox, where they were sitting by each other on like that kind of news desk platform, Brendan was quite good at like improving and doing the yes and thing. Like Bryan was set. They'd have like a good dynamic. Then something changed. Then Brendan started to get a lot more thin skin. Wasn't really kind of patient with Bryan when he, I don't know, just in general. But there was a period where part of the, for lack of a better term, again, please forgive me for giving them any praise, but for lack of a better fucking term, part of the charm of the show was their comedic sort of like partnership, whatever thing they were going on. Like, and they used to do it without guests. They were pretty decent at like bounce off each other even without guests in terms of jokes. Then something changed. Maybe it changed when Brendan actually tried to become a comic, because back on the Fox days, he wasn't really a comic. He was more so just a, you know, UFC guy that had a podcast. So maybe the shift happened when he started to become an actual comic and he started taking it too seriously. But there was a time where he did do the kind of like back and forth Bryan B kind of content, funny stuff kind of well.
And you're wrong, and like the opposite of yes and. But Bryan can turn that into funniness. It's just over time when you never get to reverse it, it's like, okay, dude, yeah, this is like bully Bryan Callen hour, and especially like once Bryan had to kind of be on the show and had no other options, he's like, oh, a power vacuum, you know. And it's sad, but somebody asked me, do you think they talk about this? Because it's like you're airing these grievances that sound like it could be a private conversation, you know, of how to fix things. And I go, yeah, Bryan has had these conversations where he tries to explain the basics of comedy, like yes and, or how to keep a bit going without going negative or shutting him down. Brendan isn't trying to hear it, because Brendan thinks that he's an expert on comedy by virtue of having had a special, you know. I'm like,
well, it was so well received. I'd understand why he think he's an expert at it. You know, everyone really liked it, and they liked his follow up.
Right, that's fair. That's right. I should have thought about you. He is a phenom. He was just a sort of child savant at comedy who stepped into the game, and you know, it's like, is this Dave Chappelle, or you know, how did he get so good in such little time? Was he secretly doing stand up the whole time in the UFC?
No, that's what it was. That's what it was. Like, he deserved that Showtime special if anyone deserved it, you know, to show that Showtime isn't a viable fucking comedy network anymore, which honestly really did show everybody that's like, we don't have Carlin up here anymore, guys. Okay, we have this guy.
They don't even have Gallagher anymore.
No, they don't. All right, Pete Gallagher.
Now, also, have you heard him talk about like his logic for not only accepting it, which I think is actually more reasonable, because he was like, you almost agree with it. He's like, look, they offered me a lot of money. Like, what am I going to say? No, it worked out for them. Like, whether or not, you know, I go, there's a business logic to why he accepted it. Although I think a normal human would be like, I have to work on this like 18 hours a day in order to just get up to par, right? And he did not do that.
I think the business logic for him accepting it was basically the Showtime, the fucking MMA shit, the UFC shit. Because he still, I think that was probably the thing that took it over the edge. I think clearly he's delusional anyway, right? Brendan's clearly delusional motherfucker. I don't think anyone with any type of like self-awareness would have accepted the Showtime special 2 years into doing comedy. But I think what really probably sold him was the other part of the deal, which was at that time Showtime were trying to get into UFC, MMA type shit. And they offered them a deal of like, hey, you take this Showtime. Again, this is what I think. I'm not sure if this is true. It's just my opinion. I have no idea with the information if this is real or not. But it wouldn't surprise me if Showtime offered them a 2-part deal. 1 part special, and the other part, hey, you're going to be the face of our MMA, UFC division, whatever we're trying to do in that sort of space. And at that time, if you remember, Brendan really still isn't in the good graces of the UFC. So he was looking for an in to kind of be a part of the UFC still, or to commentate on it, whilst also being like a big player in it, in the terms of a media thing. So I think it kind of served 2 purposes. It kind of legitimized him in comedy, got him a special, but it also allowed him to have a show on Showtime talking about MMA, UFC type shit. But obviously he failed on both, but I think that's why he probably took the deal. But I think he would have taken it anyway. Even if they didn't offer the MMA thing, he would have taken it anyway. Because it was just money, innit? It was money and opportunity that he was probably never going to get outside of that anyway. So he was going to take it. But the really crazy part about that whole story, which he's admitted himself, was that Bryan Callen and Rogan told him not to do it. And he didn't listen to them and instead thought that they were hating on him because he got offered that deal so quickly. That's the really crazy part about that story. Both Rogan and Bryan told him not to take that Showtime special, and he purposely ignored them because he thought they were hating. They were jealous of him. Honestly, Brendan's fucking brilliant. He really is fucking brilliant.
You know, his set was not tight. His jokes were not good. He could have farmed it out.
In a way, I could kind of understand him thinking Bryan might be jealous of him because Bryan's never had a special on a streaming platform. But why would you think Rogan would be jealous of you? Like, what would Rogan have to gain by telling you not to take the Showtime special? At least with Bryan, again, with the Bryan was a stretch, but at least with Bryan, you can say, okay, cool. You know what I mean? He's been at this for a long time. He's never had a special on a streaming platform. I get one after 2 years. Of course, you told me not to do it because he's jealous. Fair. But what would Rogan have to gain from telling you to not take the special? Like, what?
All the writing out to somebody else. He could have just been like, sit me in a room. I'm going to talk about everything in my life that I care about. You turn it into fucking jokes and I'll repeat it and treat it like it's a play that I'm going up and doing. There's ways to hack that he just didn't. But then on the opposite side of it, his expectations for the reception of it were, he's like, I thought, you know, and this is like open, vulnerable moments for him. He'd be like, I thought, man, I'm going to do this special and all my peers are going to accept me. Like, I thought like Dalia and Theo would be like, you're one of us now. I'm like, do you think that's how stand-up comedy works?
Yeah.
You can skip the open mic scene and that people fucking trudge through, you know, like Shawshank, it's like you're fucking just night after night. Like, you know, every comic I know has gone through this process that is fucking horrible. You know, it's like, make it through this boot camp, this never-ending boot camp.
Well, what happens with
that's the thing as well that didn't get enough, doesn't spoken about enough. These fucking stand-up, like this is like I said, Rogan's got too much blood in his hands. These motherfuckers, right? They were indoctrinating us to believe that the open mic and the fucking sets and reps was so important, right? Doing all this sort of shit, writing your joke, blah 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 blah. Then as soon as Brendan comes around, they all get collective amnesia and all of a sudden act like it's not that big of a deal. So hold on, you kind of conditioned. You taught the audience to believe that comedy was this sacred art form that had to be done in a particular way, in a particular order. You had to earn your stripes over a number of years and you had to be in the comedy dojo for this length of time. And if you didn't get past here, then you were nobody. All this sort of nonsense. Brendan comes in. No, do you remember there was a period too? People forget there was a period too where Brendan used to brag about not doing open mics. Oh yeah, I'm special. I'm different. The way I come in is different. My whole thing is different. Doing the TFATK live shows is my open mic. I shouldn't be doing the open. Like, he was really against open. Like, my thing is different. I'm a whole new wave. Like, I'm a whole new different generation. Like, he was really like selling that side of things, and those motherfuckers said nothing. You know what I mean? That's really funny. Now they've all kind of turned around and obviously acknowledged that he was always shit, and you know, he did a lot of damage, irreversible damage to the podcast, to stand up in general and how people should be approaching it. But these motherfuckers try to tell us how it should be done. Then some guy comes along, does it the completely opposite way, the wrong way, and badly. And then they try and act like we're the ones that are being weird when the whole Reddit started, the homeless cats, the trolling, the hate. It's like, brother, like you kind of, weirdly enough, those comedians kind of created the atmosphere for the hate to start by having this such high barrier for comedy when most of them are shit anyway, to be fair. And now looking back on it with all the evidence we've seen from different people's specials, Brendan, although he's terrible at stand-up, he's not the worst. That's a really shocking bit about stand-up. Although he's super shit, he's not really the worst. I was down the hill and say Gringo Pappy is better than Rogan's last special. You know? That's how bad stand-up comedy is. Yo, big up Steven Castaneda.
For a legendary stream. Salute to you, my G.
Yeah, we're back on the thing. I've had a few too many of these Red Bulls though. I'm feeling a little bit cracked out, but we're here. Big up Steven Castaneda.
Comedy that I will say, this always happens, and this happened with Schaub, which is the reason why we get really frustrated, especially with LA comics. It's like, these guys, you know, they all shit on each other and they all roast each other and all that stuff, but like they never actually will shit. They always have to be nice to each other in this weird fake way that it happens a lot in the comedy community, where they're like, no, but that Brendan guy, you know, he's okay, you know, he tries, and it's like
he's not okay. I go, no. Have you met him? Have you really got to know him? It's like, this guy has a personality disorder, and he's that's a mask, and because you're up the food chain, you're gonna see him.
Oh, sorry, I'm not paying attention to what you guys saying in chat. What you guys saying? Sorry, I've been ignoring the chat. Apologies. Big up Ridge Runner. Are they still in the storage shed? Yes, they are. Big up friend of the show. Haven't seen Mark since they lived in the car. Look awfully grey, bruv. Big up Shades Cow. I thought Schaub specials were his revenge. The people that were above him are now doing comedy at the same level as him. I like that. I like that. I thought Schaub specials were his revenge. I like that. I like that, you know. I kind of see that. I can imagine, I could definitely imagine Brendan thinking he's getting, yeah, I can see that. Big up Shades Car. I could definitely see Brendan having that point of view or that approach to the specials, right? I'm going to show them, motherfuckers. I'm going to show them. Which, he can, retired, he can still, there's still a possibility that he might have more specials on the streaming platform than some comedians who are still going at it now, you know. Steve Castello just jealous. Big up BJ. What's up? Hey AZ, yes, AZ's analysis on the Bin's logic is sound, but also correct that Brendan's too dumb to even think that for him for LOL. He'd have done it just for the money, and he actually thought Rogan was hating. Yeah, like I don't know. Like I'd love to know what the Rogan thing is about, by the way. Because it's clear their relationship isn't the same anymore. Like, why does... I feel like Rogan kind of keeps Brendan around because he knows if he actually does cut the cord completely, he knows what hate it will bring Brendan's way. I feel like he still kind of watches out for him in that respect. He still kind of looks out for him a little bit. But I don't really get the Rogan because clearly they're not friends as they used to be. They're clearly not as good as they used to be. He knows the things he said about him in the... I'm sure Rogan's been told about the snarky little snide things Brendan said about Rogan over the years and stuff. Like, it's just strange how Rogan still keeps him close. Like, he's still like pally, like fight. I don't understand it. Like, maybe it's an LA thing. I don't know, but it's just it's weird. Even if I was Brendan, I'd feel weird even hanging around. Rogan's a bit like, he said he's done some jokes, you know, that I wouldn't really like if I was Brendan. That one he did about fuck with Whitney Cummings. Oh, the most hated comedian, the most hated person on the internet. Brendan just sighed, you know, with who? Like, I don't know. Elemental is talk horrible about somebody, then big up casual, then they can get some publicity and make some fame about it. That's why you're as fake as those two buffoons. BJ. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Are we fighting in the stream chat? Can't everyone need to chill, be cordial, please? Everyone be cordial. Let's not fight in here. We got Koila. Brendan will be scared to be at an open mic. Shoot, that's a really good point, to be fair. Brendan will be scared to be at an open mic. He has got a lot of anxiety, isn't it? Really weird. You don't know, imagine this. I'll take him to the casual. I do not take it. Hey, yo, casual, chill, man. What is a casual BGO going face to face, head to hand? What's going on in the street? I completely missed this. Why are you motherfuckers fighting? Why are you guys arguing? BGO confirm. Huh? Or is this friendly banter? I don't. Sorry, maybe I've missed something. Is this friendly banter? Are you guys really like going like word for word, bar for bar here? Big up Cole. Do more SNL. The breast troll. SR, name me a better special post release of Gringo Pappy. Big up Asad Aziz. Name me a better special post release of Gringo Pappy. You can't. I can make almost every joke in that special. Truly memorable and iconic. Exactly. Definitely. That's true, innit? What's the best special since Gringo Pappy? To be fair, I thought Mark Norman's one was pretty good. I enjoyed Mark Norman's one. I thought Mark Norman's one's good. Someone said in the Reddit of like Tuesday with Stories, Mark Norman's podcast Reddit, that Mark Norman's comedy is just comparing things. I've never been able to get out of my head since. Mark Norman's comedy is just comparing two things, which is really funny, really insulting, and kind of like, you know, oversimplistic way to describe somebody's fucking comedy. But yeah. We need BJ. What's going on? Addy stream. I don't do Addies. What's going on here? Chin. Okay, cool. Let's continue.
Kissing your ass more and be deceived by that. But if you really, and I didn't know at first too, because I'm like, all I know is this guy's being nice to me. I didn't even realize he was talking shit about me on air before I met him, because Chappelle Lacey would like bring up like, oh, I'm working out with Mark Harley. And they bring up my IG and he'd be like, oh, that guy's on fucking steroids, and oh yeah, it's only because of this, and that's just genetics. And he was being like dismissive of me and saying that I didn't know what I was talking about as far as that before I even met him. So it's like, I'm a coach.
Standard protocol for Brendan.
You can't be like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah. As you're misquoting my diet, you know.
That's why Mark. No, that's why what's his name again? What's that guy's name again? What's that black guy's name again? Oh, not Chappelle. What's his name again? The other black guy that got fired before Chappelle. That's why he standed no chance. That's why he stood no chance. Because I remember specifically, that guy used to be Nick Simmons. That guy was Callen's opener. What the fuck's his name again, man? Do you guys remember that guy's name? The black guy that got fired before Chappelle. What's the fuck his name again? The comedian guy. He does skits now on Twitter. He's quite popular doing skits. What the fuck's his name? Why does it escape me? What? Mufusa. Alex knocks Mufusa. Mufusa. Mufuso. That sounds mad racist, but I love it. Mufuso is fucking crazy. Big up Alex Knox. That sounds mad racist, but I fucking love it. Alright, cool. Malik. That's it. Malik. Mufusa. What's the black guy's name? Mufusa is crazy. Big up Alex. Yeah, so if you guys remember the law, there was an episode of TFATK where Callen was talking about his opener. Oh, you see my opener, this black guy Malik is really handsome, he's really in shape, he's ripped, he's jacked. And then Chin brought him up on screen, put him up on the screen, and Brendan obviously did the standard thing that P.J. spoke about, just hating on him. He never met Malik in his life, he just started hating on him. So I said, oh yeah, he's on this, he's just lean, that's why he's got abs, he's not really strong, I bet he can't do this, just started hating on him, point blank. And then, of course, later on, when Malik ends up joining the cast, it's no surprise it ended the way it ended because, you know, Brendan started off hating him. He wasn't really a fan in the beginning. That's what happened. The only way it didn't happen, I think, is with Eric Griffin. Because Eric Griffin was hating on Brendan first. But usually, if Brendan starts off hating you, even if you become friends later down the line, you're still going to end up on his bad side. He's got like a trail of like people he's, you know, left behind or broken or had, you know, relationships are broken down because of that. But it's weird, isn't it? It's weird how much of a hater he is on people without even fucking meeting them. But then he gets so offended when people hate on him.
But these other people have this sympathy for him that I go, trust me, I had that too. Because you're like, I'm going to help this retarded man. You know, seriously, like I go, even the Reddit thing, I'm like, you got a problem here. You know, my first ideas, I think, would have been more effective. I'm like, you need to reclaim your narrative. Tell your story. I don't know why you're leaning out of the UFC thing. People want to hear about tell UFC stories on stage. Be yourself. You know what I mean? You're trying to be another comic, and that's what narcissists do, is like piece together other people's personality traits, and you're trying to be a little Delia, a little Theo, a little this and that. But it's not you. It's not authentic, and you're lying about it. People want to see they're UFC fans. Getting the UFC funny, yes. You know? But he's like, no, I don't want to be known as that. I'm like,
yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's a good point. When he first started, that's part of the reason. Maybe it's a good point about like why he was never really funny. Because I remember when he got into comedy, that also maybe, that might be the reason why the podcast went to shit. Because when he started doing comedy, he made a concerted effort to stop talking about fighting on the pod. And also that also maybe coincided with the time that he had a separate podcast about UFC and fighting. But he didn't want to overlap it. He wanted TFATK to be like, okay, here's why I'd be funny. And in the other show, I talk about fighting. So he kind of wanted to separate the two things. That was like a big part of his kind of approach of like, okay, cool, here's how I'm going to approach my thing. It's like, bro, forget all that methodology. Just be funny. You know, he never was really funny. But I agree with the fucking Ari Shaffir point of view. I just think it was never going to work out because he was never the class clown, never the funny guy. To suddenly pick up fucking stand-up comedy in your mid-30s, having never been that guy, having never been the type of person that was kind of like, you know, going back and forth with your friends, ripping into each other, you know, getting ripped into, like, I don't know, it's just not going to work out. So it was really impossible that he would ever become a good stand-up comedian. It was really impossible. Obviously, the circumstances around it didn't help either, but just picking up in your mid-30s, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work.
It's like actors worrying about getting typecast.
I don't want to be known as that. You know what, foreigners? Fucking shut up and play double vision. That's what we know. It's like, dude, shut up. Like, I hate people that do that. You're lucky enough to be in a position that because of you fucking doing that, you fucking have a fucking job.
Dude, after a UFC fight, I'll always do a breakdown on my show.
Yeah.
And like, UFC gives you a lot of chances to be funny. Like, you know what I mean? If you watch a whole UFC card, you should have like notes, and the next day day have like a million. I have a million funny things to say about UFC the next day. Like,
right? Yeah, this is a never. I go the reason.
Press X for doubt on that one for merch. Press X for doubt on that one for merch, mate.
And I love MMA too. It's my favorite sport. So I'm like, if I were to be doing entertainment based on this, it's never ending. You know, as long as UFC around,
there's always something.
You're gonna be able to have some sort of fucking joke. And if that's your community, there's an audience that's always there. That, you know, again, because people gave him a shot. Like you go see somebody once, twice, see him once, you're like, oh, I get it. He's starting out. It's okay. You know, second, third time, if you're getting worse, if you're stagnant or getting worse by that third time, you're kind of like, I'm not going to buy that fourth ticket, you know?
Yeah,
and
Brendan had a whole built-in fucking audience of people wearing bedazzled tap-out shirts, and he just turned his back on him.
I'm
you know?
sorry.
Like,
He had an army. He had an army of people wearing extreme couture, and he flushed it. And he flushed
it's like
it.
that's
Think
not
about
people
it.
who buy comedy. You know, like I go, that's not your, like, when you tap into a thing that you're not now competing. They're going to go see Jim Gaffigan too and fucking Mark Maron the next day. Like they're only going to see Brendan Schaub at the comedy club. You know, that's going to be their comedy club experience for the year.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
Bro, if I was Schaub, I would be following the UFC in every city and setting up a gig. Every night, like every night. The night before, you'd be like, come see Brendan Schaub before the UFC gig. I would be printing money.
He could have hired you as like business strategist from day one. You know, like it's like that's what I'm always saying. Like I'm like, listen to your haters because they're gonna have, you know, I engage people in part because it's fun, it's entertainment, but it's like there could be truth to if somebody's shitting on you and then the same person says the same thing. Maybe it's true.
Yeah.
Well, that was the problem. Is he was kind of like the politician in his office, and you were like the actual army general, going like, "We got fucking problems down here on the ground," and he just didn't want to listen to it.
You need to do something. And I remember when I took over the TFATK Instagram account, that was like one of my first responsibilities. Without asking him, because I knew he would shut it down. I started.
Interesting tidbit there, by the way. I didn't know that. Interesting tidbit. I did not know that. I always thought when that happened that Brendan, they all sat down and kind of planned that approach out in terms of, okay, cool, let's start clapping back a bit in the comments. I didn't know that Bijo took it on him. It's his own initiative to kind of start clapping back. I didn't know that. I thought Brendan was involved. Because I remember the time he was talking about it as well. So interesting. But again, too little, too late. It was too little, too late. Too little, too late. And I don't know. It didn't seem authentic or real because it obviously wasn't coming from Brendan, it was coming from him. So it was too little too late. Damage was already done. The damage was way already done. And also people mistake too that the people on the Reddit aren't looking for Brendan to turn it around. You know what I mean? They want to see him lose everything. That's why there's a Tin Cup gang here, right? Like they don't like do you know what I mean? People mistaken the intentions of the Reddit or the homeless cats isn't for Brendan to like finally kind of have a come to Jesus moment and see the error of his ways and turn it around and be the person that they all believe him to be, or they want him to. No, they fucking hate him and they want to see him lose everything. I mean, they have documented, they have fucking threads upon threads of every mistake that he's done, bullshit things that he said, horrible thing that he's done. I mean, they've documented and they've cataloged, they all archived every fucking instance where he's done something that they don't like. They don't like him. They don't like him at all. So I think the whole approach of like trying to clap back and do it just doesn't. I mean, it's falling on deaf ears. They don't give a fuck. They want to see him lose everything. They want to see him lose everything.
Talking back to the haters from the subreddit in Shabanese, you know, so like they'd say something, I'd be like, heard it both ways, B. It drove them nuts because then they're responding like, what the fuck is this? So look. 10x engagement. By the time he got back to Brendan, he's like, I remember in Zoo Culture, he's like, Jay says like the TFATK social media is like unhinged. I'm like, no, it's not unhinged. It's very calculated, actually. What I'm doing is leaning in.
Fucking hell, Big J as well, man. Like Big J's a bit of a bitch as well, isn't it? Like it's not so surprising because they're obviously siblings. But Big J a little bit of a tattletale and a little bit of a drama queen. The debate is a bit unhinged. It's a bit unhinged. Probably had the most fucking activity, the most fucking, interactions had in a fucking long time. And Axe J is getting all fucking nervous. Honestly, it's no surprise because they're siblings. No surprise because they're fucking siblings. But Jay's a little bit of a fucking bitch himself, innit? Like, I've heard some little instances here and there of Jay, like, behind the scenes, like, snitching to Bryan and videos doing something on the Reddit. I don't think he should be doing this. Like, what the fuck? Yuck.
To this joke in order to muddy the water of when a hater comes on and says the Shabanese stuff, they're planting their flag and going, fuck you, we're from the subreddit, we're here to destroy your shit. If I respond to them in Shabanese, I go, great, we're all having fun. Who's a hater? I'm not. The
But leaning in again, you lean.
I disagree. I disagree. It's a fool's errand. It's a fool's errand, man. There are some people on there that obviously didn't mind BJ's responses and the fact that he was leaning into the Shabanese and not taking himself too seriously. But it wasn't coming from Brendan. It was coming from him. That's the difference. It didn't really make much difference. It was coming from him. And again, it was too little, too late. The people on the Reddit don't want to see that. They don't want to see Brendan recognize his faults or lean into the jokes or laugh at himself. No, they want to see him crash and burn. They want to see him lose everything. They're happy to see him downsizing his house, allegedly, selling his cars, going through this, going through that. They love seeing it. They love it. They want to see more. They want to see more and more. So I don't think that approach of like trying to clap back or respond was really gonna change anything, to be honest. Obviously, it was a bit of a humorous time.
I'm loyal to default.
Yo, big up. What's that? The Cup Gang.
I'm all for Bappa shaking a tin can with some coins in it on the side of the freeway with a sign that says anything helps, God bless. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Exactly. Now don't get me wrong. I'm not on the side of people that want to see that. I think I'm too Christian. I'm too pussy to really root for anybody, right? Deep down inside. But I do want to see how it ends. Because it is going to end, right? He spends way too much money. He lives way too much above his means. He has a wife with really expensive, fancy taste. He's conditioned his kids to live a very lavish life. So it will end at some point. I just want to see how it ends. Am I openly rooting for him to lose everything? No. Am I curious to see how it ends? Of course I am.
I think he's not.
And he shut it down. So it worked. I'm like, it was 2 posts. I'm like, you see how the engagement is 10x and you're losing fucking followers every day. And this is a crisis. Like, try a new thing. I'm throwing fucking shit at the wall and this is working. And you're like, I don't know, man. Too many people have emailed me. I'll go, okay. I don't know if you're making that up or not. Because a lot of times he'll go, oh, this other person said it. So I have to like tell you to stop when really it's your own opinion.
That's a good point. Big up Salaziz. That's actually a good point. Big up Salaziz. I'm actually not in the Tim Cut gang. We need Papa Rich again. Richer and Tequila brand his name. That's actually a good point because could you imagine what Brendan would be doing now if he was like early TFATK Rich? Could you imagine? Or maybe even BGL era when he was at TFATK. Can we imagine what Brendan would be buying now if he was rich? He'd be, you know what I think Brendan would buy if he was like that early version of TFATK Rich? He'd buy, those pickup trucks people have where they're like lifted and they're like on really big tires. They kind of look like monster truck derby. I think he'd have one of those. I think he'd drive that as his daily driver. I think Brendan unironically would have one of those like pickup trucks that's like lifted and they've got those really big, exaggerated, almost cartoon tires, cartoon sized, human adult male fucking height tires. I think he'd have one of those cars. I think he'd drive one of those on the daily. I'm pretty sure he would. I'd fucking love it. That'd be so funny seeing him, or taking his kids to baseball in a private jet. That'd be so funny. He'd be taking his kids to play baseball on a private jet. Baseball life, dad life. That'd be actually that's actually a good point. Brendan Rich again might be actually really good entertainment to see what he'd be buying now. Do you know what I mean? Like really expensive cowboy boots or some crazy fucking cowboy hat that you got commissioned by somebody. Private jets to baseball games. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
Because then
he might get that. What's that one car that he screams when he's driving? What's that one car that everyone's saying in the stream chat is really dangerous? That one car that's like dark blue with the white stripe down the middle. It's like a Corvette or something. I forgot. Was it like a Z something? He definitely buy one of those. And that car that's a Viper. That car might like, we might get another fucking trug flip, but that might end in a fatality. So it might not be a good thing if he gets rich again, because he for sure would buy a Dodge Viper, brand new, and it might end in a fatality. Like that car is serious.
And I'm loyal to default.
Yeah, be able to disease.
When Bappa had money, Callen had a soul and Shin had working organs.
Exactly.
Cups of whiskey at 10 a.m. A couple black guys for no reason. Take me back, man.
Exactly. A couple black guys. Exactly. The whiskey at 10 name. Honestly, I think Asada's got a point. We actually might need Brendan Rich again. That's what might restore the feeling. That's what might get the fucking Bappaverse back up and pumping and everyone regenerate. Like, we might need to see Brendan Rich again. We might need him rich again. Honestly, I'm siding for it. I'm really on it. I'm siding for it.
Argue with you. I'd be like, prove it to me. He is very scared of change and very scared of like, ooh, it might look like this. I'm like, no. Trust me, this is work. But he was too stupid to like, you know, even though he would acknowledge like I'm like, oh, you have good ideas. Oh, you're really intelligent. I'm like, but you treat me like I'm a fucking idiot. So which is it? You know, but he just, you present this on a silver platter. You're like, this is the strategy. Lean into it or die. Make merch about it, you know?
Right.
There's no other way. And then once he didn't want to do that, I'm like, all right, so here's how you could legally like try to, you know, use terms of service to whatever. And we go down the list. And I suggested actually that I'm like, or you could literally get hackers to come in. He's like, oh, you know, I'm throwing this away as like option 7 would be if you want to hire actual hackers to come in and like try to shut this down, you could, you know, in theory you could do that, I guess, if you exhaust all the options, like, but I'm not telling you to do that. And then he actually like went and did that, and that's what led to the Bobby Lee situation.
That's what about to ask about that, because Bobby Lee hacked his mainframe. That's what I remember, that Bobby.
So in a way, if you are not being charitable, you could say BGL was the one responsible for the deterioration of the relationship between Brendan, Bobby Lee, and Bryan Callen. If you were being a little bit of a meanie and a bit of a troublemaker, you could say maybe BGL was the one that was actually responsible for the beef that led to the end of the relationship between Bryan and Bobby Lee, and that also caused a rift between Bryan and other comedians because they all pick sides, and Brendan falling out with Bobby Lee and Kalila. BGL was actually the genesis. He was actually the first domino that fell. He was because he suggested that Brendan should hire hackers. Oh my god.
Lee went into his mainframe and he hacked it and he leaked everything.
Yes, and so again, the story with that, I have to insert myself because I was like, I created a like.
Yeah, be at Coiler. I don't know. He did try to fuck Kalila on Christmas. I don't know. Everyone always misses that part, innit? Big up Coiler. Everyone always misses that part of the story. Brendan definitely doesn't like mentioning it, but everyone misses that part of the story. Everyone misses that. I wonder if it's because of Bobby Lee and how he is as a personality. Everyone misses that part of the story about Brendan trying to fuck Kalila. Or at least trying to slide in their DMs. It's a really important part of the story because they were friends, right? Like Brendan, and if I'm not mistaken, Bobby Lee was like proper, like, I say he was doing it more because he's like, you know, he's a bit of a people pleaser in that way. But there was points where Bobby Lee was going out of his way to defend Brendan on his own pod on Tiger Belly when he first started doing comedy. Like Bobby Lee was actually defending Brendan, and you know what I mean, like kind of, you know, being in his corner, standing up for him when people would say stuff about his comedy and that he deserves his spot. So for Brendan to go and then try and fuck Kalila is fucking crazy. Crazy work. Crazy work. It truly is.
Because he's also telling me, like, I have no skills and I was just nothing and I work 6 hours a week. This is part of the lawsuit where I'm like, I was on call 80 hours a week and traveling with you, and I had responsibilities that range from security to coming up with skit ideas to social media management to behind the scenes to like, you know, helping selling merch, just, you know, a jack of all trades, but it's a waste of.
That's how Aziz. Aren't we all trying to fuck Kalila at Christmas? No, thank you. I'd rather if I had to choose it, or if it was an option, I'd rather go for the fucking, what's her face? The assistant on Tiger Belly. She also be a better hang. I think Kalila's just a little bit, she's got like, her personality is a little bit grating, to be fair. I don't really get the Kalila, the Kalila thing I don't get, because the Kalila doesn't just come, like, she comes with her personality too. Her personality is a little bit hard to get along with. The voice, everything. But I think, what's that girl's game? What's her name? Yeah, it's a bit wild. It's a bit unpopular opinion. Yeah, Rudy. A bit unpopular opinion, but I'd go for Rudy over Kalila. If I had to choose, I'd go over Rudy over Kalila any day of the week. Any day of the week. She'd be a way better hang as well. Kalila, you have to imagine, you have to talk to her. You have to like have a conversation. Like, you know what I mean? She'd want to have a, you know what I mean? There'd be a chat there. They'd be like, I wouldn't be for it. So yeah, Rudy over Kalila any day of the week.
My time, because I'm like, it should be focusing on one thing that other people can't do. But part of it was there's a lot of evidence of like me, helping him strategize, because I felt like everyone else is busy doing this other shit. Let me kind of, do some deep thinking about how to solve these problems. That
nah, she's early 20s at least. Nah, she's not 16. She's not 16. I'm not even gonna Google it. If she's not 16. She's not 16. You guys are trolling. You guys are trolling. She's not 16. Fuck off. She's not 16. Anyway, you know what? I'm not gonna Google it. I'm not gonna Google it. I'm not even gonna entertain this conversation anymore. I'm just gonna press play and I'm gonna continue on. I'm just gonna press play and continue on. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Are like really keeping you up at night, and no one has had a good solution thus far. But I thought maybe I could bring a fresh pair of eyes. And part of that is the subreddit.
You guys trying to get me caught out.
The first thing would be like, you need to write a book or something. Brendan Schaub story, and then because the story on you right now is you're a pathological liar, piece of shit, most hated man, blah blah. You need to reclaim that. You're too passive, in asserting your version of events. There's nothing to even. You're not Brad Pitt. You can't ignore the comments on your Instagram page. You haven't made it that way. Whoever you're taking that fucking advice from is not.
Big up Josie, not making it any better, by the way. Big up Josie, not making it any better.
I'm loyal to
Big up Sadaziz. What's that?
Even Epstein was heaven sent. Oz too. Heaven sent.
Exactly. Big up Sadaziz. Big up Josie. She's in college. She's of age. I don't think that helps me out. That doesn't. Anyone that says the sentence "she's of age," you belong in jail. Anyone that refers to a girl being of age belongs in jail.
Not you. You need to desperately engage with comments and humanize yourself. But you can't do that. I realized when you've told 4 different stories of your childhood, that all conflicts. So that's off the table. Like, whatever you choose, you're fucked. But
he doesn't. It's funny because it's the same thing about he goes to, when he was showing up to the Comedy Store and just like parking his truck up front like he was the man. And it's like that built a lot of resentment, man, and a lot of people don't want to fucking help you after that. I remember that when they were talking. It was. Schaub and they were talking about how Shane Gillis was wrong for.
What the fuck is Mersh doing? What the fuck is Mersh doing right now? What the fuck is Mersh doing right now? Like, what is he doing? Someone tell me what is Mersh doing at this precise point? At this point right now, what the fuck is Mersh doing? Is he thinking about another whiskey? Does he want another cigarette? Does he want to pet his cat? What the fuck is Mersh doing at this precise moment? What is he doing? He's such a weird individual, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just thinking about those. It's just. What the fuck is? Hold on, I gotta get rid of another troll comment on my fucking kick. What the fuck is Mersh doing at this precise moment, huh? What the fuck is Mersh doing at this precise very moment? Please, someone tell me. Big up Blood Clot Mersh. Big up Blood Clot Mersh. What a legend. What an unintentional legend he is.
For this a long time ago when he got fired from SNL, that Shane Gillis was wrong for doing that voice, and that those are the consequences and some shit like that, right? And I remember just going like, bro.
Actually, you know what? Can I quickly check? I want to see what's the Mersh Reddit saying. There's a Mersh Reddit, right? What's the Mersh Reddit saying? I want to see the top. Let me see the top of all time. What is there a funny clip I can see here? Not past week. Let's do of all time. Top clip of all time from the Reddit. What is this? Lolcow vote. Upvote so this photo of Mersh is the first result on Google Images. Okay. Terrasberg. Mersh documentary part. Oh yeah, this guy, innit? What happened to Porcelain? What happened to him? Didn't something people in the stream chat? Let me know. Something happened to Porcelain too, right? Didn't he get cancelled or exposed for something too? He used to go super hard in the paint at fucking Mersh. But something happened to him, innit? He kind of got a little bit of an oopsie doopsie happened to him. What happened to this guy? Something happened to him, right? If I'm not mistaken, this Porcelain guy. He used to go super hard in the paint when it came to Mersh. He hated him hard. Kimberly Congdon has worse for Mersh. Really?
What's up, Mersh? It's your girl Kim Congdon here. Aw, man.
Oh, is that how you pronounce her name? Congdon. How you pronounce her name?
What's up, Mersh? It's your girl Kim Congdon here.
Congdon.
Oh
Okay.
man, I don't even know where to start here. Your boy Alan Powell hit me up to give you a quick little roast. Honestly, he said that you're a self-proclaimed comedian. I've never heard of you, so I guess you have to claim yourself when no one else will.
Jesus Christ.
You're just an internet blood sports streamer who's pushing 40, morbidly obese, you're balding, you have a drinking problem. Jesus Christ, you're not pushing 40. 40 is pushing you. Dude, your buddy says that all you do is smoke bone dust. I think that if you laid off the bone dust for a little while, you might drive a car that's newer than a 10-year-old BMW.
Fucking
all right, buddy,
hell.
have a good day. Later.
That's brutal. Okay. I mean, are you right now? Oh yeah, that epic picture of him walking down the street, innit? That was iconic. That was an iconic moment in fucking Mersh history, where he got pictures walking down the street and people saw his shape. What's this? Who wore it best? Fucking hell. Honestly, there was a time when Mersh was getting it on fucking social, innit? Who wore it best is fucking crazy. Okay. Use this one. No Beard Royce. No, that's not real. It's good to be back. What's this one? So Wonky. I don't know what this meme is about, to be fair. I'm not too familiar with that one. Garbage Pail Kids. I'm not familiar with that one. Caller Mersh's iconic Killstream appearance uncut. Oh, this is an hour long. This is too far. Ethan Klein.
You, by the way.
Oh shit! When this happened? Ethan Klein and the guy from Kino used to have a show. I didn't know that.
It just starts you on mute.
It brings you unmuted. Yeah.
It starts you on mute. Yeah.
What's the guy's name again? He's from Kino Casino, right? I forgot this guy's name. This guy and Ethan used to have a show together.
We'll get him in here sooner or later. Okay, now, also, I think, let me make sure, there's probably a super chat.
We can't hear you, Merce.
We'll get him in here. He'll
change your settings.
No, that's
okay.
About it. On the actual tab of the Hangout, look at the bottom middle. There will be an auto mute there.
Whoa. So it starts me off mute? Like, no. Arden.
Yes.
It would make sense if it started off where, all right, I'm muted, but like Ralph goes, all right, we're going to let this.
Yeah, there's something wrong with his spine, isn't it? I feel like whenever I see Merch, he's always doing some sort of like neck thing. Is it like, does he have scoliosis? Is he just like twitchy from all the drag? Like, there's something wrong with his neck. I always feel like he's doing something with his neck. There's always something going on with his kind of neck, you know? There's always something, or am I just, maybe I'm reaching and over-analyzing, but I feel like there's something amiss with his spinal cord.
Like, yeah. But I have to, like, I've already decided I wanted to talk. Put your coin, I checked my audio settings.
I did it too. I just did it when I came on.
Verify, like, oh no, I definitely want to be on this show. So like Discord makes sense because like you come in a green room and you come in a thing and then you're muted, but then the master goes like, you are now free to speak.
We're not using that word anymore.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna say
it's a joke. No, sorry, you missed it.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
I'm buzzed as fuck, guys. I just smoked a joint. That's why I left for a bit. I was just smoking a joint.
I had half a pint of Jaeger and like 3 or 4 beers. So
24 hours. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm kind of drunk, a little high. I just had to clean out a litter box. That's a whole new thing for me. So
I saw that you got a cat. Yeah, that's great.
Your toilet broke, bro?
No, wait a minute,
sir, Mr. Dingo. I brought in a cat. I brought a cat.
Fucking hell, Ethan doesn't sound like that, innit? Ethan Klein. Ethan Ralph doesn't sound or look like that at all, innit? Fucking hell, man. This must have been a long time ago.
Into my home because he was a little frisky street cat. He was kind of cool.
You didn't steal it from Chad.
Oh, you have a cat?
Yeah, I got a cat.
I love cats.
Living in the parking lot of the Circle K, and like
he's cool though. Yeah.
I would feed him, and he was cool as shit. And I was like talking to the manager one day, and I'm like, "What's up with this cat?" And he's like, "I don't know. We just kind of take care of him, and he's kind of cool, but I feel bad for the guy because."
Anyway, I don't care. Too long. What's that? Stay Puff. Jesus Christ. That's brutal. But yeah, man, big up Mersh, innit? Big up Blood Clot Mersh. Let's go back to the interview.
Yeah. Brendan said that, and it was him and Callen.
Because Brendan's the most racist fucking person.
No,
like,
I'm sure behind the scenes.
Yeah, of course. So he was like saying, so those some shit like that, and I do remember saying that, and it's like I remember that I got followed by Shane Gillis, and then he sent me a DM with just a winky face and a thumbs up, and I'm like, oh, thanks, man. He's like, yeah, thanks for like looking out. Like, I don't know what the fuck that guy's even talking about.
Thank you, because I know that I've seen them interact before, and I'm like, I just think Shane's too savvy to try to like make a beef out of it. He knows it's just like he can ignore this guy because also.
Oh, like, Shane's a fucking megastar now. Like he doesn't have to do anything really.
And also Shane's chill as fuck. I'm like, Shane is what Brendan wants to be. He's like, he actually lives that life of like, he's got a couple pairs of New Balances. He wears Wrangler jeans. He doesn't give a fuck about material shit. He gives a fuck about crushing. You know, that's all he thinks about.
You got to crush, dude. You got to crush puss, dude. That was his argument when they were mad at when he was like, trying to make fun when they were trying to shit on us. Callen and Callen and Schaub were like, yeah, those guys don't even like crush puss, dude. They don't like play sports or whatever. I'm like, dude, seriously, that's the only thing. What?
I'm 40. I'm 40.
Oh yeah, I remember that little. There was a little short. Yeah, there was a little thing they had in it. Well, I think they went viral for talking bad about Brendan, and then they responded on their pod. I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Crush puss. I remember that.
2 years old. I'm not playing sports or crushing puss. You're right.
Are you fucking serious?
I can't believe they actually said that about you.
Yeah, they said they're not crushing puss, and they don't play. We don't play. And Callen was like, "Yeah, these guys don't even
raping
like
puss either."
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, I'm not flipping my truck. I'm not doing fun stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
I have to say, like, but on the positive side of things, right? Speaking of crushing, like, you have to be pretty thrilled lately with your recent arc, because like we have been literally coming across you naturally,
just in the wild
and like everywhere. And we're like, oh my god, it's fucking Mark Harley.
Mark Harley.
We're literally like texting each other like photos of our TVs.
Yeah, that's
and going,
true.
This motherfucker's in another commercial,
especially during the Super Bowl, because I watched that live. Obviously, watching the Super, I'm like, is that?
I saw you more during halftime than Bad Bunny.
Yeah, no, fuck. No, I skipped the Bad Bunny thing. I was like, what the fuck? How did that happen?
So what's funny is like because somebody recently, I went on the Jesse Lee Peterson podcast and like gave my email out at the end.
Oh, he's awesome. Jesse Lee's
he's
the
it was
man.
funny because I went in like I go, all I have to do is go in and just have fun, because these people try to go in and like, if you're trying to stake some claim against him or have tension, I just again went in this improv attitude of like open mind. I'm not going to research what these hot seat questions are. He's asking me, do Jews own the world? I'm like, this what?
Oh,
like,
dude, we broke him too. We were on his show too. He was like asking these serious questions, and we just not taking it serious. He was just started laughing.
Yeah,
because he wants you to take it seriously.
Yeah. So I was just too laughy about it and too, but being sincere. I'm like, I'm offering my sincere. I'm not like trying to make a bit of everything. But he asked about if I'm happy about ICE deporting all the Mexicans, and I'm like, look, man, if they're deporting big booty Latinas, I'm pissed, So like, that's all I gotta say. And I thought it was really fun, but you have to kind of be grounded and authentic in order to navigate that, and not be like, I have to defend, Kamala Harris or else, But sorry, what was the question?
How did you gave your email out? You were saying to get the Super Bowl,
and somebody wrote a really nice email from the subreddit that was like, I watched all your podcasts, like. Because again, I'll go on the subreddit. It's still cool that like people hate on me in public. Like I go, that's totally fine. That's your arena. I'm not even, I was banned, not from commenting on the subreddit, but some guy in my DMs was like talking shit to me, and then I went to his page. I'm like, wait a second, you're like posting some weird ass shit on your Reddit. Like,
trust me, dude. They're Redditors. It's mostly. We had a hate page too. Trust me, it's mostly weird people. They're not like people that sit online stare at that white page all day with links. They're not the most grounded people that got stuff going on.
I don't know, man. I don't know if you can speak from a place of moral superiority when you're doing this sort of stuff. Like, we're all lame, all of us, myself included. We're all dorks. We're all lame, we're all losers, we're all bozos. We all should be out there touching grass, building houses, whatever, like, looking after our families. Like, we shouldn't be on here wasting hours and hours and hours over this fucking nonsense, fucking commentary, community, whatever it is. We're all losers and bozos. So I don't think they can speak from a place of any type of level of looking down on people from Reddit. It's all the same. Whether they're people in your stream chat watching you live on these particular shows, whether it's people on the Reddit, people in the fucking Twitter community page thing. It's all the same. It's all the same. People wasting time, trying to make the best of the time they have available on this fucking earth and trying to distract themselves from the horrors of everyday world and politics and shit. It's all the fucking same, in my humble opinion. But in BGL's point of view, I think he's really never, unfortunately for him anyway, I think he's never really going to ever get any type of like good grace on the Reddit, because he came in defending Brendan. He came in being Brendan's sort of like defense squad. And I think they're just never going to forgive him for that. Although he, obviously, that was his job. He was being paid. He didn't know much about Brendan beforehand. He was trying to help out a friend at that time. I get it. But I think the fact that he stepped in, like the fact that we kind of were introduced to BGL as like Brendan's bodyguard, defender, excuser, you know what I mean? That kind of thing. I don't think the Reddit's ever going to move past it, unfortunately. No matter what he does, no matter what he says, no matter the amount of dunks he gets on Brendan, no matter the amount of stuff he exposes him for, or all the tasty bits of information he's given us, I don't think people are ever going to move past the fact that he was at one point carrying around Pepsis for Brendan, the fucking whiskey through the bushes, the doing this, the running defense, who's that one guy on the Reddit that he got banned? Who's the one guy got banned? No, did he get banned or the guy ran away? There was that one post on the Reddit who was really popular, who I think BJ had a bit of a back and forth with, who ended up kind of getting chased off the Reddit for a bit. There was a period where the Reddit was being threatened to get shut down. Remember that time? There was that period too. I don't know if BJ was around that. If he was responsible, I doubt it. But yeah, those just they're never gonna move past that shit. You know, they're never gonna move past that shit. So that's just the way it is, unfortunately, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I just made the mistake of engaging with a guy that wasn't even about the TFATK stuff. But I started talking shit back and forth and he's coming viciously at me, and I just kind of mirror that. And then
what happened to that guy? Yeah, big up Koila. What happened to fucking what's his name? Sorrigan Bird. What happened to him? What happened to that guy actually? Whatever happened? What's his name? Sorrigan Bird. What? Sorrigan Bird. TFATK Reddit, right? What happened to him? Situation serious. What? I've been a part of the sub for 3 years now. During this time, I always felt like we had a positive community, but that's not the case anymore. Things started to change when Mark's face was put on the sub logo. The logo changed. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah. There was like a split within the homeless cats, innit? There was some people that loved Mark, that liked him, and there were some people that fucking hated him. And then that was the time. Yes, I remember that. Fuck. So much has happened. The logo change was poorly communicated since barely anyone knew Mark had even quit / been fired. But the anger that was posted about the mods was uncalled for. Unironically, Sorrigan Bird was one of the main positive sources of content during the time, with his songs and AMA-related narration videos. Then we fast forward a few weeks ago, and Sorrigan Bird joined a Discord call in which he was hosted by a YouTuber who only posts material taken from here. So, oh yeah, that was the other guy, right? I forgot whose name as well, that YouTuber guy. Who was that dude? That one that was like taking threads from the Reddit and then making it into videos. So much drama. Anyway, Sorrigan Bird does his bit, calling out the YouTuber, talking shit to him. He also says hyperbolic, braggadocious statements like, I built the road you walk on, or something like that effect. Somehow this offended people to the point where everything he has ever done, top 10 posts of all time. What? It's literally shit. Even if someone you never liked him, the content, the mob mentality has been outrageous. He's been nothing but a genuine member of the community. If any other member are allowed to be treated like this, what the fuck are we doing here? Jesus Christ. The first rule of homeless cats, we don't matter. Exactly. What? It's not that exactly. Honestly, what a time to be alive, man. I remember this era. Wow, I remember this era when it was split. When it was split between some people not liking BGL, some people hating him. Oh, I remember this era.
Gentlemen, I won't deny it, I'm a homeless cat cooking on my chicken teriyaki. One of the best chefs you ever gon' see that ever cooked at the PFC. So many battlefield cats gon' give me the cold scratch, so they all gon' attack, but they done forgot that I'm a homeless cat. They tried to wet me up, but I got 9 lives, I'm ridiculous and I don't care what the fuck. Some of you bitches acting like it's crucial, like if you don't ride on the bird, then maybe Baba might introduce you. Well, fuck you in your Discord, slob on my knob hole. Sorry, y'all the thing that you lame that you shoot for. I won't deny it, I'm a homeless cat cooking on my chicken teriyaki. One of the best chefs you ever gon' see.
Honestly, man. Honestly. If it's not fucking, what's his name? If it's not, what's his fucking name? Cracker parody songs are all shit, man. And I don't care who it is. If it's not Cracker all comedy parody songs are just pure hot garbage. I wonder, people that listen to parody songs, do you actually listen to music? Like, are you a fan of actual music? Like, I don't... Because I get it if you just like parody songs, but I never got into that whole thing. I think it's just, I don't know. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't get why people like, I don't get this whole like genre. It's weird. What's this one?
2 Chainz is our final entry into this, Luke. Let's hear from him.
Are you doing bits and skits?
I've been on MK, I've been on TT, got a problem with me, suck my D. Teriyaki and I'm talking about chicken, huh? Bitch, I'm spitting, you been missing what they offer, I'm not switching 2 Chainz.
By the way, what's happened to Annie Lederman? I'm gonna check her out in a minute. What's happened to Annie Lederman?
In this bitch, real cats listen. 2 Chainz in this bitch, get the chicken flipping. Shout out to the OGs that looked out for me at the PFC, cooking on my teriyaki with a black on black cat, like his name was Bill Bellamy. Never been a felon in the book, but I'm from Triple D, like the act redactedly. Bought another fish, you see I'm walking in my truck. Has anyone seen Tank B? They should thank me. Built the ground they walking on. Jim, I'm in a bitch, that's why he came and put his face on. Got my benefits from being one of the best chefs. First cat to redact the lion. No dog, I'm not lying. Shout out to the feed lions. If you're mad, then keep crying. Shout out to the feed lions. If you're mad, then keep crying.
Oh, this is my boy. This 420 history bird.
This is from 2 Chainz.
I just know he's my boy. He made music for anyone.
Yes.
Honestly, I don't get it. I don't get it, man. Me not understand this whole world of fucking parody songs. I don't get it. But yeah, big up Songerin Bird, wherever the fuck he is. What? What's this one? Songer Bird gets whacked. Sometimes when you just go, you go a little too far. What? What the fuck is this?
And
yo, big up Sardaziz.
Default.
Big up Sardaziz.
BGL got another commercial deal and shaved his beard. Bop is depressed and projecting his depression on Callen. Sorgan Bird still missing. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. That's all the news in the world.
Exactly. Strait of exactly. Big up Assad Disease, legendary.
It's the highest honor they can give you. It means you belong to a family and a crew. It means that nobody can fuck around with you. It also means you could fuck around with anybody just as long as they aren't also a member.
Jesus Christ,
it's like a license to steal. It's a license to do anything.
Oh no. Oh no. He's done. He's done for. Adios, motherfucker. Adios. So let me what's this one in terms of the overeager fan? What's this from? Oh look, old BGL. What's this? BGL interaction with the overeager fan. This is from 3 years ago. What's this? Where are these guys now? Where's Luck of the Bind? Jake Nike or Neek. Where are these guys now?
This is Soren God, right? Or Soren?
Nah, I'm Southern Oregon Bird, bro. You don't even know. You a grifter. You a grifter. Mark, BGL, you know more. BGL, I salute you, bro. You a real one. I came on here and he knew who I was. Y'all We don't like. I can't stand him, motherfucker. I helped build the ground y'all walk on,
What?
motherfucker. I'm a PF Chang legend. Many y'all motherfuckers can eat my motherfucking chicken teriyaki dick.
Honestly, where is this guy, man? Where is this guy? Bring him back, man. Bring him back.
Y'all grifters. BGL, you a real one. I'll keep it 100. I made Trug walk, you motherfuckers. You know who the fuck I am. Now you know who I am. Yeah. I made Trug walk, motherfucker.
Can you do it
Trug
live?
walk. I can't talk. But I'm walking in my truck. Can I get a Trug walk? I'm redacted. Yeah. So how about y'all show a little motherfucker?
The acapella Trug walk is crazy. Acapella Trug walk is crazy. One more time.
Yeah, I made Trug walk, motherfucker.
Can you do it
Trug
live?
walk. I can't talk. But I'm walking in my truck. Can I get a Trug walk? I'm redacted. Talk. But I'm walking in my Trug walk. I can't talk. But I'm walking in my truck. Can I get a Trug walk? I'm redacted. I can't talk. But I'm walking in my Trug walk. I can't talk. But I'm walking in my truck. Can I get a Trug walk? I'm redacted. Yeah. So how about y'all show a little motherfucking respect? I came on y'all show trying to be friendly, even though y'all grifters. You're grifters. At PF Chang, we don't fuck with no one trying to sell their shirts. No one's trying to make money. You know how much money I could have made, bitch? I had multiple offers off this last year. You motherfuckers grifting hard, and I get it, get your money, but don't you motherfuckers start not respecting me, motherfucker. I helped build the ground you walking on. And BGL knows it's true. BGL, I know you know it's true, bro.
You're an OG. There was a guy.
Yeah, BGL knows. See, hey, shut up. BGL just said it. I ain't trying to hear y'all because I never heard of you. You ain't never done nothing. You ain't never made no chicken teriyaki. But BGL just said it. What'd you say, BGL?
You're OG.
What'd you say, my homie?
OG. You're an OG.
Oh, OG. That's motherfucking right. So,
where is this guy now? Where is this guy right now? Where is he at this very precise moment? Where is he right now?
You PF Chang motherfucking grifter motherfuckers. Yeah, nah, y'all can shut the fuck up and let me ask a motherfucking question, cause y'all fucked up. Y'all get nah, y'all fucked up. Redacted. Yeah, I don't like him. Redacted.
Where is he right now? Closing up a Boost Mobile is crazy. Why can I picture him in the polo straight away? That's crazy. Why can I picture him in the fucking uniform? Oh, that is white with a lanyard. I can picture him straight away.
Oh, I'm confused because there was a guy.
Oh, you got confused. Now your whole audience had to tell you who I was, motherfucker. Your whole audience had to tell you. Your whole audience had to tell you in the live chat. That's the only reason I'm back on here.
I mean, you can let's see who talks longer. I talk longer, so I guess I win, right?
No, not really. Not because no one knows who you are. No one knows who you are, B.
I love the chauvinisms, man. Honestly, I love it. Big up Songing Bird, man. What a legend.
Banned from like DMs where I'm like, wait, did you see the start of this? Like he's using the most foul attacks imaginable.
Actually,
I'm responding to them, and then
also 1 second. I want to see what the fuck where's Annie Lederman? What happened to Annie Lederman? Is she still around? Annie Lederman, what's she still doing? I went to double check. What's her vibe? She's still doing comedy, yeah? Is it a new video? Oh yeah, okay. She's still doing comedy and shit. Okay, Annie Lederman's still about.
I have short hair. I just have so many extensions in. I feel so guilty. I have like this much extension in. Somebody grew their hair out for 3 years. Probably thought they were donating it to like a good cause, you know? They're like, yeah, I'm just going to grow my hair out. I'm going to cut it, give it to a kid with cancer. Instead, it just went to a cancer, Leo rising. I think I look young for my age too. Everyone's always like, why do you look young for your age? I'm like, I actually heard, I didn't know why it was. It was like a dermatologist that was on Good Morning America, and she was like, whatever you do to your face in your 20s is going to show up on your face in your 40s. So jizz and Jaeger is like really your skin. I didn't even know. I'm 40, so women's rights don't really matter for me anymore. So I'm like, sorry, bitches. I marched in 2016 when I had juicy eggs, you know? And I'm like, oh. I wish I could march with you guys, but my knees, you know? Yeah, I aged out of abortion, so. You can't be like dirty 30, aborty 40.
Okay, fair play. She's still about doing her thing. Big up Annie Liederman. Big up Annie Liederman.
And I'm like, my account's banned for life. I could make another one, but now I like to go on the Reddit and be like, you know what? I can't even respond. I'll check the temperature of what's going on, and people are still shitting. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
now you're like just Jane Goodall observing the gorillas in the mist. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's still like, I like that, and I'm comfortable with it. And then, I don't feel the need to like defend myself or whatever. It's a more relaxed posture for me. But this guy, so because so many people would be like, Mark has the worst everything and the worst blog, I'm like, okay, I get it. Then a Redditor, sometimes in private will be like, oh, actually, think you're a cool guy. I'm like, thanks, I appreciate it. And it's genuine. And we exchange numbers, and left him a funny little voice note, like his name's sort of Italian, so it's like, hey, Francis Panetti, you fucking gobbledygook, you think you can leave the fucking family, move to Portland, Oregon, you little fucking twink, I'm gonna come get you. You fucking live, like just out of nowhere, like his notes me. But this.
Don't get me wrong, right? It's kind of insane to just give random people your number. It really is. But a part of me wonders, like, this is the type of stuff that Brendan could have just never done. That would have helped him, and like, just be a normal human. Can you be a human being? But I think from the moment he started to podcast, he already thought of himself as a celebrity, as a big dog. He was never able just to be like a regular person, like have a regular conversation in the DMs, exchange some regular bit of banter, a regular bit of, just be a regular person. He's not capable of doing that. I think that's one of the reasons why he's ended up where he's ended up. And I guess if you're a bit of a narcissist and you have that idea of yourself in your head, but then your reality doesn't match it, so you just shut out everybody else and you say that they're wrong and you're right, and you double, triple, quadruple down on it, you end up where he's at. But that situation, that scenario, Brendan could never do. There's not a scenario ever, unless the person who's talking to had like fat tits and a PUSSY. There's no way he's ever going to exchange DMs in a long way, or even fucking, or even get to the point where of sending them the number. That's one of the reasons why Brendan was at where he's at, if you think about it.
This interaction, he commented me by saying it was cool seeing you go from Brendan's hanger-on to like being in commercials. And I go, I like that that's like the narrative portion that is maximally embarrassing for Brendan and kind of fits this like, Brendan, but the truth is, I've been doing it for so long. It's just like, fucking Hollywood's difficult. I took my first acting class in college in 2002, and then like started doing plays in college, then started studying screenwriting, and then started doing improv. Like step by step, I've been, in 2017, I was on a sketch comedy show with 50 Cent, and it's like, still didn't make, it's like, oh yeah, I made,
we played some of those.
Right. So it's like, I go, this notion that I like but some people really believe, like I was like, oh yeah, I'm just going to transition into commercial acting. It's like, that's not how it could work that way, but not for me, unfortunately, but I like that. I like the fact that I've, put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and been broke for a lot of this time, because I do think you should earn that shit, and this is just a little bit of a payoff where I go, man, if I can pay my bills and have a little extra money, that's the dream for me as an actor.
But be on it.
That's got to feel good though, isn't it? For all intents and purposes, that's got to feel good. That's got to fucking feel good. As the person said in the DMs, to go from being regarded as somebody as Brendan Schaub's hanger-on to suddenly having your own little career carved out for yourself in the lane that you always wanted to do. It's finally kind of happening. That's got to feel fucking good, isn't it? But on the flip side, you got to imagine Brendan is probably seething. To be fair, he's done a good. Anyone surprised in the stream chat? Is anyone else surprised that Brendan hasn't really outwardly hated as much on BJ as you probably expect him to? Like he hasn't really like. I know he said some slick stuff here and there, but he hasn't really gone the way that you thought he would. Because the turnaround in terms of his career has been pretty crazy. It's been pretty. It's been the complete opposite, He left Brendan and essentially, completely blew up. So I would have expected Brendan to be a lot more outward of his hate. A lot more outward of his hate, his jealousy, Oh no, not even jealousy, just pure hate. Forget the jealousy, just pure fucking hate. I would expect him to say a little bit more, or to be a little bit more snidey and whatever else it may be, but he has kind of gone out of his way to like make sure not to do too much of it. Although he probably feels it inside, you know? Every time he sees the guy's face, probably wants to punch a wall or something. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild how it played out.
Honest, it had to feel, it has to feel good, because I would feel, I'm telling you, in your situation, be like, fuck you, Brendan, you
Exactly.
piece.
Yeah, you're vindicated.
I'm in the Super Bowl, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
I'm sorry, that's awesome. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care how cool, cool for everybody.
I'm loyal to a default.
I don't know if I'd call it a Cinderella story, but I heard BGL's Macho Man costume was sewn together by a bunch of singing mice and birds.
Exactly. It's just gotta be brutal. It's gotta be fucking brutal, man. It's gotta be so fucking brutal. The guy that you kind of look down upon, but again, you know, but then to be fair to Brendan, he's such a narcissist, he probably take credit for it, you know what I mean? Be like, yeah, he got his start from me. He wouldn't be there without my fucking help, you know what I mean? So it could go that way too. Big up Sada Zeus.
Given the opportunity to be in a Super Bowl commercial, be like, fuck yeah, whatever, let's go. Yeah, let's do it.
Yes, and I didn't mean to like dismiss that part of it or deny. I was just kind of setting up like the positive side of it for me was I've never, because I meet some kids in LA, like the kid I used to do skits with, Isaiah Moran.
That's a good point, fucking MK. I don't think he wants to smoke Mark Hardy's flame. He's quiet about people that leave. It's true. He doesn't really say much about people that leave. Even Chappelle Lacey, who was basically one of his lapdogs, you know, he doesn't really talk much about him. Be up casual. AZ, it's because we don't matter. He's told us over and over we're not real. Exactly, true. If you don't matter, you're not real, and you send a DM, what the fuck? You know what I mean? That's a really good point. Simply do not matter. Simply do not matter.
And you know, we had a falling out because he wouldn't tag me in the YouTube videos. I'm like, this video is doing 50 million views. Can you put my handle on it on YouTube? Like that's a sticking point for you? My God, you're an idiot. So now I can't work with you anymore. So you can't do the basics. But like, you know, that's another thing. I'm practicing skits all the fucking time, yada yada. But you know, this notion of like, does it feel good and kind of vindicating? Yes, because there's certain things I know what my skill set is, I know what my limitations are, and like, you know, you need to be buff in order to play Macho Man. You need to be able to do a passable impression of.
Dude, you are fucking jacked like crazy. You know, you're fucking crazy. You come to Orlando. We'll get a work. If you're in Orlando, let's get a workout.
I love that. I love. That's one of my favorite things. Like where you meet up, you like, you know, because it's like, what are we gonna do? Like, go for dinner or drinks? You know, let's work out.
Let's go get some wine and some cheese and network.
I'd much rather work out with a dude and have that be like the thing. Where like, hey,
and then we jerk off in the fucking shower men do. You know,
warm up, you know. But specifically Schaub, because he treated me like, at the time too. I started working for him. I was making a living off of acting. I got a bunch of commercials in 2021, so I was like doing commercials on Nickelodeon shows, like as a recurring guest. And then the job that I started with him kind of took up all my time. So I could barely like go, I had to pass upon, you know, but I thought because he was promising me like, oh, trust me, you're going to do this. And then I'm going to like promote you to like this marketing position that doesn't exist because I don't know how to run a business and this is all going to fail. But I didn't, you know, I'm buying into a shared fantasy of like this endeavor will be successful, or that you have anything to offer me as far as like podcasting wisdom. Cause he really doesn't. He doesn't know how to do anything but like, you know, verbal diarrhea on camera. He doesn't know anything about the business of podcasting, really.
Yeah, but he also knows how to put really cool sneaks on the table too, so everybody knows how cool his sneaks are.
The sneakers, good God.
God, I don't know. It's just like
I can't relate.
He has like this
1,000 pairs of the same fucking shit.
I don't get the sneaker culture at all.
Yeah, I don't. It's weird, right? It's like too much. Yeah. It's like
he wasn't really in it. He wasn't really in it. It was just another personality that he just wore. Another personality that he just kind of wore as a fucking hat, you know, to kind of make him more interesting. He was never really a sneakerhead. Being in the sneaker culture is actually kind of fun. There's actually a lot to be gained, especially the community side of it, the collecting side of it. And I think mostly nowadays sneaker culture is mostly about buying limited edition rare shoes. The rarer the better. But back in the day, sneaker culture, the whole point of it was to go out of your way to buy something that people maybe have overlooked or didn't consider or just don't know about, and make that trendy, make that cool. You know, it wasn't about taking the obvious model, the obvious Jordan, the obvious Air Max and wearing what everyone else has got. It was about getting the color that nobody had, the model that you thought was discontinued, and making that pop. And through that, you learn different things about production, manufacturing, timing, you know, history. All these sort of things were really important. But nowadays, it's just come, you know, it turned into one of those things. And I bet there's even probably buyers or kids nowadays you can probably just use, who probably, if you want, they will probably build you a collection to make you look like a certain kind of collector, you know? So you don't even need to work hard for it. But when it comes to Brendan's side of things, I don't think he really cared about it. He just did it to appear more interesting, and also, you know, very nicely and neatly maybe give him another reason not to be at home, you know? Any reason not to be at home type of thing. But hey, what do I know?
And he's turning into some sort of like weird Eminem wigger now. Like, I can't keep up with what he's doing. No, he looks like he's about to battle rap somebody.
Oh, the blonde hair?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that? That is a spin.
I don't know. Midlife crisis is what I call it.
Some people on Reddit are saying that, I don't know if what do you guys agree or not? Some people on Reddit are saying that the bleach tips on his head are like a way to kind of like get over not having to dye your hair or something. Allegedly, like if he's self-conscious about his hair going white or grey, he's bleaching the top. I don't know if that's what I've heard. I'm not sure if that's true or not. But it doesn't really match the cowboy aesthetic. I don't really know where that came from, because before he moved to Austin, he was always about the cowboy Texas thing. But what does like having bleached blonde tips on do about being a cowboy? Unless it's cowboy, I don't know. I don't really understand that bit. Like, I don't really understand. Yeah, it doesn't really make much sense to me, really.
He very much exhibits the behavior of a guy that I can just tell doesn't have any real friends.
No.
Like, there's nobody in his corner that goes, you look ridiculous. Like, change your hair. You know what I mean? Or, like, if he just said right now, I'm going to do a rap album, like, he doesn't have any friends to go, that's probably not a great idea, you know?
You're 100% correct, because even the people who would have been that, like, you know, Rogan has tried to intervene or whatever, although it's like, well, he's got his own kind of ego issues that, you know, prevent him from kind of both perceiving and delivering that message in a way that, you know, it wouldn't cause lifelong resentment from Brendan and make him like secretly rivalrous.
But everybody kind of has, with the Rogan thing, I say this, everybody kind of has a friend like that, I think, in a way, where, you know, you became friends with them in one part of their life. Like, Rogan and him being friends in the UFC part of life makes sense, right? If he's going to come on, like you were saying it earlier, to talk about a UFC, that completely makes sense. But it's like, he's still your friend, and you still kind of want to be his friend, but now he wants to do this new thing, and then before you know it, he's on Facebook trying to get you into this multi-level marketing scheme, and you're like, fuck, man, now what do I do?
That's such a great analogy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what he does.
Yeah. I was having this convo last night about like dissecting how has this guy not been expunged completely, because he's been relegated to just doing fight companions. But I'm like, there was a turning point probably around the Bobby.
That's what I'm wondering too. Why isn't Rogan fully cutting off the umbilical cord? I'm wondering that too. My theory is that Rogan is still somewhat guilty, still feels somewhat guilty and responsible for Brendan's career, in that he regrets deeply that chat they had on air about him not being able to be champion and having to quit fucking UFC because he's not gonna ever be champion, and he should focus on other things. Rogan obviously, I think, still regrets that till this day. So I think Rogan, in that period when they were good, went out of his way to do whatever necessary to help Brendan make sure that transition from post-UFC fighting career to podcaster comedian went smoothly, and he had all the fans, all the listeners, all whatever, all the exposure to make it. And he did. But I think now, because Brendan has become one of the most hated people on social media or on the internet, Rogan's also aware of that and doesn't want to add anything. He doesn't want to stoke those flames by cutting him off, because he knows if he does cut him off completely, that'll become another kind of narrative, another thing. So I think in a weird way, Rogan is keeping Brendan close to him still, even though they're not as cool as they once were, and Brendan doesn't really bring much to the table, even when it comes to fight companions, because he doesn't want to give the haters, the trolls, the homeless cats, whoever, any ammunition. So it's almost like he's doing it spite, in a way, if that makes sense. That's my theory. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's the theory I get because it doesn't really make much sense because it's obvious that they're not good. You know, they're not like good. It feels like every interaction they have, even on camera, is very awkward. So why the fuck's he still around? Because you know, Rogan's cut off people for far less. But that's my theory. Don't know if that's true.
Stuff because Rogan respects Bobby Lee as a comedian, knows he's the real deal, and he's like, Brendan forced people to take sides against him, against Bobby Lee, who's beloved in the community and is the real deal as far as stand-up comedy goes.
Well, also, can I give Bobby Lee credit? Also, Rogan keeps wanting him to come on. He's like, nah, I'm good. Which is,
I admire that.
Say whatever you want about Bobby Lee. There's a lot of stuff that, you know, you could goof on, but that's the part where out of all people, he's like, no. Rogan's even said on air, I would love to have you come here. And he's like, no, I'm good. And not many people would do that.
Who cut off their fucking left nut to be on Rogan.
Of course.
There is a lot of people who, I'm just saying, I know they exist hypothetically, but I've also met these people who like, think that I'm like, they think they can go through. I'm like, oh, you don't know, like what? Like I'm.
I also think Bobby Lee just like he suffered, isn't it? He's openly shared how he felt like he was getting felt like he definitely got bullied at a time in comedy. Now imagine when he was doing comedy, a lot of that bullying probably happened around Rogan and his friends. Maybe some of it was justified, right? Some of the drama he was going through with Ari Shaffir and shit. But I think in general, Bobby Lee's had a lot of like bad interactions with that group of people, so it makes sense why he's a bit hesitant about appearing on Rogan so often. You know, makes complete sense because of his own personal experiences he had with those type of guys. I get that completely.
Wrong guy to try to be like, could you get me on Rogan? I'm like, never. Could I even? Not even if I wanted to. Could I make 1% advancement towards this thing? Even if you knew Jamie or you knew Rogan, you asking to be on the show would be a disqualifier if he didn't already want you to be on the show. Or he didn't see some benefit. But to some people, that's their entire life goal is to appear on Joe Rogan, which I find weird because I'm like, shouldn't you just be like, you know, if you're Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're worried about physics, not getting on Joe Rogan, you know. But so yeah, to pass it. Oh, also, I will say privately, Chappelle Lacey turned that down, like not in the same way that Bobby did, but he was like, oh, I have a stand-up date. But he offered, like most people are like, oh, I'll cancel anything. But he's like, oh, I'm touring with Brendan and I don't want to disappoint Brendan. So I'm like gonna forego that. I was like, oh, damn. You know, because he's brought up Chappelle Lacey a bunch of times as far as his athleticism. He's like, oh, check out Chappelle Lacey, all these backflips he can do. You wouldn't expect it from this, you know, 260-pound, like thick black dude. But, you know, so that's the only other person where I'm like, oh, you really don't care. You really don't, you know, and he's.
Yeah, but Chappelle Lacey's not, you know, he's a bit, that was if that's true, and Chappelle Lacey did what he turned down an appearance on Rogan so he could be an opener for Brendan on the road. Yeah, that was a dumb move. That was the wrong decision. I don't think Chappelle Lacey's of the profile, but then again, Chappelle maybe doesn't want that profile, I'm not sure, but I think that was a dumb move.
It's respectable.
Right. So yeah, and you know, just a highly authentic guy, and that of course does not mix with.
That's man. When he was just like fucking losing it, and he was just like, you know, and it was coming from their studio, and it's like, dude, man, you didn't know. But again, this like Mersh said, like this is how you know you don't have of any real friends. Because if this was Mersh and I off air, Mersh would be like, you're not going on air with this. You're fucking insane. You can't do this.
I tried though. He called me, and I said. Because people would
I say I think again they're misunderstanding it. I think he does have real friends, he just doesn't listen. Simple as that. He does have real friends, he just chooses not to listen to people, you know, and the advice. Simple as that, really. But I do think he has people next to him or near him that could tell him, hey, this is a bad idea, this is not a good idea. But you just go with what you want to go with, isn't it? Simple as that.
Like you're his handler. I'm like, I could act as his fixer sometimes, like I said, with certain situations. You come to your crunch, like, for example, a small version is Tim Kennedy's going to be on his show promoting his book. He hasn't read the fucking book, but he wants to pretend like he does. So he goes, an hour before he's showing up, he goes, Mark, I need you to like scan the book or read the cliff notes or something and come up with like a bunch of bullet points that I can ask him. I'm like, on it, you know, but I do shit like that where, you know, I'm college educated, I can do that. It's not a big deal. But like, oh, are you fucking stupid? Read the book, dumbass. Like, or just admit you don't. You know, say you read one chapter, whatever. He doesn't care. He's there to promote it, not to fucking quiz you. But like, he's pretending to Tim Kennedy that he read this book, you know, in a fucking.
But he doesn't put that's the annoying part. At least for we've been doing podcasting forever. Is like he doesn't put, like you were saying earlier with comedy, with nothing he does, he doesn't put the work in. Like, do you imagine? Imagine thinking like you're just going to start a podcast and immediately not have to read a book and have a producer. No, fuck that, man. Read the book. Like, it's just you know what I mean. Like, why would you? Why it
almost makes you wonder how good of a fighter he would have been.
Yeah, I know. If he would have, who knows?
He probably didn't apply himself to that much either.
I would because I've been there in the gym with him, and I can give, I think, a pretty honest assessment of my own athleticism and credentials, like which people are always like, you're afraid of Schaub. Like, I'm not, though, because I went up against guys who were his size. I played D3 college football on the D line. I wrestled heavyweight in high school, and like I wasn't some fucking state champ, but like I won my league player of the year for my football league, like small time accomplishments, but like I'm used to going up against big guys. I'm not physically scared of Brendan Schaub. What's going to do? Knock me out? I don't I've been in fights before. Schaub right now, the the alcoholic guy who is just, he's not in his prime or anything. So it's like, you want to give me $100,000 to step in the ring? I don't give a fuck, man. I'll take that paycheck. He can choke me out. I don't care. But there was a reason that he's always like, he tried to choke out Callen. He tried to single leg Chappelle. Never touched me, and he doesn't like challenges like that. And I saw in the weight room, Chappelle Lacey, for example, because we became friends via working out. I gave him a ride somewhere one time for a mutual friend. He's like, hey, my friend Chappelle needs a ride to a show. And we hit it off immediately. And he's like, hey, man, you're in shape. Like, could you help me work out? So we started working out together. And I was like, this guy's so coachable. You come in and I'm just like, we're doing this. Don't hear a peep out of him. Maximum effort. I'm like,
yeah, compared to fucking Brendan, Chappelle Lacey must have been heaven sent when it comes to the instructions, the directions, and just willingness to be coached. Must have been like a night and day difference. No racial joke.
Like, that is a kind of championship mentality of athletics, right? He could have probably played D1 football if he wanted. He's like Jack Black dude, within a few weeks of working out, he's like repping 315. I'm like, that took me several years.
Well, there's some people that are just genetic freaks, man. They're just genetic freaks. Yeah.
Yeah. He could do a backflip at fucking 2 set. It's
That's
like he's
crazy.
He's explosive. So, but he's also, he knows about hard work and perfection. So you can laugh about the cheerleading thing, but I'm like, it requires precision and you have to be perfect and you got to get your shit together. While watching Brendan work out, I was like, because I've known a few guys who went to the NFL and seen how they work out, and I'm like, they are animals in the weight room. It's like they're fucking chained. They're like, let me at the fucking weight room, let me at everything. They're gonna work themselves to death. They're gonna fucking kill like they are psychopaths. You know what I mean? Like, in some sense of just like their brains are a little bit different, where it's like they are not going to lose. They'll lose a fucking limb out there before they lose a play. You know what I mean? And you have to have the mentality to make it to the NFL. You have to be like, this is my obsession. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. I will never quit. And he doesn't have that.
Well, no, Brandon's brain is built differently, but that's because of repeated head trauma. So that's a different thing. But no, you could tell he's
a quitter.
Yeah, he
I
phones
saw him quit in
everything
the weight room
in.
a million times.
Yeah. No, he's one of those that fucking shows up. And
one thing he doesn't quit though is the content thing. That's one thing. I mean, everything else I agree with, but I think the content thing he's somehow been able to, maybe because the money's just too lucrative to turn down. He doesn't really ever turn that down. He's always still about to collect that shit.
You go, how many more sets of Instagram do you have? It's that I've seen. Yeah,
no, it really was.
Yeah, I'm sure he was on the phone. I know Brendan's the guy that's because he's. I guarantee you. First off, you could tell me, but he's probably obsessed, or was at least, with his social media, and he was probably always on it, and always looking at his Twitter, and always looking at his shit. So he's probably, while he's sitting on the machine, he's like, let me.
Always. I remember him. We showed up at Zoo Culture. Remember when Dana White said this, like the slightest thing, like he was like, I heard fucking Pat Miletich saying something about some conspiracy to fucking get Kamzat to miss weight, and so Kevin Hahn with Nate Diaz, like, I don't. Good time
to be alive. Good time to be alive.
Brendan had said that, right? Not Pat Miletich, but he starts going off on Pat Miletich. He's like, that's fucking true, man. Pat Miletich needs to go to the fucking UFC Performance Center and get his brain checked because I'm worried about him. And then someone's like, oh, I actually think that was Brendan Schaub, and he goes, makes sense. And then
I remember that. We played that. Yep. It was like, yep.
Brendan,
that's right.
The next morning, I remember in Zoo Culture, it was like you could see his heart beating out of his chest as he typed this like long ass fucking Instagram caption, trying to roast him in a way where like somebody people were saying like, oh, you had BGO write that for you. I'm like, that's not how I roast people. I don't go after. I'm not talking about their shoes and jeans and shit like that.
That is like he really fucking goddamn it. He's such a fucking like wannabe.
Exactly.
And he's projecting too. He's like, you're trying to look cool and young with like your fucking jeans and your sneakers. I'm like, Brendan, you're describing yourself. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And
And
he's
also,
like,
he's Dana fucking White, dude. Like, the guy could buy and own you 1 billion times.
Yeah, the power move is like, okay, Dana, sounds good.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, sure, Dana. Like there was just, to me, there was, you, by looking that triggered and then doing a bit about it all week and keep milking it and acting as if like, Dana White is just crazy hard on for me. It's like, he wasn't even talking about you until someone said, that was Brendan Schaub.
Do you remember that period where Brendan was obsessed or was like obsessed with the idea that the warden or something was like abusing her or something? You remember that? There's like this whole thing. You know, there's like this whole thing about him. No, not warden. What was it? Was it them copying his thumbnails or something, right? I think so. Was it copying his thumbnails? Not sure. What was it? Thumbnails? Maybe it was something else. I forgot what it was. Maybe it was something else. Who knows? Who freaking knows? Maybe it was something else. I can't really figure it out. What was it? Huh? What was it? There was something that happened at that time. What the fuck was it? It'll come to me in a minute. I'm pretty sure there was something.
He's like, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be on stream chat. What you guys saying? What? BJ, the AZ, the truth is Chappelle doesn't want people to have the ability to say you made it because of Rogan. That's fair. That's very admirable, to be fair. Very, very admirable. If that's the way Chappelle Lacey actually thought, that's the way he carries on, that's how he wants to do his comedy, that's very, very admirable, to be fair, because he worked for a person whose entire career was that. That's even more admirable for Chappelle Lacey. Because his entire, the early part of his career, he worked for a person whose entire personality was, I'm friends with Joe Rogan. So the fact that he doesn't want to be ever that guy and goes out of his way to avoid Joe Rogan says a lot about him, to be fair. So big up Chappelle Lacey. He's in it for the right reasons, isn't it? Just, you know, wish this comedy was for me.
Makes sense. He's also a retard.
Yeah.
So, but he gets, so that was one example where I go, hey man, we're trying to work out. Could you spend not half an hour composing this fucking Instagram caption? You know, like we have to work out. And he would just, between Chappelle and I, we'd come in, I had a tight schedule at the time. So like on my lunch break, I'd go work out with him. We'd hit a 25-minute workout and be dead, right? And no nonsense. We wouldn't even talk. With Brendan, it's always bullshit. He's late, gossiping. He's on his phone. He's over here. I'll get a call from my agent. It's like, it's been 90 minutes. We do
Yeah, dude. Yeah, but Papa got some baddies in his DMs, dude. Like, what do you want him to do? He's got some baddies in his DM, and he's got to be answering.
Yeah. True. Yeah, he's still like, you know, zoo culture with great grounds for him, you know, as he's trying to like bang Bradley Martin's girlfriend and, you know, become frenemies with him.
Why would you fucking, oh my God. Yeah, I
and he talked about it on. He like talked about it on King of the Sting. I remember he's like, because this is a woman who works out there, a young lady who is very beautiful, very sweet. Like, you know, like she could get any guy she wants, right? And I befriended her, knowing like I'm like, hey, this is, you know, not my place to hit on you, but you know, besides being beautiful, you seem really nice. And I was waiting for Schaub one time, and she's like, oh, I'm about to work out. Like, you want to, you know, do this workout I'm about to do? And she'd actually put together a pretty solid like circuit. So I was like, oh, you work out, like, you know, your physique is a result of you actually kicking ass in the weight room. And then he shows up and sees us talking, like the whole workout, and it makes like a lame attempt to hit on her, like and he talked about it on King and the Sting, like he's awkwardly making fun of himself, and I think he designed it because he like later had me like DM her the clip or something like that, where, you know, like from his account, I was talking about you on King of the Sting. I'm like, you said out loud on your married
Jesus
man with kids
Christ,
man. 20-somethings at Zoo Culture. God Almighty. Like, are you that fucking dumb?
Yes.
And this guy, you know, she's dating, you know, the guy that you're like supposed to be new buddies with, you know, and so that creates this, you know, funny little underlying friction of you know, them being frenemies.
Yeah, but what's Papa's type? What's Papa's type? What would you say? I have to know. I'm really curious. I've always wondered. What's his type? Do they have a penis? What's it like?
Latinos, isn't it? Big
Funny
tits.
you should mention that, actually, because you know,
I think a variation of slow Joe, no? I think that's what he's clearly into. Variations of slow Joe. Variations, whether they're like light skin, mixed race, actually Hispanic or Latina, but basically variations of slow Joe.
I do think, like, I've seen him bang a variety of girls, you know, short, thick, shorter, athletic, but really nothing too discernible besides, are you throwing yourself at Brendan? You know, like, are you initiating some sort of contact that justifies him replying with the worst game of all time? But there was, after I left, you know, one of the producers who used to work on my show, but recently with this affidavit or this court trial, I saw, like, you know, that he had written this affidavit. Like, he didn't write it, but he affixed his name to it. I'm like, you know better. You know that everything in this is a lie, and we weren't on bad terms when we left each other. You know, so this little secret that you have is not, you know, going to stay safe anymore since you decided.
Yeah, Mercer's struggling here. Mercer's struggling. Mercer's struggling.
Little secret that you have is not, you know, going to stay safe anymore since you decided to defame me and lie under oath on court. Whether or not you created this document, you know, and should have reviewed it and said this is complete bullshit. You know, so again, you've made an enemy for life now. Unless you want to retract that right fucking now, 3, 2, 1. But he made me privy to a situation where I guess Schaub was in Vegas and DMing with somebody who looked every bit a woman to his discerning eyes. And then, you know, when it comes time to meet up, something tipped him off that this woman had a penis. Maybe it was a penis pic.
No way.
All of a sudden he starts panicking and, like, erasing his messages or saying,
no way. No way. No way. No way is this true. No way is this true. Brendan fucked a tranny. No way. No way. No way.
But, like, once she gets the indication that she's not gonna, that he's not gonna go through with it, and is very anxious about this getting out, she attempts to blackmail him, right? Like, it's
whoa!
Like, hey, or I'm gonna go public with this, you know. And hey, if that's just, like, the only response to that case, like, go ahead, I don't give a fuck, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you got to be like, I'm trumping you by, like, go ahead, man. I actually, let me go live right now. I love trannies, guys. Did I tell you that? I love trannies. Therefore, you take away that power, right? And before this week, have you seen that Reddit post?
How about denying it? Big up BGO. How about denying it? BGO's first instance was just to admit it. What about denying it if it never happened? What about denying it if you're not into it? No denial? Let's just accept it. What the fuck, Brendan?
That was, like, not even on the TFATK subreddit, but it was, like, on, like, confessions or something. And, like, this gay guy talked about, like, meeting up with a guy from a dating app and, like, getting fucked by a guy, and he's describing Brendan. He's like, I just remember
no. This can't be true. This can't be true. Where? How have I missed this? How have I missed this part of the story? How have I missed this arc? How have I missed this saga? This can't be true. No fucking way did this happen. No way did this happen. Nah, I don't believe this. How have I missed this? How have I missed this part of the story where Brendan may or may not have fucked somebody? A guy. Come on, man. Get out of here. This can't be true. This can't be true. This can't be fucking true. What? What the fuck? What the fucking... Yeah, big up Wild Fan. Welcome, Wild Fan. You're here at the right time, my friend. Big up Wild Fan. You're here exactly at the right time. Wow.
Like this, and he kept his beanie on the whole time, and I guess he's a famous podcaster, and, like, he kind of thought he was, like, mentally retarded. Like, I'm like, oh my God. It's not only is it Brendan, but it's in a way where it's so subtle, you couldn't, you know, it's like, I'm sorry, I don't believe that a Redditor would, like, be so subtle about it and put it in a whole different place, and then the moment somebody says Brendan Schaub in the comments, they take it down. But
wow,
he's lonely and fuck some dude in a hotel, so that lends credibility to the story. But there was, like, a crisis meeting, you know, the day after when they got back from this, you know, the trip that he was about to you know, fuck tranny on, and who knows whether he knew it was a tranny or not, like, you know, but it just, at some point it clicked to become apparent that it was going to be a dicey situation for him.
Dicey.
And that, you know, there was going to have to be, and he has been like blackmailed before by like strippers, and, you know, he's had situations like this where they threatened to go. I'm like, maybe after.
Fucking hell, bro. Only Brendan, he moves so sloppy, innit? He moves so sloppy. You know what's really funny about Brendan? I could imagine him just being like, fuck it, you know? I could imagine him not even being an intentional thing and just be like, get himself in a situation where he's like, you know what, fuck it. What an absolute psycho. I did not know this part of the story. Is this new information? This is new information, no? I feel like I've never heard this. And I'm always on the fucking sub. I feel like I've never heard even whispering of this. Jesus Christ, Brendan out here getting the diciest.
You get extorted for hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can be a little bit more discerning, you know, in the women you choose to give leverage.
Or I'm just crazy. Maybe I'm just fucked up here. Maybe. Or like, I don't know, don't cheat. Like, I mean, that's also an option.
Crazy concept, right? But he has not. He's so consistently not learned his lesson, because it's like he's been caught and caught and caught and caught. And he would do it in the most reckless ways. He would bring girls out to cheat and like fucked on one night and then like ditch them the next for a new girl and not tell, like that. Now you made the first girl liability.
So he's cheating and he's married and cheating, but also doing it in a way where he's making enemies. Dude, that's fucking.
Yes, you can't do it, right? So that's why some of these girls that I would meet on the road came back to me, because I'd just been nice to them like human beings.
Exactly.
Like, hey, what's up? Like, I'm not going to treat you like a normal person, and like I would with anybody who I met, you know, in real life.
Is that why whenever he mentions, is that why maybe whenever he talks about comedy and whenever the subject is brought up about him going back to comedy, is that why he's like so like reluctant and like, no, like so like steadfast in the idea of like never going back? Maybe that's part of the reason why, because he knows when he was really in the throes of comedy, when he was out here doing fucking tours or whatever, maybe, or going to different clubs, he was really, really wild, you know? He was really outside as well. Maybe that's what he remembers. That's what he probably associates with fucking stand-up, you know? About after the fucking show, going and get fucking a bit, you know, going and getting a bit loose and enjoying the night and shit. Maybe that's what he's really worried about getting back into again.
And then afterwards, they kind of remember that, like, oh, Mark wasn't a dick to me, and therefore I'm going to forward you some stuff that Brendan's been saying about you that amounts to actual defamation. If you're saying, you know, I broke into your house to.
Yeah, big up Sean. I agree with that one. He's probably not even gay, but he's just a narcissist, and he bang anyone who shows into it. 100%. That's what I said. He's more so like a fuck it thing. Given opportunity, present himself at the right time. He's got the right amount of fucking addies and whatever else in him again, the right buzz. He's gonna go for it, you know. Just because he's there. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Deliver flowers to your wife to tell her that, you know, you've been cheating on her for a year, like, which did happen. A woman did do that. And I know who it is and was aware of it at some point, but like, you know.
By the way, I always thought that was lame. I never supported that. I never supported the side piece texting or sending flowers to Slowjo. Like, I mean, that was rank. That was some real fucking ghetto trailer trashy type of behavior. Don't send someone flowers. Like, what? What's that about? That was just unnecessary. She should have done that, in my personal opinion. That was too much. But hey, what can you do? What can you do?
You got back to me. They're like, somebody asked me, did you like jump Schaub's fence? And I'm like, huh? I wasn't even in LA at that time. Like, so I'm like, but this is such a bizarre. And then I looked into it, and somebody gave me like the text message exchange where Brendan's like, have you talked to Mark lately? You know, like, did you block him? Like I told you. He tells all these girls to block me, you know. So she goes, no, I haven't heard from him. He's like, man, he's like stalking my family, and he's like harassing my wife, and like went up to her. What she was saying was a little bit like, I couldn't quite tell if she meant, because again, this is being passed off from a retard lying to somebody who isn't being totally clear in recounting it. But my sense was, he said, I like hopped the fence, came up, like delivered these flowers to Joanna, and also was like trying to get her to read my text message.
Yeah, I never got this lie. I never really got this lie.
You broke into the house.
I never got this lie. I don't understand why that would make any sense anyway.
Things I go like, and you have security cameras everywhere around your house. I've seen like I walk in and I see like the 8 camera. You know, it's like a bunch of squares on this monitor. I go, you think that wouldn't have been, you know, document? You think I would have been called by the police? Because he's like, I had to get the police involved. He's coming up, but that's defamation. You know, because you know that's not true. And you did receive flowers, but it was from a side piece who got mad that, you know, he promises all these women that he's gonna like have kids with them and leave his wife, and then when they find out, oh, we're having a new kid, they're like,
So wait, they sent a side piece sent his wife flowers
from her favorite flower shop.
Yeah, that's always gonna be lame. I'm never gonna be down with that. The side piece sending the wife flowers is lame. Send the guy flowers or whatever, cool. But saying that the wife flowers are trying to get her to embarrass her on your big, like, it's lame as fuck. I think the girl's lame.
With a note.
Brendan probably dodged a bullet at that one.
And I think it started with, this is where it's plausible, where I make this next step where he hired a PI. He didn't go to the police. He hired a PI who also then, like, you know, props to Luana for, like, you know, getting this out of him. But she wrote a note that said, "This is not Mark," which kind of like, you know, like I'm stupid enough to be like, "This is not Mark." Like, you know, like, here's a steroid vial, you know, to prove. Like, would Mark do that? You know, but she said, "This is not Mark. This is one of his long-term, you know, mistresses that I've seen on the road since this long." She was only saying facts, and she knew about a number of other women that he was also seeing long-term, and she just said, "I thought you should know about this before you have another child with him, just like FYI." It was
Sloja doesn't give a fuck. Sloja doesn't give a fuck. Brendan could smash a girl right in front of her. She ain't leaving. She ain't going anywhere, man. She enjoys that lifestyle. She enjoys that way of life, the family, you know, whatever. She's I would imagine probably one part of those, like, you know, happy places where, you know, they take the Bible super literally and shit. So yeah, I don't think that is ever in a million years coming off, you know, ever. Never, ever.
Form of revenge for her too, but also, like, you know, it's like, you should know, you would want to know if you were a woman too, or that this guy is still doing it with multiple people long term and future faking with them and saying he's going to get them pregnant. So
it's like, I don't even think she even, like, it's like, because I've met girls like Soja before, that type of resolve, it's like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like a believing. What is it? It's almost like a woman like Sloja, the idea of being by herself or doing it on her own or getting a proper divorce, like, that idea is worse than the idea of what may happen in there. Do you know what I mean? Like, the notion of, like, being in a place where pictures aren't allowed or whatever else it may be. I don't know. It must be a weird feeling, you know? It must be a strange feeling. But I'd imagine just with Soja, there's just nothing he could do. There's honestly nothing he could do outside of, like, harming the children, which, you know, God forbid, touch wood, that doesn't happen. But I don't think there's a single thing Brendan could do relationship-wise that could ever make her think, oh yeah, you know, time to move on. Never, ever happening. Never in a million years. Even though I also think, again, unpopular opinion, but I think that if Soja did ever try to get on OnlyFans, there's a possibility, considering how much money Cat made, right? If I would imagine if there's a possibility, given how much money Cat made, and again, I know OnlyFans isn't only about looks, but still, there's a possibility that she could make, like, you know, a good couple $100,000 and stuff, you know? And who knows how much more in the future, depending on what she actually does, but, you know, who knows, with the right marketing and gimmick, you know, they could be making that in a month. So I completely understand why there are some people out there, you're like, you know what, I ain't doing anything with this, because the cost of saving is just, I don't know, skyrocketed in a crazy way. But yeah, she ain't going anywhere. Soja is not going a single place. Doesn't matter how many people send letters, how many women fucking confront her, knock on her door, show her fucking video footage from their phones, ring doorbell camera shit. She ain't leaving for damn shit.
He had to, you know, without me as his fixer, you know, he has to fix his own problem. and his solution was to go, I'm calling the police.
He should have hired a hacker because that worked out well.
Yeah.
He should have hired another hacker. And guess
he should have just threatened Bobby Lee.
You know
for
who
no
sent the flowers? Bobby Lee.
Yes.
Bobby Lee sent
Knew it
the
was him.
flowers.
Knew it was him.
I was so caught off guard, but then that was I became aware of that, and then like after that, you know, Luana hit me up like she was home and somebody was knocking at the door, and she's like, "Did you like serve me with something?" Because again, we were going through our drama, and like I'm like, "No, I didn't serve you." Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, but she was worried about something like, you know, a stranger's knocking at your door. You're like, who's this old dude knocking at my door, like kind of forcefully? And I'm like, dude, I had to first explain, like, I have no idea what this is. Please just either open the door or maybe he left a note outside or whatever. Just, you know, you see him in the courtyard hanging out now, and then he left. So I think it's safe to go outside. There's a note there, which I have. And it said something, it's a handwritten note on a yellow piece of paper. And it's like, hello, Luana, like, we are not friends of Mark Harley, because they thought, you know, it's like he falsely assumed that we were still beefing, and then, you know, didn't know that we'd begun talking again. So it's like, ooh, you fucked up. And he goes, can give us a call back. We're just interested in, you know, you could tell he was trying to dig up dirt on me because I'd begun speaking the truth about my experiences at Thick Boy. That's all I was doing, was just like saying, this is what.
Was it a PI? He hired a PI? Was that
Yes,
what it was?
he hired a PI.
Oh
And so
God.
Brendan calls, he puts his number and his card, and I have a picture of his card, I have a picture of the note, and, you know, I have a statement, you know, a recording and an official statement by Luana describing the whole situation and what happened to submit to the labor board. And she called him back, and he's like, oh, I'm still in the area, I can come back and talk to you. So they end up talking, and he's like, yeah, we're just, you know, I have this and this info on Mark, and do you have anything else? And she's like, are you here because, like, what happened? And she's like, and he goes, well, yeah, I can't really tell you the specifics. And she's like, are you here because Brendan Schaub got flowers sent to his wife, and, you know, he blamed it on Mark? Because I know the whole story, dude. Like, you know, I know the girl who sent the flowers, so let's just not stop pretending that you're not working for Brendan Schaub. And he goes, yeah. I thought he was a fucking idiot to begin with. I guess you're right. But like, that was, he could concede, because he's like, this fucking idiot, like, has been wasting my time. You know, like, you do
I
this
love that even the PI's like, yeah, look, I told him this was fucking dumb. What do you want me to do? He's paying me. Like, what do you want?
No,
dude?
but it was like, props to him, because he like, what was the other choice? To gaslight? Like, no, I'm not working for Brendan Shaw. What are you talking about? Like, Mark Harley's just being investigated by someone else who has a weird vendetta and is willing to pay $10,000 for me to dig up dirt on him. You know, like, it's an expensive endeavor, right?
Hey, Mark. Dude, we did more than an hour. Thank you so much.
Of course.
No, don't even worry about it. Look, we got to have you on again, obviously. You were fucking great.
This was great. Anything
I brought up here, like, if I bring up like the business card or the thing, like, I'll send it after.
Just send it if you need. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Look, listen, if we need it, you have it. So let's just do it that way. Like, I think he knows you have it, so I don't think he's gonna be too worried about it.
But I'm just saying, because I've been gaslit so much about, like, you know, I have to prove. I'm like, no, I worked for you for more than 6 hours a week. What are you talking about in court? Like, why? You know, like, so I'm like ultra defensive and hyper vigilant about, like,
hey man, I
exist. You know,
you gotta come on. You gotta come on again for this was fun, man. The chat room fucking loved you. So thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for inviting me, guys.
That was decent, man. That was decent. Big up BGO. That was actually. That might be his best interview so far. I think about it now. That might be his best interview so far. In the midst of all this Brendan stuff, you know? That might be the best one so far. Better than the TMOS guys. Better than the MMA holes, dude. This might be the best one. It wasn't as long as the others either. It was like an hour, right? Tops, I think, altogether, right? Yeah, it was like an hour tops altogether. I think this might be his best interview. His best one. Maybe because the guys let him talk more and just let him kind of freestyle and do his thing. But I think this might be the best one. Might be the actual best one. Might be the actual best one he's done. He didn't come across as unhinged or anything. He said his piece. Added some, you know, gave us some nice bit of morsels. That bit about the tranny blew my head off. That's probably the best one he's done. Probably the best one he's done, I think, in my personal opinion. So big up him. And big up Mersh for saying hardly anything. Big up Mersh for saying absolutely hardly anything. Fucking brilliant. Big up Mersh for barely being alive for that segment. Barely being alive for that segment. Okay, cool. Let's continue. Let me like this before we continue on. Big up everybody tuning in. 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 Let me quickly check what they're saying on the Reddit. Let me quickly check the Reddit quickly before we continue on. Want a couple more bits. What you guys saying on Reddit? Was that anyone else in SoCal hate themselves enough to go watch this shit show for free? What's this? Oh, okay. Jesus Christ. Bryan Callen's performing for free somewhere. The tickets were $25 and now they're $0. Free comedy show. Fucking hell, Bryan. What a career. What a career. Another one where you have to kind of get to a point where you think to yourself, you know what? He might just really love comedy, you know? Maybe Bryan just might really love comedy because got a father that, you know, is not close for the whatever. Got a fat inheritance coming and he's still out here. She's still out here trying to outperform these young things, you know, and go crazy on stage. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd be that bothered still at that particular age, you know? Maybe I want to just chill out and do my own thing, but hey, I guess doing your own thing is kind of boring in its own way too, I guess, isn't it? But yeah, Bryan Callen out here doing shows for nothing and $0 fucking ticket prices. How much is he getting paid then if that happened? Shit, that's rough. That shit is rough. Okay, Bryan's out here doing free comedy shows. So Daddy's stool is crazy. Bappa definitely didn't watch the BGL pod. Oh yeah, that's a bit we played already. Beast of a work ethic and Chip claps back.
Really loved and missed.
Oh yeah, I wanted to play a little bit of that as well. Brendan's handler on why he got banned. Oh, we watched this is from the what you call it, the Mersh interview. Homeless cats take another L for a golden hour live.
God bless us,
guys. Bless us, everyone.
Gosh bless us, everyone. For the folks at home, number one, thank you for watching. Number two, very cool that you did so. Number three, if you got this far, you're a real one. Number four,
active. I was hyped for the premiere of the live Golden Hour podcast. We've talked about. I was proud of it. I thought it looked good. They were very very funny. And so I was in the live premiere chat and overwhelmingly positive, but then there were a few trolls. But it's amazing. Like I'm in there just clapping back at them. Like it was awesome. And then like if you said something against someone, like the positive people rally against them. And then one time there were just everybody saying like L. I can't remember who it was, but whatever.
One person.
Yeah. One per just L. And it was awesome. So you just gotta.
Surely the L has to be working for KRISTI and Brendan Schaub and Eric Griffin, no? Like this whole combative, we're gonna dunk on the haters thing. It's like, brother, you're working with a guy that's an alleged, you know, not a lot of, you know, whatever proof out here, but still an alleged fucking PDF. You know what I mean? Like alleged, like whatever, delinquent, weirdo dude. Like I don't understand why this is the one that he wants to down top of hill when it comes to the gold now and stuff on these guys. Like you're defending, you're going to bat for fucking Eric Griffin, KRISTI and Brendan Schaub, really? Guy needs to get a little bit of a grip. He needs to get a bit of a grip, mate. But I've got to keep taking it off, my bad.
Rally the troops.
Yeah. Shout out to the troops.
Shout out to the troops.
Are the best.
And yeah, that did really well. It's best viewed Golden Hour. And
also, I'd love to know how long that lasts. By the way, I'd love to know how long this like rallying of the troops shit lasts. I'd love to know how many of these positive fans are going to continue defending everything that they see on that show until it all wears off.
Really? Months. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. It was huge. Like way above 110, like 1 out of 10, you know, on the old YouTube studio review where you could see how the episode rates.
Probably because they just changed something up, you know, and something different.
Yeah, maybe? And there's I don't know, like it.
You know what you got?
Feeling of enthusiasm. Yeah. It was nice. It was nice. Good time. Golden Hour.
Did you watch
live.
Chris's new special?
The B-side. I haven't.
Imagine running to watch Chris Leo's new special. Imagine that.
Did you?
It's good.
It's awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I'm
I told him
gonna
when
watch
he
it.
came in.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been listening to Congratulations in the car because I got a commute now.
Oh, nice.
And he promoted B-side. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, once you got a nice commute, you be burning through the pods.
Dude, I'll tell you what. I haven't listened to. I've been working on podcasts for 6-7 years. I haven't like sat down and listened to a podcast in my whole tenure of fucking doing podcasts. I would watch some. I'm always like a watcher on YouTube. But now that I'm a commute guy, dude, it makes the commute fucking go like that.
Yeah.
Like a breeze.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I find this whole defending of those guys a bit strange. I guess it's their job, but I also think with that guy particularly, he goes above and beyond to try and defend them. It's like, brother, let's relax. If you didn't have your skills, you wouldn't be here. If they weren't wherever they were, they wouldn't be here. Do you know what I mean? It's just one of those circumstances. It is what it is. It is what it is. But again, what do I know? You know, absolutely nada. That's why I don't know. Why do I hold it? Why do I want it down? Who bloody knows? Okay, we did that one. Big up, big up, big up. Yo, big up, big up, big up. What's we got to do here? Oh, it's nearly 8 in the morning. Fucking hell. All right, cool. Let me do a couple more here. Theaters everywhere, June 1st. What's this? Oh yeah, the fucking leotard thing. Gosh, Papa has finally become a Jesus Christ. I guess it's different when you actually have the child, but flexing your kid's baseball trophy is a bit funny, isn't it? It's a bit weird. What's that say? What's that say there? 2026 Battle of the Best. Is that like an official thing? I don't know. I guess it would make sense if your kid won like an official. If it's just like a local tourney, what's not that important. It's a bit much, isn't it? If it's your kid won an actual big thing when you're a kid, what was it? 20? I don't know. Maybe not 27. Whatever it may be. Let's see if it is the one. Who knows? But yeah, that is the one. Continue on. Baseball Dad Supreme.
Last night in the green room.
Okay, that's a Theo thing, isn't it? Maybe watch a bit of the Theo thing actually. There's been no chin, brother. There's been no chin. There's been no chin, unfortunately. No chin. Maybe tomorrow we'll do a bit of chin. There's been no chin for today. There's been no chin for today. And that's it, right? What's that? That pronunciation is very hard. Let's try this here, part 10.
Hemp as an
Let's do this one before I leave. Let's do this. This should be a good one.
Hemp as an agricultural product.
Agricultural.
Okay.
I love how he just gave up in the middle of that. That was fucking brilliant, man. I love how he just gave up. He just gave up and just said it the wrong way.
Agricultural product.
Dude, you got this chili.
Advertisers, don't they ever ask you to fucking re-record your things? I guess they don't really listen to the pod anyway, to be fair. But Jesus Christ.
Product.
Dude, you got this chili.
What?
Okay.
We didn't bring back some hardware as a team.
Because we were promised one thing. We were promised a flaming young.
A flaming young.
We got spaghetti.
A flaming young.
No one asked. We were in the mood for a flaming young. Nobody was in the mood for nobody asked for spaghetti and meatballs.
We were not expecting in any facet.
Yeah.
In any
That's
facet
an
again.
older
There you
thing. Go to Whole Foods, man. Go hang out in the produce section.
I get it.
And then you just go. These chairs.
I'm
loyal to default. And then.
Well, big up, Casey Shuffle.
Imagine posing by yourself with your kid's trophy, Jesus Christ.
That's the thing. Good point. Casey Shuffle. That's a great word to use. By yourself. Posing with a trophy with your child, no problem whatsoever. But posing with your kid's trophy by yourself or with another father, like, that's some loser behavior. Like, give the trophy back to your child. Let them enjoy. Take a picture with them with the fucking child around your neck. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Yeah, you're whatever, man. They're probably AI. Yes, you get me. Whatever, man. What can you do now? You know? Everyone's remaining so sharp and everything else in between. But yeah. What you guys saying in the stream chat here? Peace, everyone. Actually, how long have I done? Have I done the 4 hours? Did I get my registered 4 hours in? Yeah, I did 4 or 5. Pretty good. Let's finish this pronunciation video and then I'm off.
Wow. Conversations on.
These chairs are popping
These
today.
cherries.
Oh.
These cherries
well,
are
you
popping.
speak weird, but
Brendan is an attractive guy.
Yeah, right.
Because if
but we're also both in this though.
If it was
but
a
don't-
blind chick, she would be like, "Who's this idiot?"
What'd you say?
You couldn't get any blind girls.
Yeah. Hey, nor would I want to.
So
The government's gonna get theirs. They're
I love how Brendan thinks in his point of view because he's so, shallow in his worldview. If you're blind, you're not good looking. Immediately, if there's a blind girl out there, she's not gonna be good looking. I love it. That's how his brain works. So binary, right? So caveman, infantile-esque. If that makes any sense. Oh yeah. Let's continue.
gonna get theirs. And I realized that when I got the bill for the property tax. I went, oh shit, yeah, I'm not paying state, but I'm paying almost double in property tax. Oh, you kind of evens out. They're gonna get theirs. Like, you're not gonna escape that. There's nothing you can do.
There are
Ever had a nice flaming young?
I'm still confused.
You don't have much to lose. You're shooting for the moon, but you're probably going to land on the stars. There used to be a high-end, grade A steak, ribeyes, the best fish in the world. They used to make it handmade. It was exactly what you wanted. You knew exactly what you're getting. You were going to get the best of the best every time you paid your pay-per-view money. And back. There's none of that going on.
Right.
It's all a farcy. It's all, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
It's all a farcy, not a farce. It's all a farcy. It's crazy.
Going on.
Right.
It's all a farcy. It's none of that going on.
Right.
It's all a farcy. It's all a farcy. It's all a farcy. It's all a farcy. All a farcy. All a farcy. It's all a farcy. All a farcy. It's all, I don't know what the fuck's going on. See, there's fucking cookie crumbles to Pizzagate. I'm not a big conspiracy guy. You want to talk about JFK Jr.?
Cookie crumbles to Pizzagate. What does that even mean? Oh, he means there's like a breadcrumb, it's like a trail, right? Is that what you're trying to say? Cookie crumbles to Pizzagate. What the fuck does that mean?
There's fucking cookie crumbles to Pizzagate. Going on? See, there's fucking cookie crumbles to Pizzagate. Fucking cookie crumbles to Pizza. There's fucking cookie. See, there's fucking cookie crumbles to Pizzagate. I'm not a big conspiracy guy. If you want to talk about JFK Jr., I'm your Huckabee. You want to talk about Charles Manson? I read Chaos. I'm your Huckabee. My mental health is on the fridge right now. It's the same with the BMF shit. The problem is when you set expectations and then you don't deliver, well, now you get a shit sandwich. Now you get a shit sandwich.
Basically.
Now, the one thing that could make this historic, like legit, like one of the biggest cards ever, and it's a big ask, is if Justin Gaethje knocks out Ilya. The one thing that could make this historic, like on the shores, deer were coming up to the lodge. It's like straight up Jurassic Park style, man. It's cool. It's really cool lodge. It's like straight up Jurassic Park style. Straight up Jurassic Park.
Jurassic Park is crazy work.
Style, man. It's cool. It was really cool. To put together Bo Nickel versus Dukakis.
Dawkins, yeah.
Dukakis.
He waited a year to pull out fucking Sugar Sean. His dad's a NASCAR rocket scientist.
Yeah, banned that one.
Yeah, he's Indian. Hand speed, light years different. Lighting him up on the feet, taking him down at will. And then you take him down twice, you get him down, you choke him out with a straight armbar. Call it! We all know how preposterous that is.
There. I'm going to pretend I'm an innocent bystander crossing the road. You try and stop this thing.
All right.
Can we do that?
Of course.
All right, brother.
What's this? Oh, the truck thing, the car competition. The new truck show.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all, my man.
You know what you can't cure though? Go up, Chin.
What? Hold on.
Look at her knees. Look at the knees. Yeah. You can't suction cup the knees. So she has my
suction cup the knees.
600-pound life knees.
She's got.
But she needs that extra support, you know?
There are a lot of brothers that are all about that.
Yeah.
I tell you, Drake doesn't have the dick for it. Drake. what do we have here? Salt Bay. And they're like fucking like throw salt over everything. And then they're like, you get an appetizer. Like I got the tomato heirloom, you know, they're slapping the table. So like everyone's looking. On this week's Food Truck Diaries, Alpinum Wagyu burgers. You know, you're in such a weird kind of predicament when it comes to the UFC.
What's that? What's that predicament? What's that predicament? What?
Weird kind of predicament when it burgers. You know, you're in such a predicament when it comes predicament when it kind of predicament when it comes to the UFC. Call it.
I remember that.
Taking bats and
Mhm.
hard hickory axe handles.
What an era! What an era!
They were beating his feet. The top.
Oh,
of
my
his
feet are killing me,
He was in
man.
the back of a pickup. Why? They didn't like him. He was on the other
Oh, it was
side.
a
He was on the
haiku? It was a
opposition.
haiku or something?
He was on the opposite. He was part of an opposing political party.
So,
or
oh, it was
side.
a
He was on the
haiku? It was a
opposition.
haiku or something?
He was on the
What are you doing? What are you? Charles Lyric can fucking kick.
Yeah, I think it's more.
And it's an
what he
scapegoat
sees
to
is
go. They don't have much control. Well, keep that same energy when transgenders can go into the bathroom. You get aggressive. Did your guy's wife go, you're not on a podcast. Don't talk to us like that. You're not on a podcast. I'm like, this is how I talk. I'm an aggressive human being. This is how I talk.
Jesus Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Imagine also, Brendan, you're not an aggressive human being. You may have a skill set that can help you in aggressive situations, but you're not an aggressive human being. There's no way. Brendan's the most non-aggressive human being ever when it comes to that sort of stuff. But hey, what do I know? Absolutely nothing. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company. It's been a pleasure to have your company. I'm off skis. For a nice little sleep seas. I'll see you guys again later on today. Thank you for tuning in. Been a pleasure, not a chore. If it's your first time tuning in, smash the like button down below. Smash the subscribe button. Join, all that good shit. And yeah, man, I'll see the rest of you guys later on today. I'll see the rest of you guys again later on today for more random show goodness. I appreciate every single one of you. Take care of yourselves. Be well. Be safe. Peace.